Fracture is being picked by Fnatic, so that means that after the ban phase when Haven
Oh
wasn't
wait, my
being
time is
picked,
gonna run out in a
they didn't
second.
choose Haven. That tells me two things. Either Fnatic is so prepared on Fracture that they need to pick it,
Echo.
otherwise they don't feel
Stop.
like comfortable enough, or
Okay,
they're
I need
just
to look
so
up for my
dumbfounded by the
sister.
by Meg. They're like, there's a trap here. We don't go into it, so we don't want to risk it, right? And I'll be honest with you, there's also an advantage. So it's Fnatic here. They already have seen Gambit play Fracture yesterday on the new patch. They know what the Gambit had problems with, and Fnatic didn't show Fracture this year at all. And it's a new patch. They played, like, Fnatic was the team that coined Fracture. How should you play it? It was the Astra Breach race combos that we have seen over and over again. Question mark. New patch. Will Astral be played here? Might still be used, right? And maybe they'll just stick to it because that's what they know. But it's a very exciting first map.
I will say that the teams that did fall into that trap in the best of fives, Envy, Ascend, on Haven, how did that didn't really work out for them, did it? They had to face the Redguard Reina and all of them failed. So, Jess, do you think it was a good choice, one, for Mac to take away the Icebox, and two, for Fnatic not to fall into the Haven track?
I think they definitely saw a trap card laying out in the middle of the playing field and said, yeah, we're not activating that one. We'll just let that go and see what happens. We'll leave it there. The Icebox ban I like because of the changes as well. We talk about teams that innovate very well, very quickly. Fracture was one for Fnatic back in the day, and I remember Rage just absolutely tearing Tower apart on Fracture. When people were working out where the power positions of the map were, Icebox, especially on B side, is the same now. What to expect from Fnatic, we haven't really seen how they're going to be playing and traversing it, especially against us and Converse. I think getting rid of it is a safe bet, and they're very lucky that Fnatic didn't activate the trap card, I think, because they themselves will get a little bit of breathing room. Yeah,
and just wanted to reiterate something about Mac here. Yesterday, in the first half, they had big issues in understanding how they should play their own composition on defense. And so that's not something that you say about this team at all. I think this was the first time I actually used that in a sentence about Mac, because they typically have almost flawless defense. It's all planned out. But here they had a Sage and had a Cypher who hold the lanes on the map, while Breach and Raze were trying to be aggressive, but it didn't work against Guild because Guild was working as a team, typically having 5 players either north or south of the map. And the question is, will Fnatic have the same strategy? Will Mac learn from the match that they had against Guild, or will they try to reapply what they did against Guild, because it might actually work against Fnatic? So many question marks.
Well, we're going to head into Agent Select shortly, but I want to remind you guys, because we talk about Fnatic as the flawless, unbeaten, Fracture, meta-setting team, but they did that with Doma. They didn't do that with Brave. Brave is coming into this. He has played Breach in the past. Jess, do you want to see them do kind of the one-for-one swap and just let him slot in there?
Yeah, because Brave seems to be this flexible god that's been able to fit in wherever he needs. I've loved watching him on the Sage because it's been an opportunity for him to come in and play the way that he needs to for the team and not interrupt the flow of the team. I think that's the important thing that Brave has been able to do. And speaking of, he'll be able to slide right in and be the Breach daddy that the team needs.
But there's Mystic on Brimstone and Mystic on Astra. So I'm not gonna believe Fnatic when it comes to interviews that much anymore, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's one change, right? It's not like the Brimstone Omen and Chamber.
But this is a huge change, and I like the fact that we have both Viper and Brimstone together. I don't think Viper is viable as a single controller on any map. That's my personal opinion. Here, Mystic on this Brimstone have insanely huge impact because the steam beacons with the 15% speed boost are capable of changing the pace of the round. That's something that Mech might have problems with because they typically have very, let's say, set plays based around timings on the map.
And they get to start on attack as well. So we'll see whether or not your theory about their attacks might have been able to shape up since we saw them play on it. I do think, especially on the attacking side, it's an opportunity for them to poke and prod at Fnatic, see what kind of playstyle they will expect out of Fnatic, but they won't have long to do it. Mind you, we have seen Mech come back in the latter parts of games and just somehow dominate, and we don't know how they've been able to flick the switch in their head. So it's a good map for them to start on, to be able to do that, because if it isn't their pick, at least they'll be able to come back into the latter parts of the series and go, we know what your game plan is, and now we're able to slide right in and counter.
Well, I'm super excited for this, guys. It's Clash of the Titans here with Fnatic versus Mech. Let's toss this over to your casters for today, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yensu. Well, we have got one hell of a game on our hands here as the desk has been highlighting, Tom. I'm so excited to get this one underway. Two fantastic teams competing for that spot in Iceland here today.
Oh yeah, it's going to be an absolute banger of a match, and honestly, kicking off on Fracture, I'm pretty damn excited.
Yeah, well, let's get into that map right now. It's time to jump on into Fracture. Well, Tom, Fracture about to kick off between these two teams. We know that this is going to be one hell of a competitive series, but can we expect off the bat a close map to start us off? Because I really want to see Fnatic's defensive side just show us some new things here. We always expect these guys to reinvent the wheel coming into not necessarily comps, but certainly into big, high importance matches like this.
Yeah, I think they were one of the teams that I think actually utilized Astra the best on this map. Like thinking about some of those combinations with sort of Breach and Raze, having those nades landing at the perfect time to get like the amount of multi-frags we even saw. So they have had to switch up the way they play this map because they don't actually have that anymore.
Yo, Zarosi,
on the other
what's up?
side of things, for Mech, well, because they're no longer going into like a third map or even picking this map, they actually now start on the attacking side. And it was their defense, which I think was definitely the shakier of the two. So realistically, we're looking at them to get off to a good start.
Okay.
Now, well, this pistol round could be instrumental in that. You can already see aggression out of Fnatic.
On,
Look at where Dirk is. Pushed
Magnum,
all the way through
Mystic,
Dish.
come on.
Great control. And that might just catch Chronicle off guard if he
that,
starts to move back away from that B site.
Rapunzel
Definitely spread out right now, looking to catch any aggression out of Fnatic. And well, it's just going to be a waiting game until they decide, by the looks of it, to move back to this A side, and that's when Dirk is going to have the opportunity to strike and maybe take a couple of heads if they do go back there.
You in good mood? Early stream?
Yeah,
I mean,
right now at least it seems like Fnatic have got everything covered though. Like the Dish push, they've got the stack up on the B side, and then you've obviously got Magnum on that Cypher, getting them information in the other direction. So
you gotta go
their
study.
actual read on the scenario is very good just because of that map control, and because there's no default for Mech. They're kind of pushing into this one dry because they haven't spotted those players getting information on the other side of the map. And now, well, they're going to start making their way towards B, where the majority of players are.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of utility here to slow them down, or at least to attempt to do so. Perfect stun on the Chronicle connected. Braybath doing a good job up above with that utility, allowing Boaster to pick up that double as they move towards the site. Mech's numbers are just thinning out. And although Brave eventually falls, it's a 4v2. This retake should be easy for Fnatic to connect.
Yeah, you'd have to be a little bit disappointed if they weren't able to get something done here. Redguard, he's been given a fight, but doesn't actually find anything from it. And now it's left all onto Nats. He's pretty damn good in these scenarios. Already on for the ace, needing 2 more and trying to isolate one of these duels. But Mystic will put him down before he gets too dangerous. I'll say too dangerous because it already was dangerous.
Yeah, even when he's got 3 HP, you can't be counting him out of those kind of clutches. But 1-0, we go to Fnatic as they pick up this opening round, and we said, you know, their defensive side, getting that pistol under their belt, it's exactly what they wanted to see. They've got that little bit of aggression out on A Dish already. We've not seen any of that Cypher setup on A spotted out by Mech. So I think that this round is going to be very much information gathering for this attacking side. You're going to try to win, and by the looks of it, they're going to group up and push together. But if they can come out of this with a decent understanding of how Fnatic want to use their defensive side, that could be decent. Unfortunately, I think they're going to end up... Well, I think they're going to get naded at the start of this. There's a lot of players here for Fnatic. 3 inside the halls, and they're going to catch the spike right away. Oh, that's a heartbreak.
Oh, yeah, that's rough. The whole plan is to try and wrap back around and catch these players off, and now they have to start battling for the spike. They do at least manage to find themselves a kill. Actually get a second as well. This was looking done in the early stages of this round, but fighting it back into a 3v3, it makes it dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, are they aware of that little corner by Magnum? They are now. First kill already found, a good headshot, but I mean, they're still keeping this reasonably alive over on the Mech side. The rotation possible. Gonna have heals coming back online for Shade. Also, what, a minute on the clock? So he can definitely get Defo back up to full. And then there really is a fight on their hands. This is a good opportunity for Boaster if he can catch them before that heal goes down and the reset comes through, but you don't want to keep pushing all the way into the spawn and give them these duels and those free advantages. So instead, it looks like Fnatic, oh, they were gonna freeze, but as time ticks on, Boaster's moving forward and he'll get him. JstDave down, Defo low. This round should be safe for Fnatic.
30 seconds left.
They fucked up
I think
dealing
that's the
with
right
one
word
of them,
because it's still not a good one. They're not going to be happy with it, especially for the investment into mech. It was mostly frenzies, which is not a particularly expensive pistol. A little bit of shields and obviously a stim because, well, that's the meta we're in right now. We're in the stimmy meta. Can Defo get anything more though? Even one more kill here would be pretty atrocious for Fnatic in a round like this. 5 HP, and it still comes a little bit too close. But they do convert themselves to second round. My main intrigue now, Mitch, will be: is this going to be played as a pure bonus for Fnatic, or are they going to take some risks and invest themselves?
There's like there are only two.
Well, I mean, that's the question.
They're gonna
when you come to a round like this with 2 players surviving, it's tough to really look at that and say, hey, let's play a bonus out of that. Maybe if you've got some pistols to back it up, like some sheriffs especially, but I'm looking at this investment and yeah, they're splashing a lot of the cash, but it still hasn't gotten them that comfortable of a buy. Only 2 players have cash for the next round on the Fnatic side, and even then that's a little bit questionable. And the advantages that come in, they still have 3 Spectres to play with, and they've lost the opening duel. And this is a crushing start, because with Durka down and Brave following, they're only left with these 3 Spectres now to try and recover this round.
Yeah, it looked a little disjointed. Like the fault line hit after the player was already dead, and at that point, you could just tuck into the corner for Chronicle. He's also probably the last player on this run. I guess there's a lot of players you don't want to be challenging, but with his form at the moment, I don't think you want to be going anywhere near him. So a fantastic start to the round. Also, the problem with this map in general, and the reason I think it works so well for mech on the attack, is you can't sit still on that defensive side. There's too many angles to cover. You have to try and be proactive. So for one of the best defaulting teams in the world, this map on the attack was almost designed for them. For now, though, they're going to start pushing their way back towards the A site, and to be fair to Fnatic, they do have the majority of their players here.
Yeah, the stack up is there, gives them the best chance of success, but even then, you're going to see some of these duels be very difficult on range. Defo is dropped to start with, and, well, Chronicle's gone as well. This is looking reasonable for Fnatic with just Spectres. Magnum's even coming up behind now, upgrading to a rifle, but he'll be dealt with, leaving it all into the hands of Boaster. Look, it was a tough clutch to win out. Fnatic will lose this round, and they came in with weaker weapons. So at the end of the day, the fact that they got out with 3 kills in that 3v5, yeah, you can be pretty happy with that. Unfortunately, it doesn't do a lot to soften the blow of what they're left with, which is this, you know, barely any credits to work with. This is a second round for mech, unless they massively mess it up.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, if that was a bonus and you were playing with the Spectres you saved from the round before, that's a great round. Like, you've done reasonably well. You've taken a lot of players with you. But because they're now coming in with an eco, this is a chance for mech to really build into things. And one of the main troubles, especially with this current, like, Brimstone iteration, as I said, you have to try and be proactive. You have to try and get information early. But even still, like, for mech, what they do a lot of the time, play that clock late and then just burst into a site at super speed. And, especially with the upping of the pace of the smokes landing for Brim as well, it makes it so tough for you to actually predict where this take is going to be in before they're already basically in your face. So I'm mainly going to be watching how teams actually play the defensive side of this map, because I feel like, especially in this current meta, it should lean quite heavily into the attack.
There's so much risk reward when it comes to the defensive side because of that aggression that you have to come out with. Yeah, I think it's really tough for to calculate when it's worth taking that risk. Oh my God, Tempo's on the site. And you know, sometimes I'd be behind that play. Hell, if this guy's got a Spectre, sure, but they're versus pistols and they make that. Well, now a rifle in the hands of Magnum is the main threat. Having been recovered from Defo's corpse, and he'll do well, at least finding the first on that. And JstDave eventually dealing with them. Gets rid of any sort of risk that's left over. A little bit of damage for Fnatic, but ultimately that could have been a lot scarier with the way it started out.
Yeah, 2 guns dropped and also baiting out a Rolling Thunder. Like, not that bad for Fnatic. Still, mech gonna be happy with that. They'll start building up a little bit of economy as well behind them. And now we actually start to look, okay, what are Fnatic going to do in this round? Because they've got 3 ultimates online. 2, I would say, are particularly impactful, with Boaster being able to lock down some specific angles on the map and maybe a bit of aggression out from Durka as well. So this is where I think Fnatic really do have a strong opportunity to steal themselves around. And already you can see just with how deep some of this utility is being placed, they are trying to hold back or almost fake information to their opponent. Because right now, there's no one there for Fnatic. Unfortunately, Mitch, they're up against Defo, and I don't think he cares. He just walked through that smoke.
Yeah, sometimes you got to play confident. I like that. Over on the Fnatic side, certainly taking it passive in the same way that they did. It's essentially the same setup as the pistol round, slightly less aggression out of Durka, but
slightly.
This is slightly, yeah. But this is exactly what Fnatic will, I guess, rinse and repeat. It's been working in the pistol. Now with rifles in the hands of... Oh, Meg Boaster almost lost his life to that one. Oh, the nade is great! No. He actually got out of there. He survived up above. Step heard, they know that Brave Out is here. There's bullets everywhere. And as they go up, he's still in the corner. Oh, they're gonna be so mad they tried to clear it. 2 quick kills for Fnatic. The advantage firmly theirs. And locked in even further with Magnum's quick connection. Look at Redgar's health. JstDave is the only one that can do anything in this round. 1 kill away from the res, and he gets the res online. Unfortunately, it's at the cost of his life. And Redgar, as we said, you know, his health ain't too strong. His chances of winning this round even weaker. Oh, well.
Okay, I swear to God, this was like some Final Destination level stuff there for Boaster, where he must have seen his own death and managed to dodge everything. He got aftershocked into a nade, which he survived after jump peeking. He then gets orbital strike, runs at them behind his own smoke, as you can see here, and still survives. There's no way he should have managed to stay alive in this round, and they definitely, it didn't seem like they should have won it flawlessly. So hey, that's an incredible bounce back from Fnatic, and again, quite a lot used in that scenario. Like all the utility just granting them absolutely nothing. In fact, I think the only damage he really took was from the jump peak at the beginning.
Yeah, well, that was a lot of damage, to be fair. I think it was over 100. And he's just lucky to get out of there alive, as we said. Chronicles on the ropes, literally on his way back. Nats is pushing up here, maybe sensing that there's a little bit of space. I'm not sure that reads exactly on.
They have almost 4 ultimates as well.
Seems to have deterred him, but now he's been caught in the open. Nice little jump peek.
I mean, okay, they used the Brimble, but without anything.
Catching that information, but it actually plays against them in this round. They see that player outside B. They maybe think that they're setting up for something. But you know what, Tom? That was Nats that you saw. That was the lurker. That was the guy who wants to take that space and wreck you. Mech are walking right into the A side, and they'll have this one, I mean, more or less for free.
Yeah, it does, however, look like Fnatic are just going to try and hold on to all the extremities and play this one as a retake. Again, they've still got a fair few ultimates online. They're 1 orb apiece away on Mystic and Brave, having some pretty impactful ults as well. And okay, it took them a little longer than maybe I expected to get into that spot, but I don't think this is going to be as easy as you might think it will be for Mech.
What are you waiting for over on Fnatic? They haven't activated that cam just yet. There's clearly a plan for using this cam just as they go in for the execute. Magnum is starting to close in the distance, and I almost feel like this is to spot out a player. Maybe it's for the showstopper to allow that ult to go down for a nade or something. There we go, showstopper used it. Nice, takes down Redgar. Molly already on the spike. A time delay strategy not even working out. It's being diffused halfway already. Mystic and Durka with 2 quick kills, and it's Fnatic's round easily.
They played that so well. Holy fuck, man.
They can't even peek towards main with that orbital strike. Gorgeous play from Fnatic, and 4-2 they go. They played a retake on that A site, and I have never seen a retake work that well.
That's the thing. I feel like it's one of those scenarios where in your head you're going, this is too easy. Like, this is too easy. Like, we've got the site. No one spotted us. We've not been seen by a cam. We put a wall down. We've not even taken any damage. I feel like in the back of Mech's head, they're up to something. They're up to something. And they were. That cam was awesome. Like, just clears the site out. Also, would have given them any information if anyone else was there.
Yeah.
And then
they played that so well. Aftershock, the molly,
a little double up
then
there coming
with
out
the
from
molly,
Fnatic.
the ult.
but also that earns the
Holy
orbital
shit,
strike.
man.
And after that
Nah,
point, there's no way you can spam anymore because they've already got this ultimate that's basically just destroying all of that area. So yeah, wonderful retake coming out from Fnatic. Again, it's
I don't like
a
to
couple
call
of
them
ultimates
mech
thrown in,
because
but
it's
for them, that's not
M3
going to matter
champions.
whatsoever. And you can see that Mecca are taking this one fairly seriously because if I'm not mistaken, Mitch, I think it's their defensive sides on this map. Like they've had 4 rounds the previous time. They had 3 rounds versus FPX as well. So they want the lion's share of their rounds to be on that attack. And right now it's not looking great.
And it's fine if you lose the pistol, right? You fall behind a little bit, but like that round right there told me Fnatic are in control. And not only was it the utility they used,
yeah,
and how they did
Fnatic
it,
should be in control. Fnatic
very much covered
so
the point
good
that was a beautiful
as a team. They
retake,
should win
but
the first
it's
match
in the fact
here.
that of
In
when
any
they do
circumstance.
it and how much they decide to commit. They use 2
So,
ultis, sure, costly,
yeah.
right? Orbital strike, showstopper, those
Should
are
be
big
like
ultis
that.
to use. But when you consider where Mech's economy is at, it's worthwhile. Confirm that round, break their money, leave 3 players with weaker weapons coming into this one, and still have their Rolling Thunder basically online and a Viper's Pit to play with as well. I mean, that is perfect, and especially if you look at Fnatic as wanting to play retakes, Viper's Pit retake A, Rolling Thunder retake A, those are perfect ultis to have for that kind of control. Now, Fnatic's plan is retake A. It's what they're doing every round. Look at Durka again, having pushed up through Dish, seen that that's clear, nobody outside B. They're about to realize that this side of B is clear, and so everybody can be looking at that choke point. The only thing I think is that Nats is underground, right? So he's swapping around. Oh no, Poster down, showstopper used for space, and it's gonna catch Brave Bath. All right, good setup by Fnatic. Good early round.
I don't know why you
Mecca
peeked that
dealt
when
with
you
it
heard
perfectly.
the ult.
Yeah, that jump spot has been incredibly risky a couple of times. You've also got the save tool now allowing for this cross into the site. And you mentioned those ults. Well, both of them have been diminished here. It's going to come down to raw battles. Luckily, they do have Dark on side. Chronicle is very, very quick to trade that one back and leave it into a 2 versus 3. Antham's taking quite a bit of space here. He's going to get 1 for free at least, probably knowing that he's isolated on 2 different accounts. And well, now it's all onto Mystic.
Really tough with no utility to play with here. Even a smoke, your molly, anything. One player was peeking. He's trying to catch a bullet or 2. I like that target selection. Oh, he baits Chronicle perfectly. There's the tap now as he steps up.
Oh, dude!
And connected through the wall. Mystic has got this round in the bag. Cool. What an absolutely gorgeous clutch.
I won't lie.
Oh,
it
dude,
took my brain way too
that
long
hit
to
was
realize
something,
he got that
man.
Because I was like, well, there's no way he's just shot 2 bullets at a wall and managed to headshot him through it. That's disgusting. And again, like considering that round in general, like Mech did incredibly well.
Oh
like,
my
they were
god.
walking into basically a trap. All the information was there. They even had themselves a 2v1 after plant with the perfect crossfire.
Yeah.
There's not much you can do about that, though.
Oh, it's so nasty, dude. Yeah, his peak was perfect. I don't think Defco did anything wrong there. And he just gets absolutely body slammed for it. And that was an
Defo played
expensive
that
round
well.
for Mac. They put a lot of
like,
volts into it, and the reason that expense matters so much is because they lost it. All right, like Fnatic can invest what they did and get away with it. And here's Mac going in for a little bit more with the rifles in.
Oh, Boaster! Oh, Boaster, dude!
With 3, the stim on the floor gives him the extra speed, and
what
that's
the fuck,
all he
man?
needs. Redgar trying to fight his way through main, and he is having a tough enough job. But Nats on a clutch. This round is Fnatic's yet again.
Fnatic
surely
is
locked
something
in.
else down another level, man. What the fuck is this?
Mac invest heavily. They have a good game plan.
3 kills
but
after
geez,
fucking
It's unfortunate. It's one of the reasons I feel like the value of that Rolling Thunder
Stream needs to be a little
as high as people think it is, but it still takes extreme accuracy out of Boaster and even a little bit of help from the stim to just make sure that to get 3 there is unbelievable. Like again, the actual setup, the play, the change of pace from Mech, I like all of it. It's just that moment where Boaster manages to get a multi-frag that there's not much you can do about it. And you can see how much respect they're paying to Nats. I feel like so many people have been punished by not doing this in the past.
Ow.
Just using utility to slow down. He still
Nats
manages
is still,
to get 1,
like,
but the remaining 3 players are all surrounding the spike, and he has no time.
15 seconds.
Yeah,
there just is not enough time to catch all those players who would have been hiding away in the corners.
Yeah.
You know, you see it there in why you have to give player like Nats especially, that respect.
Tiny bit lower.
The fact that he still wins that after Fnatic avoid fight after fight, they're baiting him out, just grabbing the information and then avoiding committing to those duels. And then they double flash him and he still ends up walking out with that kill. I mean, it's nasty.
Boaster, like, holy shit, man. Look at him, look at him, look at his fucking
but that's
face.
fine, right? He's the
like,
space maker in that play. That's just a great first shot by Boaster. Not much you can really account for in that. And they try to trade afterwards. Mystic's already here to help. Your stim is down, so now Boaster's stunned up, but he can still shoot pretty quickly. And you see that is what saved him. Because in that second kill, I think it was like 4 or 5 body shots. But that rate of fire was there because of the stim. Absolutely ridiculous reactive play from Fnatic. But also, the IGL of Boaster, the guy who'll sit there and go, yeah, you know, I'm not the one that frags for the team and all this. Well, you know what, dude? There's not many players in the world that can pull off that
Mystic
kind of play
sitting in the corner, dude?
Against a team like Mech especially? Yeah, no, there's
Move
really
the camera
not
a
that
little
many.
to the left, man.
No, it's like that there are people who probably over the winter break were hitting the gym, bulking up.
Okay.
I don't think Boaster's that guy, but it does seem like individually he's come back much stronger. Like there's not a lot of meat on those bones. Let's put it that way.
Dude, I don't know, man. You should see Boaster when he pops a flex. I'm telling you, it's like the
saying, is he jacked? Is that?
I'm telling you, he's at the finest
Technical
restaurant,
pause.
so you don't want to mess with
What
this
happened?
guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Apologies. I'm sure that there'll be some angry Fnatic fans telling me how wrong I am. But
Boaster's gonna hit up your DMs after this, man. He's not gonna be happy, but it's all right.
Oh no.
He'll forgive you, I'm sure.
I'll be honest. He is the second scariest person in his relationship.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I'm with you.
Let's be honest. Like, who would you rather fight, Boaster or Sue? Like, I reckon, like, maybe I could take Boaster. I can't take Sue. I think she'd beat the crap out of me.
Yeah, that's a safe call.
Only one is
around. I'll vote for Boaster on it as well. That said, I think they both beat me. That's the problem. I think it's who would you rather lose to is what you're asking me. Quick nade going out. Durka.
Oh, Durka, man. Oh, that was bad in a save as well. He shouldn't have pushed out in a save like this. Because they gave him a vandal for free.
And Fnatic, you know, a lot of these rounds have relied on that early aggression.
The only problem about Fnatic is that they're like
they just decided to go fight Dish this round. Either way,
so mental. Like
well,
their mental is so insane.
Well. They're gonna fight Dish tooth and nail on their defensive side.
And
I'll be honest, when we saw it in their previous match,
can kill all
great.
5 of them.
Didn't go very well. So
if they're there.
Yeah, the fact that Fnatic got away with so many rounds of Durka pushing that for free, I think it's just the fact that in the last attempt, Durka caught them in the back. So they know that he's had to push this quite regularly. And now they've slowed right down. The problem is, again, like Fnatic are almost like a push and pull. They've lost one portion of the map. They pushed all the way down another. The problem is it is still going to end up as a retake because, again, there is no one on this A site.
This could be kind of nasty with Chronicle still lurking around here.
Chronicle has a good look.
Yeah, these guys are so focused on trying to make it over the trap wire. Yeah, they have no idea that this player's sat there and a double kill comes out of it. Oh, it's as good as it possibly could have been. Mech have another little flank play coming through. Defo hiding behind the boxes. Wow. He'll get away with a double as well. Unreasonable behavior. Mech are right back on the board. That's the kind of round
you couldn't have known that.
You
couldn't have known that. You thought
you needed to think. I'm not sure how much effect.
And I have a pizza hand right now. I can't use my mouse that much. But you gotta think like if they're pushing, if they push here, you would expect Brim to be like somewhere here or somewhere here behind the box, because he has his ult and he can use his ult to
they've been playing retake, they've been pushing Dish.
Deny the spike.
I don't know if Mech had a read on that, but they definitely played perfectly against it there, whether it was by chance or not. Oh, that's a great stun. They're after it. They're pursuing this. The wall has actually saved them. All right, okay, well played, JstDave. That was a quick calculation.
Yeah, he has some pretty decent walls. I don't know if that one again is something he's ever planned to do before.
Oh no, he's been practicing
that's
this
the
on
thing.
The server for
oh really? Has he?
Yeah.
Okay. He's put in the wall DM.
If you're playing in tournaments, you're playing that. Oh, he thinks him.
And actually, Dirk's not going to be able to get anything from it. having to fall
You're
back.
playing
Brave
like you're in a
alongside him,
tournament.
and
You're not
actually there's now gonna be
expecting
a fast
stuff
rotation.
that
This
you would
time, though, it looks
expect
like
in a
they're
lower
almost set up
elo
for a
or
retake
in
B,
normal
with just
comp
Magnum holding
sometimes.
onto that cross.
So
another
you just play
MVP
differently.
coming in for JstDave. That wall just saved
Obviously.
Redguard's life. He got headshot.
Woo!
Well, he's dead now.
Magnum.
I'll tell you that for sure. Magnum's just taking a double. Here comes the reveal as well. Oh, this is
Stop.
dangerous. He's going to be able to spray on through. Chronicle.
Oh no.
He survives for a moment.
Aww.
For a moment.
And
then
they
Showstopper comes
Fnatic's
after
playing
them,
this so well.
And Durka finishes out the round with the triple. You know what? I think there came a point on that retake where Fnatic went, you know what?
Actual
I'm
bags
just gonna
fucking
make sure we win this.
killing.
They were not taking any risks.
I love the fact that Magnum manages to see people through the smokes before he's actually used his ultimate. That's the most impressive thing to me, because I don't know how he gets 2 from that one. Okay, like you hear some sounds, you go for a little spray, but to get 2 is I think it's unfortunate for Mech, because they did manage to stabilize
many people
after
are
what was
watching?
a pretty unfortunate
60,000.
start to the round with just that combination. And that's one of the things we've credited Brave AF so much for in this team, is that he was brought in almost to pocket Durka. He's done that and a hell of a lot more.
I think one of the most impressive new players we have in the VCT scene for sure is Brave AF. We heard the rumors. You know, I love that about Fnatic. They get a player like Durka. I think they did the same with Brave, where you hear these rumors, you're like, oh, this guy's supposed to be pretty good. Supposed to be a decent player to watch. And the best thing is, you know, then you hear from Fnatic, well, what was the best thing about Brave? Apparently it was that he can learn a lineup. You know, it's like, so I didn't have high expectations. You know, when someone compliments a player on learning a lineup, I think that's probably the worst player I've ever seen.
Oh, I don't know.
That's what they need a compliment on. But Brave's being disgusting. They downplayed
I feel like I have a
that.
better
I'll tell you
comms
that.
with my pizza, you know?
Yeah, I'm starting, like, I always had trust issues with Angel when
And
he did
on
interviews. I'm starting to get that with Mini as well.
Me
I feel like
fucking
he
10K viewers.
just underplays everything. Oh, yeah, he's not bad. It's one of the options we had. He's going to be pretty good. And then it's just like, yeah, we're 5-0 now. And we're currently 7-3 up versus Mech. Again, no surprise. It's going to be the push into the A side. Now, the tough thing here is that they don't
Oh my god, Magnum.
currently have
Magnum, don't
control
do it
of
again.
main. In fact, Fnatic have decided to double up, but they've managed to kill off Boaster. That's pretty impactful.
Pretty big start indeed. Look
Oh,
at that
no.
push through the smoke as well. Durka had nothing to say about that. For Fnatic, you're probably starting to float the word save around. If it wasn't this late on into the game, you're diving on this one. The kills, well, not going their way whatsoever. That is a dominant round coming out of the attack side of M3C. A 4th locked in for them. And again, it comes on the back of just exploiting this A side. It seems that the weakness there has been, or the retake rather, has been spotted by Mech, and I think they like taking that space early. I'm surprised though to start out this final round, Tom. It looks like the exact same setup from Fnatic, or another iteration of it, but similar.
The thing is, I actually like the setup. I don't think was actually the problem. I think it was just Mech's mid-round. Like, that re-aggression to take control of the spawn. Yeah. That's it done.
They
like,
did
you've
that
cut
well.
off any of the remaining players. You've left main
I'm not
as
saying
like, the only spot that they have.
M3C are bad, by the way.
It's just that mid-round
Like,
that I think
they're
actually
playing
changes
well.
things.
They're playing
Other than
really
that,
well.
These ASAC retakes have been pretty
Only
back
the problem
and forth, and
is that
considering
Fnatic
I would
is
say
just
that's
on a
not
whole other
normally
level.
a case on this map. Like,
Most of the time,
retaking
they're
is
just
normally incredibly
better.
difficult. I don't think Fnatic mind that being more of a 50-50.
Second trap wire gonna catch JstDave. Yeah, you can just delete the first one, but Magnum is ready for it. He's inside the smoke. Chronicle's making some risky plays here. I can appreciate it though.
Huh?
Doesn't seem to be working out. Fnatic gonna mount the retake. 3 players left to deal with. Rolling Thunder put out, but Durka is still able to watch the cross.
Come on.
Great repositioning from him on towards main. And wow, that is an ambitious attempt. Redgar is gonna take a lot from that. 2 kills already, hiding on the back of the site. He opens up another avenue of attack. Gotta try to stay alive, run this clock down as much as possible. He's got the crossfire from his teammate, and this should be it. Oh, he's in the smoke! What a ludicrous play by Redgar. The defuse underway, Nat stops it.
No
just
time.
in time. I don't think they've got this one.
No,
they don't.
Not even close. Yeah, I will slightly question what Ducker was hoping to do there. Like,
Crazy.
I want to know the level of confidence that Man has to have.
Yeah.
Where he goes, I know there's a guy there. I'm gonna dive in. I do think part of it was maybe slight mistiming. I think they were gonna put in an orbital strike, and he was expecting that person to have to be forced forward or hear him coming and then get
That was
killed by the
close,
orbital
though.
strike anyway. And
That
then
was
they
a
would have
nice
still
try.
kept the advantage. The problem though is that.
If they would have been a little faster, they would have won that.
2 kills from that. And that
I don't know how many
completely turns
seconds
around
it
on
was,
its head,
2?
Whereas you kind of look at that, if he stays passive, orbital strike drops, they're either
Okay.
going to walk backwards, give up the space, or walk into his crosshair. So maybe a misplay, but even still, 7
Yeah, I
rounds on
needed
that
to
defensive
because
side,
I
when we
didn't have
know
anything
that
to drink
Mech are
anymore.
much
And I only
better on
had
the attack.
Fanta
That's
anymore
pretty damn
and
good for Fnatic. Now we have to see what
placement.
they've got.
Yeah, I think the bottom line is a good half coming out of them. Could have been better. There's an opportunity for Mech to continue the attack side. At least that's what they think. They're running it down. 3 players inside of the spawn. In fact, you'd be forgiven for thinking Fnatic were the defenders here. There's only one guy on site, and that's Nats. He hasn't been caught. They're not going to push up on the back, but in fact, applying a lot more pressure than I think they realize. The whole team turns around, pops their utility on Defo. Now they look to deal with Nats.
Oh.
But that is a tougher task than it might seem. He's still alive on the site.
Oh my
and
God.
Still claiming bodies. No one's able to deal with this guy. And now they're trapped inside of main. They've got to push forward or back, make a decision. And it's away from
Oh
Nats.
my
That's
God.
what Moster and Magnum decide. I don't blame them, unfortunately. They fall straight into Shadow's waiting hands.
Yeah,
And
Nats
it's 7-6.
played that well.
And with the pistol under their belt, Mech
They
are
gave
on
pressure
track
from
to
behind,
equalize this at least.
so they couldn't just go behind
Nats
or
is a
like go
master
back
of
anymore.
positioning. I think that's probably his best quality, and considering he's got some
And
of the best aim
Nats got
of
the kills on
anyone in
site
the
that
game,
were needed for
to
that
say
play.
that something is better is it's pretty tough, but it's just the way that he maneuvers and isolates those duels. He's being rushed down.
If
by
Fnatic
multiple
doesn't play it
players,
bad, though,
doesn't
they
give
should
them a
still
chance
win.
to actually just push him off of the site, because again, if they get the site, the
As I
flank
said, I
becomes
think
fairly
like
worthless.
yeah.
The other positions
We're
they
gonna
have
see.
are not
We're
gonna
gonna
be
see.
as
They have
strong.
the advantage of the
Plant
7-5, so they can
Instead, well,
lose the
he's managed to
pistol rounds and
basically
still
win
be
the round
able
and,
to
well,
get
7-6,
up
Mech
after the pistol
come back
round.
in, and this is what they've been doing
So that's
recently. They've been
pretty-
going heavy
pretty
on these
good
rifles,
for Fnatic.
trying to reduce the amount that can be earned by
But
Fnatic, be it
I
in
don't know.
ultimate orbs. But it does mean if they lose a couple of players here, it's a hell of a lot more
Of course.
costly.
Well, that's it. As always, the risk reward is there. And some of the problems you're going to see if you have to play retake up against these
Nats.
pistols.
Excuse me?
That's quite a bit of damage. Playing retake against these pistols is going to be pretty tough. And then you look at the Cypher setup. They've given Fnatic a lot of space. And the thing is, sure, we saw this from Fnatic. I think even just round 2, same situation or very similar. They had that Cypher setup to play back into the site. They had an idea. They had their ultimates. It was round 3, actually. Excuse me. Right now, we're in a position where somebody needs to show up on Mech on the way back in, and they've done exactly that. 2 quick kills. And now the objective of the game, really, don't lose any more of these rifles. They've lost 2 players now. Anything else would be great for Fnatic.
Oh, he's
No!
actually still got aftershock. It's just whether he's going to actually use it here. And, well, that player's going to take a hell of a lot of damage.
Oh,
but
if you
will
would have
survive.
done it a little,
It's still
if you
not
would have done
great.
it the first
Like,
time, you
especially
would
as
have
said,
won
they
the.
invested mostly into rifles here, and they've actually come out with one of their Spectres still intact on Defo. So,
Why did you put it
I'm
back?
curious to see if we're just going
I'm
to have
confused.
Mech actually fully investing back into this one to actually try and challenge with the rifles they've got, or if they're going to have again 2 sort of weaker purchases back to back.
I mean, for a team like Mech,
What is happening?
we've seen them many
Fnatic
times in the
timeout?
past just put it all on the table here and now, But I guess you do have to consider defensive side of this map.
Maybe. Yo.
Can I ask
How
for
comfortable are they
stream?
going to be with rolling
For what?
those dice
Oh,
right here
yeah.
and now? I feel
Thank
like
you.
on Fracture, more so than any other map, the control is sort of taken out of your hands on that defense. You don't get to dictate the pace.
Thank you.
Or you rather
No part of
look, it's always really going to be the attack side that dictates the pace. But on the defense here, you have to take a lot of risks if
It's a
you want to
gamble.
have any say over the
I
control
need
or
to
the
do
pacing of the
anything
round.
for
You have to
tomorrow.
push
I
into
did
an
a lot
angle
of stuff for uni
that,
today,
can
so
mean there's
I'm
3-4
chilling.
players there. And you
Nice.
can't have the whole team set up to catch you as you push through in the spawn area. There's just so much to play against, but pretty much every round on that
I'm interested
defense,
how
I
M3 is
expect
gonna
you to
play that
push.
now. Because
you've got to take control, right? And for Fnatic,
they need to win this one as well. If they win this one, they have a chance to like completely go through it. If Fnatic gets the hold of it again and gets like back, then that's a different
pistols in hand. I'll say just pistols. So we've already seen Chronicle pull off some miracles with that weapon. The fact is, though, again, it's
you're not gonna lose 20k.
Where Fnatic
you're
have
just not gonna
a
get
lot
them.
more to lose, and you can see that they're mostly just going to be gathering up as a squad.
You'll
There's
lose
still going to
5.
be aggression, though. Like main has already been taken over by that defensive side, and they're still trying to spot.
You are not
over
losing
into
your.
arcade, and
You
maybe
are
even
just
into
not
Dish
getting.
to see if they can get any information from it. The problem is, I feel like once Chronicle has the
Is
information,
that right?
it might be too late.
Yeah, from that position, standing out in the open.
There are
you are
economics,
dead
I didn't see.
instantly. Maybe you get a kill. But there will be no say over controlling that site. Backing out, playing the retake. It's the right call from Mech. That should give Fnatic a nice, easy play into the site. You can see smokes going down, utility in play. And really all that util, it comes to nothing, you know? It does get... That was a risky play. I mean, it's not like the
fucking 5 HP.
Weapon. They can see
Imagine how much I'm gonna get if I...
It's
if they
be so
win
tough to get back into this one for Mech. They've at least got some utility to play
No,
with. At least in the initial trade. That is a rifle potentially picked back up. Actually, they've managed to catch Durka getting aggressive as well. Now, the remaining 3 players are all playing from that Dish area. And now they have their information. They can take the site for free. Now, they will have themselves some afterplant utility. You can see it already dropping. And with an aftershock in combination and a Molotov just before it.
Yeah,
I think
they don't have...
enough time.
Wow.
Going to be the masters of the afterplant. That shot from JstDave was disgusting. But, hey, I don't think Fnatic will mind too much. They got themselves around.
Yeah, it might seem weird, right, having that orb up and the post-plant util, but Boaster's realizing at that point they've used their snake bites, they've used their molly. His orb is pretty much worthless at that point, so...
What's with the lag?
I think his toxins were about to run out, so he's just trying to catch a few of them, leaving the site, make it a bit more costly.
Yeah,
and even though he goes down, that round is more than worthwhile. I love that post-plant setup, man. That's not something we've really seen. I even remember hearing people say something like lineups don't work on this map. I don't know who said that. But
who the fuck said lineups don't work on this map? Lineups work on every map.
I didn't disagree. When it comes to this A side,
make a lineup, do it. It works.
You don't actually get to see post-plant setups all that often. And if you do, I think any post-plant setups we've seen on this map,
it's normally main.
For the most part, being pretty two-dimensional. Yeah, they're like main. They're they're horizontal snake bites. Let's say.
Yeah.
It's not these huge time delay arcs. Like you think about it there, Mystic, he fires off that molly and it's a good couple seconds before that's gonna land that he's running around doing stuff. He can go fight you and then a molly goes and stops you defusing. It's so valuable. And seeing them pull that out this early, well, that's worrying on the attack for what Fnatic can do.
This is where we see the pace change. You've got all of that utility available. The jump through Dirk is going to be shut out, and the spam almost manages to kill off a second. JstDave has locked that position down, but Defo's caught by Mystic. Leaves himself wide open.
Timing.
Gives them the space now to try and challenge onto the site.
Brave.
And they're going to start to close the distance. This is a big play for JstDave. If he can get one more, it would have been huge, or even just stay alive. But there is too much pressure applied.
30 seconds.
It's a 3v3, but two of fucking Fnatic's people,
it's going to be attempted, at least it was. With Boaster down, though, that becomes very difficult. Mystic stuck on the site, being pushed out by utility.
Brave will clutch
it hasn't actually reached him. He's still good in the corner, 23 health with a spam coming through, and now just 10 seconds left. Brave has to run on into the site with 5 HP. He'll recover the spike, but can he even get it planted? Just 1 bullet needed, 4 seconds left. He's got to take this.
No!
It won't be found. Nats has just about slipped away. 8-8, we go for Mech as they equalize things yet again.
Yeah, much closer than I thought it was going to be towards the end, especially. Like, Mystic was in an impossible scenario, still manages to get a wallbang kill, and then Brave even getting one. I think he actually got dinked through, like, the tiniest corner, and hit for, like, 145 off a Vandal. I don't really know how, but, yeah, he was on his last legs for pretty much the entirety of that round. Still, though, for Mech, this is a perfect scenario.
Okay.
What are those setups, man?
The economy of Fnatic, their purchase is going to suck. However, I wonder if this is going to be another spot where they just go for a really explosive play off the back of those stims, and well, JstDave is having none of it.
And the bind coming up next.
Everyone needs to have enough time to
It's
enjoy
such
knife.
a risky map too
Just
between these two
even a
teams.
sportsman.
My God. With 8-8 right here and now, it's all on the line. It's anyone's game. Fnatic on the attack. They look for the A site yet again. We can see them slowed out by that wall. They're space for Magnum to maybe pick up one or two as he's moving in towards the B site. Probably going to pop up that wall as well and just make things that little bit more convincing for this to be a B play. But the rotations aren't coming. Mech are sat here in position, and here comes the Viper util. That's going to give away the fact that this is an A play.
Oi.
Quick after play. It's
know,
pretty
man.
good to watch. With the poison orb down, the quick blast
This is
back
so
after
annoying.
barn. It almost looks too easy.
Okay,
but
stop
I feel like that was
streaming.
by design. It was allowed to happen by Mech, and instead.
Holy shit!
Gonna watch
Stop!
that space be taken. What? The right clicks are supposed to be nerfed. It's not meant to work like that, and already you can see the afterplan utility. They're trying to do the same again. Nats knows he has to push this, and he's at least got rid of the aftershock. That will buy them a few extra seconds, but again, that snake bite is there. Boaster now down, and look how far away he is. Just waiting with that orbital strike, just gonna burn the clock down even further, just wasting as much time as they can. But it looks like there will still be enough to go for this defusal. It's gonna be done. I don't think there's
Sage
anything
body
Mystic
blue.
can do about it. It is so damn close
That's
to being
so...
a perfect round from Fnatic on the eco, but Mech just about get it done.
22 HP left on Chronicle while he's defusing. If that isn't a classic that's playing inside a main, round is over. Or inside defender spawn.
Yeah.
That game is completely over at that point.
Maybe you need
if
to
you swap the
deactivate
weapons,
stream.
if Mystic didn't have the rifle there, I mean, there's so
Oh
many
my
things
God.
that could have happened in the moment
Well, it's
to
even
give
the
Fnatic that win.
aftershock being
Aftershock
left,
stays
like Nats
online.
killed him. It like
Orbital strike
their
delayed
setup
another
is so
second
Ah,
or two.
disgusting, by the
Valorant
way.
stream is broken.
I'll tell you what, it's Mech's aggression
What's
that
first
got
stream?
them that. It's the fact that they
Ah,
had
technical
such
pause.
a quick response.
Lag,
I
F
will
lag,
say,
yeah, okay,
Redgar,
now I see it.
I think
Okay,
was, who
that's not me.
jumped up.
Man, it was so annoying. I thought it was me.
Redgar then that jumped up onto Drop and got right-clicked twice by Brave
Yeah,
after this.
I'm
run.
only streaming
Yeah,
720p to you,
there's
though.
not a lot you can do about that, but pace change there from Mech to realize
God,
okay, last time they did this, they played post-plant, they ran down the clock.
0.5.
This time they're gonna
Dude,
do
what's
the
with
same
both
thing. They've got
and this
orbital
fucking
strike.
cam?
They
Like,
didn't use
no
utility
way.
early round to posture, so they still
Boaster,
have snake bites, they
Mystic.
still have Molly. They have way
They
too
both
much
have
to play
some
against,
problems.
and so they just
Maybe
run it
he's
down.
eating something
Push
and
these
too
guys.
shy. Yeah,
You
he's
know,
eating something.
just push her, duh, and
And
it
he's
worked
saying like that
right
all the
here.
time.
And I think that's the beautiful thing about Mech in making this
He's
play.
eating something
Mystic
the whole
popped
time.
out the orbital strike just like a second or
fuck off,
two
it's the
before the
cam.
Molly had even dissipated. Now that doesn't
I
seem like
am
a
pale,
big deal.
but
But
I'm
look at it in the
not pale,
context
okay?
of
Fuck
that
off.
round. You leave it the extra 2 seconds, wait till they've started to
You're
defuse,
pale.
pop it down.
What the fuck?
That's something that Mystic
looks
does
And
that
I
is
love it.
calm. But he's
He
not
looks
calm.
like he's
down
in
at
the
ropes,
old
being
Markiplier
pushed
room.
by the whole team.
Like
There's
fucking
steps
2015
everywhere. There's
Markiplier.
guys presumably just seconds away from swinging around the corner and taking him down. So he doesn't sit there and go, oh, let me just wait for the
What's with his
diffuse sound to
quality,
come
by the
through, and then I'll just press my little button. He's thinking, I'm going to be dead in a second. I've got to do it now.
144p cam.
Get there in time to slow the diffuse. It put off the pacing of the round. And if Meg don't apply that pressure, if they don't just blitz forward and
Oh, yeah,
make
it's
that
easy.
split-second decision, Fnatic win that round 10 times out of 10.
Oh, Boaster.
And
Oh,
then
yeah.
the funny thing as well, like you know how important
can
this game
finally
is
see
when Fnatic
his
are using
face.
all of this stuff now.
Yeah, but
'Cause you know
Boast is
that
like,
within the
eh.
next couple of days, all of this is stolen. Like every single one of those lineups is being yoinked. Every single like little
Why
afterplant
do they
trick that
only
have is going to
show
be gone. But
their
they want
cameras?
this game bad, and
No one of
honestly,
another
I reckon
team has
Lothar is
camera?
having an absolute field day.
They
just
showed that
currently
before.
choosing what round he's going to put
Mm,
into the
okay.
lab, because I feel like at this point it's like, oh, I could take that.
But I don't know. I
or
guess
could
they
have that
like
one. And I imagine
Fnatic
it is
more.
going to be this
Mm-hmm.
afterplant because it is
I
incredibly
mean, the
cool.
thing
'Cause
is,
as I
most
said,
of the
like,
fans are for
other
Fnatic,
than that,
I'm
we've
pretty
sort
sure.
of just seen people go onto the A site plant in their little corner and they just try and spam lineups or go for the Sage wall, which we've seen, and just plant it closer so that you can swing it. But none of them have been as successful as this.
Alright.
Hi, hello, we're right on into
That's
the action.
brave.
Defo's taking down
That's
Mystic
fucking
inside their
brave.
spawn. He's on top of that
Oh,
box
that's
before the barriers have even
unfortunate. That's
gone up.
oh,
That is
that is
unbelievable.
fucking with
Start
Fnatic's
out here
mental.
with a
I'm telling you
showstopper
that.
for Durka trying to seize back that space.
But that
Default
was
is gonna
so
be a prime
risky.
spot for that.
Okay, he
Oh,
got
the
him at
boom
least.
bot made it that little bit easier. Good night, Nat. Sweet
Okay, it's
dreams.
4-4.
We're back in
Ah.
M3C's favor. Mech putting a 4v3 on the board now. as this plant comes down, things are going to be tough for Fnatic to hold on to control.
Oh, the ults though. That gets them the Viper's Pit online. They also have a Rolling Thunder to try and hold them back. That was attempted to use to stop Defo getting anything.
Oh!
If he shot just a second, he had a freebie.
What's happening?
And now it's left all onto Boaster.
You scare me sometimes. Just sometimes.
Trying to spot where these remaining players are. You can see the spam. He'll take the first though. Chronicle already gone, and he might have just masked the sound by being able to drop down. He's gonna hear all of their own footsteps. And it's just spamming within the smoke.
Oh my god! Oh my
god! The 1 vs 4. Oh no!
Oh, dude, nah.
That one's gonna need a moment. That one is gonna need a moment. If we're not having a pause after that, the reset Boaster's heart rate. This guy, who we
that
already
was
discussed,
something.
he's not the guy you expect.
Oh my
to
god,
come in
I
and
think
win
you can
these
see that in my
clutches.
cam if you fucking clip it.
Yeah, I'm clipping. You're right.
And it wasn't even half as ridiculous.
Oh, but the Boaster! How he jumped! Oh yeah,
Can we
that's
get a replay?
dude, that's so good.
I don't know if that's possible, but if it is, I want it so much. He's almost fallen off his chair, and I completely understand why. That was just disgusting.
I feel like he did almost all of that off of just like muzzle flares.
Yeah. Vandals,
That's what
man.
it looked like.
Vandals, yeah, you come into Viper's world with a Vandal, that's what you get. Now, Dirk is, he's hoping that Nats is an idiot, essentially. That the Nats would stand on the same spot that he has, that he just did last round when he got boom bot and then showstoppered. Surprisingly, he moved. But the fact that he moved, sure, it means a boom bot and nade doesn't do any damage or anything like that. But it's got Fnatic the site for free. And this is a team that likes to play post-plant from Dish. Okay, they're going to see the wall breaking. They're going to hear it at least. They're going to know there's a player coming behind them unless they're distracted in this push forward.
Sorry, I'm just watching clip. I didn't see a camera.
And now Magnum, well, he's got to be huge on this flank. If they don't know that he's here, that could completely change the tide of the game. But, well, it might not. There's just too many players to deal with here. The Molly's down, though, to stop that diffuse. Shados is gone.
Oh, nice, Magnum. Holy shit.
Another round for Fnatic. An incredible clutch. This guy ran behind them on Dish and had to knife the wall while they were at the Dish with 3 players. But Tom, the timing was so perfect. He was knifing the wall as they were blast packing onto site, orbital striking and rolling thunder. Like they heard him knife it, but they didn't realize because they were so busy pushing. That's ridiculous.
I think Mystic's Molotov might actually be the MVP of this entire map.
Yeah,
just with how much time it's actually wasted. Because I don't even know if they had that, even if Magnum wasn't there. Like, I genuinely think that Molotov might have still won them the round. So it's actually absurd how much they're actually able to do with this Molotov.
Yeah, the post plant of Fnatic is fucking insane.
It's grotesque. And one, Mech again, they look like they were in a stellar spot to win a round. That's back-to-back rounds that, if anything, should have been theirs. It's normally them doing this to other teams. Fnatic showing that depth within the roster still. They've got to be careful here, though, because those pistols, well, they've already lost a round to this earlier.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Mech and Frenzies, man. They just took down Durka and Brave Af, but Durka tried to blast back out. I think he just got caught on his teammate on the way. Unfortunate series.
Oh, that's so unfortunate timing.
Ridiculous, man. Has Magnum gone down as well? Like, Mystic was hovering the orbital strike, but not now. Not in a 2v4. And they're even running into the 3 stacked site. This is where Mech have all their players. This is where Fnatic, Tom, constantly played retake. They gave up this space. Maybe they thought versus the pistols, they'd have as easy of a time as Mech did on their attack pushing out onto A. But this is, well, clearly not the case. And if they're expecting there to be 3 players here as they push forward, I mean, they know there's one on the right. Chronicle's probably going to catch them off guard. Well, the Molly will at least give it away, but there's 10 seconds left. Round's over. No way to get to site, and certainly not with a few bullets to the head.
I want to see that as well.
Only Mech could lose the 2 rounds they just did, and they just win with pistols. Like,
you should have seen your face, and you gonna. That's so fucking funny.
Let me see. Oh!
If he shot just a second, he had a freebie. And now it's left all onto Boaster. A
You scare me sometimes. Just sometimes.
Trying to spot where these remaining players are. You can see the spam. He'll take the
Oi.
first, though. Chronicle already gone, and he might have just masked the sound by being able to drop down. He's gonna hear all of their own footsteps.
Oi.
And it's just spamming within the smoke.
Oh, oh my god! I like the beginning.
Oh shit, man.
Even to close things out, 7 HP, aftershock up. And sure, Defo goes down in the end, but who gives a damn? That's 11
Man,
to
Mech
10.
is playing good, but holy shit.
Very nicely
Those
done.
plays of Fnatic are
the only
something
rounds
else.
where Mech have looked better than that is when they've got pistols in their hands. So, fair play. That's exactly what you want in the late game, the home stretch. Even a showstopper online, but Defo going down.
Well, yeah, and this is crunch time as well. I think this might even be the first Fnatic timeout we've actually seen. You have to bear in mind that their first half, I don't think they needed one. It was fairly strong in their favor, and over the last few rounds,
of course, don't show another
those
team again.
afterplants on the A side
I mean,
have
it's
looked
their
incredibly
timeout.
good. They haven't really been towards the B side very often, to be fair to them, but now the thing is they've used all of this. They've shown their hand. Reacted
he
quite
tried.
well. They've had a couple of big rounds of their own off the back of the pistols, and the last one being squeaky clean. And now they're just 2 rounds away from taking away that choice. Now, don't get me wrong. In my eyes, in this series, map picks, map bans, other than the few maps that they don't play, I don't care. Like, you've got 2 of the best teams in the entire region. Scratch that, the entire world. Both of these teams are going to be very competent on bind. I would not be convinced that Mech will come in and dominate it. I would be gobsmacked if it's the other way around as well. I think we're going to get back and forth maps either way. But it's still a pretty big statement to come in here after having some shakier performances on this map and to take down Fnatic,
stuck
who
on the
clearly done
lane?
a hell of a lot of work.
This is a map that coming into it, I would favor Fnatic. And the next, I would say, is being somewhat of an even territory, right? I really don't know who to call coming into bind. All I can say is I want to see it. I want to see that map happen. It's going to be fun, but when it comes to right here on Fracture, I didn't think Mac would do this well. And with some of the rounds they've whiffed out on as well, I mean, this game is already closed out. They've had to rely on pistol rounds winning them out. They are legging it into this site. Pace is huge. The orbital strike still leaves Nats comfortable. And he takes the orbital strike to take Mystic down. A poetic trade. Showstopper behind. It's too late. They've gotten away.
Oh my god,
Oh,
right
so
next to
close.
them,
And again, an afterpart looking lightly. Magnum's managed to lurk through the smoke, and this also
Oh,
gives
shit.
the information.
Oh,
Most
shit.
spots the whole squad trying to wrap around in the underground, and it leaves just 2 standing now. Defo, Shados to try and clutch this one out. Economy-wise,
They need
they're
to,
good.
like,
They might
Fnatic
as well
needs
go
to get
for
to
something
12
here,
first.
Even if it's just for the ultimate orbs, try and find those extra kills and make it costly for Fnatic, but
They're gonna.
no one is showing a thing.
Fnatic just staying tucked in. They're making the right call on this one. Run that clock all the way down. Look at Mech just running out into all these angles.
Oh my
They
god,
don't have
no
the
way.
info to play with here.
Okay,
1
yeah,
versus
they have
2
them.
for Shados. He'll move up into heaven and
Oh
catch
no,
one.
oh no.
And now he can start this defuse. The wall is down.
Oh, no time.
There's
No
no
time,
time.
okay.
Yeah, they've got this one in the bag. Magnum realized that he was just running for his life. 11 to 11 we go. Tied up yet again, Tom. And
Dude, yeah,
this
both of these
map
teams are
has
fucking
delivered
insane. Like, not gonna lie.
exactly as we hoped.
Like, both of them are
But
playing
also,
really, really
just
well.
so much more. I hoped for a close game. Oh, if we got a 13-10 out of it, I would have been happy. But this entire map has been back and forth. We've got 8-8.
Spike down.
Got
Nats wouldn't have
9-9,
set in that
and we're
ult, he
just
would have
keep it going.
still been
I
alive.
love it.
We could be here a while if it keeps going like that.
Dude.
I'm fine with that, Tom. I'm fine with that.
They're
Both
just
games
cuddling
today
with each other and they
were
don't even know it.
unbelievable. But anyone's gonna have a hard time following this. I'll tell you that.
That is true.
Oh, what the fuck?
Again, 11-11, early dish control. It's something, as said, that Mech love to fight for this part of the map. One of the positions they want to deny, especially more so against Fnatic. Like, considering the afterplants that they've had from this spot, don't let them have it. Instead, though, Fnatic have started challenging in early blast pack to take down any trips and to gain that space for free. There's a flash ready to be popped.
Oh,
However,
shit.
Nats is completely blind within the site. And while Chronicle, there's little he could do here. It's going to be an afterplant. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Well, Defo wants to at least object to that.
Oh, okay, they got the wrong
Luckily, we
plan.
haven't planted on the back of the site. That nade would have been fantastic.
Yeah. Then they would have fucked them.
So positioning for this retake into a Viper's pit, very little to work with. This
nice.
is a tough round for Meg, one that they want to commit to. Magnum has been caught on the side. That damage is good, but the reality is 2v5 Viper's pit.
Yeah, and they're gonna save this for the 12.
Against you, still post-plant
they
setup,
need to.
remember,
They need to.
You don't know how much they still have to work with. Sure, you're expecting you can take down the Viper, but what about your breach? What
oh
about
my god,
your,
if they save
even
into
the
him.
Showstopper and stuff
no way.
online.
Oh no,
like,
okay,
man,
they're
there's
gonna
way too much
on main.
to get back into this site. Mech take one glance at that scoreboard. They realize, goddamn, we cannot fight this. We've got to run. But that actually puts them in a pretty bleak situation for this final round as well, Tom, because they've still got that Showstopper to face off up against. And I'm not sure where the money is for the rest of the Mech players. I know that a couple of them went down to their last dime, and yeah, it's going to be pretty tough for them. And what's heartbreaking here, Tom, actually ridiculously heartbreaking, one away from Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, Rez. All right, not
well,
gonna try with
you could say they're probably going to challenge for an orb here. The main worry for me, though, is over the last 2 rounds, they basically really challenged in towards Dish to just basically deny Fnatic that control. Fnatic started hitting fast in towards this B site, so now they're going to stack up onto the B site. I was going to question whether or not Fnatic would still fight for this. It looks like they definitely are.
Yeah, the Spike's actually the one leading the charge as well. Luckily, took behind that box. He won't be spotted. And Dirk is on for 3. Oh,
4v2.
Himself, running it down on this B side.
It could
Should
be.
be nice and easy. Nats is still around, Bulldog in hand, caught behind
some
smokes.
Vulnerable
Inside
though.
a snake fight. Not the prettiest of fights we've ever seen. The Boombot was there to close it out either way. Chronicle. I'd love to have
almost
an orbital strike
completely
here,
done.
but even then, Tom, how
like,
much would that really help?
Even if like they're playing so well in Afterplant, I don't think he has any chance to getting that back.
It's been one hell of a fight for Fnatic. And just 1 kill away from taking that step towards Reykjavik. They'll have 2 maps. Try and close it out and then book their spot over there.
Chronicle's giving this a go, but okay, he's managed to get himself an orbital strike. He's going to try and deny at least a little bit of extra space, but there's so many angles to hold, and of course it's going to be Durka. Closing things out with a 4K, it is Fnatic that fly into the lead, going into Fracture. I will say, a damn close competition, and they have shown that, again, they are the team that innovates. They are the team that brings in so much when it comes to those after-plant scenarios. In other words, what I'm trying to say to you, Fnatic, you're sweaty nerds, but I love it.
In the best possible way, Tom. That's the thing. You know, they represent us. What can I say? Fnatic, they represent the best of us, really. Look at how that map just played out. A 13-11 doesn't even do it justice. This was incredibly close. We had Mech having to win out 2 rounds where they're playing with, like, frenzies and... well, one with literally frenzies, another with frenzies and sheriffs. I mean, utterly ridiculous stuff, Tom, and we're going to have, hopefully, so much more to go. Next up is going to be Mech's map pick. That's Bind, but as you said, Tom, who cares whose map pick it is? With a game that close, we're expecting a hell of a lot more Valorant action coming your way right after this break.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Kurz stretchen.
Ab 31. März wird der wahre Wettbewerb beginnen.
Sonic, darf ich vorstellen?
Na, Schritt 1, für Ärger sorgen. Schritt 2, ich habe keine Ahnung. Ich habe voll die Gänsehaut gekriegt.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2, nur im Kino.
We said that these two were the best teams in the world right now, and my god, that fracture map did not disappoint. I've got Jess and Lothar back on the desk with me. I think we were all buzzing in the green room watching this. It had literally everything: the drama, Lothar, the set pieces, the fundamentals. Yeah, you are one. I've never seen you this happy, basically. I'm very, very glad.
Me being happy was just sitting there and be like,
this is how Valorant is supposed to be.
Yeah, I had like a tear like roll down my cheek, you know, because it's one of the first times in a long time when I was watching a match and saying to myself, beautiful. This is how this game should be looking like. This is something that should be a standard for every team at the pro level at tier 1 events. And well, hopefully that will be the case in the future, but right now I was just so impressed by both teams. But Fnatic did come on top because they presented more flexibility and also more innovation, even though it's like a reuse of a strat that was being seen from the back days of Bind with Brimstone and Viper and post-plant lineups. Remember, Viper got super nerfed this patch, but she was essentially regressed into a role of a post-plant Viper for the attack. Not for the defense, but for the attack. That's her angle right now.
I mean, other teams are not doing this though, Jess. Yeah. Like, I feel like the post-plant meta, everyone's saying that's far gone, but Fnatic are like, no, we're still doing that.
I mean, you can set the standard in how you want to play if it works. Fnatic have given us a prime example here right in front of our faces that it can work, and teams are going to have to counter them. We saw them push up towards Dish. We just saw that on your screens. You have to counter it, and you have to counter it with force, and that's a scary thing that teams are going to have to go up against. I do think Fnatic has put themselves in a very good position now that if they want to transition into other more innovation, more setting the standards for what maps will look like, they can do that. That's the second version of Fracture I've seen from them, and it is a complete new identity for them that also works. I think it's hard to have multiple identities that work and that can beat world-class teams like Mech.
It's kind of interesting to see that, how do I explain that? Mech had a perception of how the game will play out, and because they didn't put pressure on Fnatic didn't have to use the utility. For both attack and defense, we have seen a lot of retakes being just done with full utility, and all of the attack rounds being done with full utility. Because, as I said before, Viper's Snakebite only deal 132 overall damage for the 5.5 second duration of it. So we're not gonna see Boaster standing there doing an execute and shooting both of them most of the time. He's just gonna save those Snakebites for the post plant. And because of that, Mech failed to draw out those utilities before because they let them go on site without fighting. And that is like a causation of a bigger problem, right? You have to adapt to this. You need to be more aggressive. And that's what we have seen in some rounds where Mech was like a little bit more greedy with how they played because they had pistols. They had nothing to lose. And that was the round when they had most success with.
I'm glad you brought up Boaster, because there was something that happened throughout the match where we all stood up. I think you even stood up and, you put a bit of a giddy laugh into it. Watch this. I don't think I need to caption it too much. I don't think you need a narrator for this. I think what you need is to just see the face of Boaster after that. If a world-class IGL and player from Fnatic is losing his mind based off what he's able to do, I think you can be rest assured it is one of the best clips that he'll be able to walk away with this year thus far at the very least. And it's not just the prowess strategically from Fnatic, it's that men like Boaster can step up and say, I've lost a round, I wasn't there for my team, but what I can do now is put everything on the line and see what works. And that is why we have Fnatic on top, undefeated thus far.
Just wanted to say that with that ultimate that he played with the Viper Spit, he also used his Toxic Orb on this side just to make sure that he can drop down from top of side being covered by the additional layer of the smoke inside of the ult. If I'm not mistaken, it doesn't cover like his sound jumping down when he activates the smoke, but it masks it a little bit, so maybe people in the ult will not hear him when he's jumping down. And also, if you're bringing a Vandal to a Viper's Pit, you're gonna lose. That flash is so visible there.
Yeah, and also I'm so glad we highlight the IGL impact in the pre-show, because this is what we're talking about. You can't measure, the strats and the impact and some of the big brainness and the calling that goes into it, but anyone can understand that was an incredible round. And speaking of incredible rounds, Lothar, you told us that was a beautiful game of Valorant, and I know you want to bring us something beautiful here as well.
There were too many rounds, and I could spend like half an hour just breaking down like 2, 3, maybe 4 rounds, but I could almost break down every single round in this game because there's so much stuff happening. But the run that I was most impressed with was a 5v5 retake from Fnatic, and it's actually incredible what we have seen in that round. This is where I think the most vital part of this round is actually something that not many people will be paying attention to. Just look at this Cypher camera here, and that Cypher camera in that spot is not being touched the entire round, is not being activated. We can know that because the Cypher is always moving, never standing still. So he's not standing in this Cypher camera to give like information someone is on A. And he's allowed to play passive because of the fact that he has 2 traps that are not being touched on the sand area here. That's why he was standing in the tower before this retake was happening. And because of that, that Cypher camera is allowed to be used in the post plant as a retake tool. And that is so important because the Cypher camera, if you're gonna see, we're gonna play this clip, you're gonna see that the Cypher camera is gonna be activated the moment the entire team is ready. And also very important, that there's so much stuff happening here. It's actually crazy.
Let it out, Lothar.
You can see Viper going to tower and using the smoke to throw her own smoke into this position. And this is also very crucial because that smoke is actually what is probably round winning later stages of this retake. So after Boaster does that, he goes directly to CT and goes onto site where he's gonna be just boots on the ground and shooting and stuff. But he needed to place that smoke first. And now the entire team is rounding up, they're waiting for the IGL to give the mark. And once everyone is ready, the Cypher camera will be popped. You can see the camera now moving, catches the breach on site. That's the moment where Derke goes in with the showstopper, gets the free kill, and also beautiful repositioning because he's now not exposed to A main, so he cannot die, and this is crucial because he already got the advantage, and now it's all being played with time. And you pay attention now to A main. Here, this Viper smoke being put in that position allows you to divide a little bit of the space, and that is very important because why? We have another piece of utility being used in a moment where you guys gonna see on the mini-map here in this spot Aftershock, and if I remember correctly, Snakebite will push out people straight into that smoke where that smoke will be covered with another piece of damaging utility which gives a kill for Fnatic. It's actually crazy. Let's play this clip out. Here, let's roll back a little bit. Here we go. You can see the Aftershock and the Viper Snakebite to clear another angle and push the people back towards the corridor, right? And that's another trap being set up. We play again. There's now in the orb with another molly. They just die, and the ultimate from the Brimstone to top all of that. And that was without shooting a single bullet, essentially, right? It was just a showstopper. Smokes to cut off like any kind of angles to not allow Mech to even try to stop people from defusing the spike. All of that used in tandem with beautiful timing and spacing. Incredible.
Wow, it's hard to impress this man to begin with. So let's start there. Well done, Fnatic. You've been able to impress him. Secondly, the moment you got to the end of that clip, I felt like if I was one of the Mech players, you know those mazes, but they're all mirrors, and you don't know which way you can go, so you just bounce into every corner. I felt like A main was one of those areas where you've just got left, right, banging into the mirrors, left, right, and center. If I'm a player, that is the most disorienting post plan to go up against, and you just have no idea how to retake. Really well done from Fnatic.
Also, that happened in 3 seconds.
Yeah, but I just took like
Did you see
40
him try and get
seconds.
I think that's a 3-second.
Hello? What the fuck happened?
I don't know.
Bind. And Mitch and Tom kind of
They still didn't
this
stop?
already. On Fracture, they both favor.
What? Wait, my bitrate.
Oh, wait.
Yo, my internet, what the fuck? Stay alive, please.
There, and other players were shining like Magnum above him, but I think the whole team was ready to take the gunfight if it was necessary. Their strats on Fracture didn't necessarily require
Sorry,
them
I need to go to the top.
On Bind, however, how does that
go
look
for like
them
half of the match.
compositionally moving forward? I want to see them, and I know we brought up their last Bind before against Guild. I mean, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't shabby by any means. That can be replicated against Mech here.
I feel like also Bind is very similar to Fracture when it comes to compositions that you can use on both of those maps. So I can see it being intertwined with Fnatic's composition right now on Fracture and just go into Bind. It might be just almost the same, or at least the fundament of it would be Brimstone and Viper, and it will be regress in a positive sense for that.
Dude, that match was
utility
something.
attack again. Now, will they have enough utility to make sure that the sites will be like, you know, given to them for free like it was on Fracture? I don't think so, because Bind is a little bit more defense based.
Well, it looks like they only made that one change, swapping out Mystic from the Viper.
Can I change?
Even.
I can. Okay, I just want to see if... Ah, yeah, okay. I guess that... Yeah, 1.5 seconds. Cool. Oh no, now I have a fucking ad. Holy fuck, that, like, oi. That one moment with Boaster, that was like, dude, that completely knocked me out.
And it seems like they want to be certain that they can go onto side without being like, let's say, pushed out by the defense, and they will get the info first with those tools.
I gotta say, this is a historical moment because this is the OG Fnatic. Binecom, the one where they won 22 games and lost 4 on. This is where it all kind of started. Jess, a little bit emotional here to kind of revert back where they made a name for themselves.
I like it as well because I went back to the Boaster interview and he said, I'm going to start playing new agents, and that includes Sky, and my Australian heart just floated up, and I said, thank you, Boaster, can't wait to see it. And all I want to hear is, I've got your trail, over and over again, as he, you know, he's able to hit across the map. And I've seen Hoodie just absolutely dominate with a lot of the Sky players here and there. I want to see it on this map, see what we can be replicated here.
Well, Mech, they are one map away from history and repeating itself. They have to win here if they want to make it to Iceland this time around. And let's toss this over to your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and the analyst
Back to 144
for that. I
PCAM.
gotta say, Tom, it really makes me happy to see a difference in height between the people on the desk. You know, a lot of people are obsessed with everyone being at the same level and stuff. You know, throw that out the window. I like it. You know, it's good to see. You got to be confident in your stature, Tom.
Yeah, no, I just want to talk about your booster seat that you're currently sat on, but before we get into this game, are you comfy?
So let's get into the game. Bind coming up. Jump in.
Okay, let's see.
Well, we've seen the teams and we've seen the map. It's time to get on down to map number 2 in this series. Fnatic leading by 1. And they'll be starting on the attack side. Now, bind for Fnatic and this comp in particular, Tom, we've heard it from the desk. This is a staple, but I'll tell you what, I'm not going to come in here and expect Mech to be rolled over by what was once the dominant comp of EMEA.
Yeah, the fact is, Fnatic were also once the dominant team of EMEA, but since then we've seen 2 different EMEA teams win events and make it to grand finals. So, and this is one of them. Like Mech, obviously, it's literally in the name. They were the Masters 3 champions, so they're definitely not out of this series. The fact is, we've seen them lose maps in close fashion before. They are one of the best at coming back and one of the best at bind.
Yeah, you know, looking back at the history, you think about the semifinals of Challengers Playoffs Stage 2, May 1st last year, and it was these 2 teams against each other. Oh, damn. Jeez,
okay.
Fnatic.
What? Wait, what's with the sound?
On this, they're already out on the B side. JstDave in there with 2, and right, Redgar's gone
time delay. Yeah, audio is delayed.
Utility coming his way. Instead, he has gone down for nothing. We're into a 3 versus 3 as Fnatic reset.
What's with the technical stuff today, man?
Real quick, what I was going to say, Fnatic, you know, they played up against the old, what was Gambit at the time, the Masters 3 champions we have here, with a very similar roster, and you know, this was the comp they were running at the time. That game decided who went to Iceland, and we're in the same boat here.
Let's see. They've tried to bait the rotation, Mitch. It hasn't worked. They basically ran all the way back. They pulled off 1, but JstDave is still waiting. Already gets himself a 3rd, a 4th kill in this round, and looks to try and ace it in the pistol. It's left on to Mystic. He might just want to try and deny getting that ace with JstDave.
Oh my god. Man, this audio delay is so annoying.
Fantastic couple of days individually, and well, another ace to add to his collection when it comes to this map.
Yeah, gorgeous start, really. Getting off to a start like that in the pistol. On your Sage, you're going to have that res online coming into your bonus round more than likely. I mean, it is huge for them. And for Fnatic,
that sound delay.
Round loss in the start. Look, they try to up the pace in towards the B site, but they just met the stone wall of JstDave.
I know the problem, so when we did a live stream once with like a huge sound delay, we couldn't fix it because
as costly as
we
possible,
couldn't go offline.
On a map like
Bind, you would need to do that to like reset everything.
Rounds on the attack work out in favor
and the audio was like more and more and more delayed.
You can see already Defo. He's wanting to try and farm up as many kills
so yeah, I get everyone that's in like production right now going insane. Fucking 9 HP.
The main thing in this round is making things costly. Like Mech have not gone for the same level of rifles. Obviously, Bind has much more when it comes to those close range battles.
Okay.
Like we even see a judge as a regular weapon on this map. So 1 player lost.
That sound delay, man.
The majority of their weaponry, in fact, even picking up the Bulldog. And now Fnatic will actually come in with a buy.
I actually like that setup in towards bad.
The funny thing is, like, audio delay can just happen.
Like a big risk indeed. Redgar pushing up
like, if you have some problems, like, for example, internet problems for a second.
Not, right? They didn't know. Once they spotted there's a bunch of players.
Like, audio delay can happen sometimes.
Defo falls
just
back
like,
and nades it. And that's important because, like, okay, look, he's able to get the kill to start with. But you notice he's got 100 HP when he's in that fight. That nade was just to delay them and let him be healed back up. And in a round like this, maybe that stopped them from losing an extra rifle. Maybe it stopped them from losing those 2 players and giving weapons over and things snowballing. It's those tiny little decisions that are just, they're smart calls, right? I really appreciate seeing around like that.
Production guy for that.
You just don't want to give your opponents a class. They have very low chances of getting anything done. Why would you help them, you know?
Oh,
I don't think so.
Chronicle looking to get a little bit spicy in the early stages of the round again. Gonna see this wall trying to almost force them into that close range battle. JstDave still managing to survive around it, and well, Magnum's hoping he can try and get an elevated angle, but at least for now that's not going to be the case as Fnatic grind to a halt.
Pumping the brakes. You don't want to run into those weaker weapons and crossfires and really head first into a meat grinder in a lot of these rounds if you do blitz in. But with Fnatic having no control elsewhere, you know, at this point, there could easily have been a push coming up through a mid. They've got to go forward eventually, and it's through this choke. JstDave to stop them. He'll only get the 1, and the trades come in quickly. Fnatic at least getting towards that site. They pulled it into a 3v2, but they really don't want to lose any more weapons at this point. They are up against such a weak buy from M3C. And with Magnum quite low on HP. I was getting worried with that frenzy coming around the corner.
I need to do a technical break.
They should really expect
the whole chat's going crazy about the audio.
Safely get a plant. And this round should be recovered.
10 seconds left.
And Rekar's waited. At least he'll have his flash online, but well, he's basically just gonna have to run through utility to try and get anything done. However, for Nats, there's an opportunity to at least do some damage. You can see Magnum already falling back into a slightly more passive position, and with a remaining couple of players out towards long, like a victory here for Nats seems impossible. And you can even see they've got contact and then a swing. Like, for him to isolate both of these duels is nigh on impossible, and Boast is going to be ready and waiting. Fnatic are on the board, and sure, it's a couple of players lost, but keeping those 3 rifles on the board is the most important thing.
Yeah, I think risk.
Like 2-second delay.
Taken, you know, you said Magnum was falling back passively, and then he took a 90-degree turn. Right, he walks.
Good thing
down
about
an
Valorant is you can easily figure out the delay.
For where
because of
player
abilities.
It was passive, but he could very easily have been challenged if that player decided to make his way around through elbow. And if that happens, well, you've got a player with a rifle and 30 HP up against a Spectre. I'm not gonna say who's gonna win
finally.
that fight, but I think we know who wins the majority of the time. It's a little bit of a risk, but
emote only chat activated
emote
only.
Open with 30 HP, you're probably dead anyways. So. Overall, doing well to get the 3 rifles through. Indeed, got a tech pause called through here. That's going to give a moment to breathe for these teams. And I think, you know, for Mech to realize that this is a round
surprised.
that they very much want to win now. That
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they don't have cams on the other team.
Well, I'll be intrigued to see like where the play or what direction the play is going to go in here for Fnatic. Like, are they going to go for challenging some sort of orb control? Because you've got Magnum, who's already got a Viper's Pit, so potentially they might opt to actually try and take that risk in that direction, get him that, and maybe have that for the round. But in all honesty, I'm looking at that res from JstDave as well and thinking that maybe Mech will try and be a little bit more aggressive themselves.
Yeah, I do think that in this round as well, it would be justified for Mech to go aggressive. You have to look at it from Fnatic's perspective in that they've tried to blitz out into sites now, and they've ran into JstDave most of the time. His slowing ability is crazy. And then on the A side, you've got, whenever JstDave is not playing there, I mean, like with the old setup that they were running with Nats and Defo over here, you have Viper slowing you down on A and Sage on B. It's very difficult to take aggressive control.
It's still wrong.
And what did we notice in the last round? Fnatic ended up stuck outside B long with no control on A, no idea if these guys had pushed up. They had to just run into the site. This time,
I guess the only fix for that is restarting.
I hope to see out of this early round from Fnatic, because this avoids those problems, right? They can still try to bait out some of that util early,
I don't
like
think
the
they're
wall
streaming
that's
only
being
from
used
ROM
in
PC,
towards
so
bathrooms, and they're not left.
They could reset like the in between.
Essentially stalling with one piece of map control, like 4 players on long waiting behind a wall.
Let's see if they find a fix. I mean, you can just.
I like this, but
the
problem is
the thing is, you can just add a delay.
And they haven't given them any opportunities for that
either to video or to audio.
They're not even playing inside hookah.
So it makes up for the thing, but you need to know what you need to change exactly.
Maybe finding for the orb there, maybe expecting the same thing I did.
And the delay is mostly like
something
exactly something in milliseconds,
using that same deep screen in towards the showers to almost just shield any information of if anyone's gone in that direction. The problem now, though, for Fnatic is that time is starting to tick, and they haven't managed to really garner much map control. Sure, they've got hookah,
I'm trying
but
to see
there are 3 players currently waiting.
Yeah, I don't see any abilities and like sounds.
At least they're not running into the Viper or the Sage this time. The slowing ability definitely a lot lower on this side of the map, but there's more players here for Mech. Dash on his sight, Durka went undetected even still. They had no idea this guy was here. Oh, an enigma that completely opens up the round. Now they've got the plant for sure, even with that low time.
Exactly
and the
3
blitz
seconds.
strategy finally needs some success. JstDave. Oh, this is dangerous. Res, but no wall. He's going to bait it, use it, that body to fight out in the open, and it won't get anything. The punishment there.
Sacrifice your teammates.
Now know where JstDave is, and they've got the 2v1. The plant's not ideal. This isn't really something that you can stop if JstDave goes for the defuse, but he's unlikely to stick it, right? At least that's what Fnatic are hoping. They better up the pace. He's already got it halfway. Here comes the swing. But the shots are not there to match. 2-2 we go. And a solid attack, I have to say. They play the default. It doesn't work early. They don't get any info. And Tom, I was thinking when they're going for that push, it's like, 30 seconds on the clock. They're in the exact same position that they were in those other rounds. They have the same problems.
Oh, hey.
Not the same outcome.
Yeah, I think firstly the drone, like if it even goes just a second earlier, Defo's still in that corner, I don't think they win the round. But I think again, it's something you highlighted, just that Durka's ability to get into positions that even we're kind of looking at and going, I don't know how you got there without anybody spotting you. And then once they get into the after plants, we already know
it really makes it hard to focus on the game though.
From just watching the
and
way
audio
that they
delay.
played
It's really insane.
Yeah, because it's annoying.
Again though, now the ultimates are even
That's
higher
why
up
I'm
for
always
Fnatic,
saying with
so
a stream, like your audio is one of the most important things. Never mind if you have a bad camera or anything, but if the audio is bad, people are going to be annoyed.
Use the Seekers to get some information and gamble, but I wouldn't really like to see it in a round like this. And on the other side, you basically have some of the most powerful afterplan ultimates you could ever need.
Durka needs to do something with camera.
Don't need, because they also have an incredible afterplan.
Fucking fix it.
You know, if this
it
was
looks
team
too
A
good
versus
for the
team
other.
B, right? Not teams
like
that we
both,
were
you can pretty much only see his hair like 24/7.
You are
to
not
do some
fucking
flat
unique.
tam
Change your
coverage, or
camera.
maybe we were doing NA. Actually, we've got a Brim and a Sage. This isn't NA. One thing that's interesting in the context of just playing gameplay is that I would favor Fnatic easily coming into the next round because they've got those ults and so on. But
I know where this is going.
You know, Gambit have got a few. Sorry, M3C have got a few pistols now. They've been all right with a few pistols in the past. I do start to get a little bit worried, to be honest.
I am very sad that the stim is on me, unless they're about to all go through the TP and he's going to throw the stim down and they're just going to rush through together. But by the looks of it, they're leading up to just go for some sort of really aggressive mid-take. And yeah, I wish Brimmy with the stimmy was there with them.
Well, he's going to use it on mid, I think, with the Spectre that he's running, so... Gives him a decent fight. Those pistols, though, not going to be able to crunch in quite the way they hope. Maybe they are. Oh, you're in trouble, Boaster.
That's not good.
Trailblazer. I mean,
if
you have a player behind you, maybe, but
I guess he didn't expect that many people.
I think he could hear them though, running
Fucking
around.
fly.
That was
I see you.
Big mystery.
You're gonna die soon.
Either way.
You still have to fly, so she was not old?
Yeah. I didn't see it before. Like, yesterday I didn't see it at all. Today I see it second time. Where the fuck are you? I just saw you.
Just flying above, just having an aerial
I'm gonna kill you and your whole family. Where are you?
Just spotting out the scenery and Durka, well, put a bullet in his brain. Fnatic, few rounds now where we haven't seen that much of a response for Mech, and well, I guess this would be it. Again, they've got some pretty powerful ults of their own coming up into this next one for rifles, but Fnatic have all 5, which I feel like is a rarity nowadays.
Yeah, actually a team that we only just noticed a moment ago, or a map ago, that they were really good at cycling their utility, cycling their ultimate economy, but I think that in this round, maybe you would have put 1 or 2 into it to secure it cleanly, had things not have gone so messy at the start. It does give them a hell of a lot to work with here, as you're saying. Boaster's going to be spotting out a few right away on long. That's interesting, actually. You're going to have 100 Fury pop catching them as they fall back.
Oh, Durka! Oh my god, they just put 3 ults into that and got 5 F4 of them.
Well, that shouldn't have happened.
There's no way he wins this.
Yeah.
Thank God, completely surrounded. Yeah, I guess that's how you win a round, just using your ultimates. You force players into a corner using a Hunter's Fury, then you orbital strike close just in case they've dodged it that way, and then they're running like, yeah, we managed to avoid it, and then you get hit by a showstopper coming out of hookah. It's that was like herding sheep. That's basically what Fnatic just did.
Oh, it's so disgusting, man. Where are you gonna go? You gonna try run elbow? Yeah, go through that orbital strike. You gonna go long? No, you're not. You're gonna get orbital striked and shot on your way. Oh, okay. Well, we'll hide under hookah. No, there's a rocket coming for you. There was nowhere that was safe. My God. And you know, this is an interesting thing because Fnatic, they trade their ult economy, which was massively in their favor. And only 3 ults, you know, 3 ults is a lot. But when you've still got a Viper's Pit and Seekers, that's kind of fine in resetting your ult economy.
And you destroyed their buy as well. Yeah.
Just wrecked them, just taking all their money. Unbelievable.
Well, now we go back to those deadly pistol rounds, although thus far we've not had those same sort of heroes. I guess they've not really been given that much of an opportunity. I feel like Fnatic have been such a strong unit that even if there has been a slip up or somebody being caught out, the trade's been almost instant. And you can see that they're taking these sort of rounds very seriously. You know, use the Seekers, spot out any of those aggressive positions. Nats has just been
that was
by
close.
Durka, and also with 3 players getting an assist. So I feel like he's just been absolutely owned. And the remaining players looking to try and come in on the flank. Maybe they can catch Magnum. He's got too many angles to watch, but
they should have. Yeah, they should have both picked at the same time.
Yeah, nicely done, and they'll get away with it flawlessly in the end. A few players on low HP, so you're going to be very happy with that result. You know, this could have been a more economically costly round for the attackers.
They have so much money.
Look at their money. They've got, I think, 3 players maxed out on economy. And
they should have peaked both.
This round, maybe shields and
should have gone for it. Like if they would have gotten that kill, they could have gotten the other one as well.
This is starting to look very, very good.
But
this
only
gives
peeking
Fnatic
1 for 1 in a pistol.
Safety net that even if they lose 1, maybe 2 rounds, they can comfortably buy up, and then their ultimates would start to come online as well. I mean, these guys are set up for their attack side. Mech need to make a stop. I mean, here and now. There's no more room for error.
Yeah, they're just trying to spam as much utility. You can just see the instant change of pace for Fnatic. Defo trying to find something with his showstopper, gets absolutely nothing for it. A spam, though, will at least catch out Durka, but there's already the Viper's pit down for Fnatic.
Orbital strike, gonna catch Magnum going back. They'll spray as well, and nothing connects on him. Just a bullet or two to scratch, but it's enough for him to stay around and get back into that Viper's pit. Still no plan to be secured, but they know that the pit itself is safe. Watching for the crossover on it.
Yeah, their main worry right now is that any player peeking out from lamps could do some serious damage to them crossing over to the side. So just trying their best to make sure that there's at least a little bit of comfort there. They've also got to be careful just from spams. Like, where are you actually going to plant this spike? You can't really go for the just in case, but actually, I was about to say, no one was spamming. I was like, hey, are you just going to let him get it for free? But no, they're just waiting for the right moment.
It does feel like a big missed opportunity there by Mech when they use the Seekers and they start to hunt down those players. You've got a Viper able to get out of the site. The orbital strike doesn't catch them, but no one runs up to take the space afterwards either. You know, we have this constant spray going down, but lack of information from Mech leaves them with a pretty passive play on B. Good to at least get one, but JstDave cannot commit any further towards this. If Boaster went down there, I think the round was over.
It's already over.
On top was ludicrous, but yeah, it looks like it might be over anyways. 1v4 to win out, and well, that's just going to be too much to ask from the IGL. At least a round on the board for Mech, and they've done it flawlessly as well. Going to help out their economy problems.
Yeah, I think this round almost came down to just Fnatic overplaying it a little bit. Like, they were tapping the spike, almost just trying to
though, I don't know, like, some of them should be on 9k at the start of the round.
The initial spam definitely helped just to give that advantage, but I like the fact that Mech didn't really overcommit to anything. They knew they had the players around over on that A site ready for if anybody attempted to plant. They consistently denied the player from doing so. And then JstDave has just been a rock for this team. Pretty much since its inception, he's been a rock for this team. But now, even starting to throw in the operator a little bit, he had the watch, and then they had another smoke going down just to make sure that it was really tough for Fnatic to get into the site. Just very well played from Mech.
Yeah, nicely handled. Mech get the round on the board. Still plenty more to go for them, and they're going to double down on this one with a Viper's Pit used early into Bathroom. Going to give them control of that extremity of the map. And it means I don't typically expect to see them fighting for B long when they've done that, but not only have they walled it off, they're playing on top of it with an operator. That's huge control for Mech. I mean, obviously they're leaving open the likes of Hookah, but in fact, Fnatic are not going towards it. They're running again towards this A site.
Yeah, both extremities are currently locked. They've done exactly the same thing with the Viper's Pit, so it has to be an almost direct brawl coming out, which is something that most of the time Mech are going to be quite happy with. Redguard,
oh my god, that was a bad word.
Already manages to find one. Why is these right-click classic kills currently coming out for Fnatic?
What the fuck is that?
Back for Nats, and Mystic again puts it into a 2v2.
At least the one kill for him, and they'll try to get a little bit more. Goes in on that site, get the plant. Nothing that Mech can do to deny it.
Spike planted.
The recon is not going to spot Chronicle out, and he even gets away with the kill. Mystic calling down the orbital strike on himself, essentially. He won't catch the player. Chronicle has still made it out, and now they'll group up and try to at least take him down together. Trade out. That's all they need to do. The smokes are in play. This is really tough. They know where he is after that spray, too. Waiting for him to emerge from that smoke. The diffuse is already through. Fully done and locked in for Mech. It is 5-4. Even have the option to take that operator through to the next round. Nice and comfy. I mean, as far as defensive side rounds go, getting those last two back to back, they've looked confident, they've looked comfortable. I think this is Mech right back in the saddle, and I'm a lot less worried than I was just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how many rounds they get the same sort of extremities control, though. Like, it's not many rounds you have a Viper's Pit and a wall with an operator on top of it, and neither are fought at all. So this was almost Fnatic again trying to just blitz their way through mid, and it came down to some scrappy fights, which, okay, for the attacking side, it's not the worst case in the world. Now, though, they will go back to fighting some of the other spots on the map, and actually, again, Mech have a very good read on this scenario. Look how deep JstDave is on the other side. He's currently peeking so far forward.
Oh no, Defo! Oh, he's in so much trouble.
It was 2v2.
Huge. Fnatic have gotten out of there smelling of roses. 3v3 to play with. Sight clear. And they're on it with the spike as we speak. Even getting the info on the elbow players too up close. I mean, this is perfect for Fnatic. They've got a decision now. You know, where do they want to take the post plant to? In fact, they're playing all three angles really spread out, and that might catch JstDave off guard. No, he's watching it. This guy actually scopes in and checks it. Brave has got to be so pissed.
Yeah.
And now someone needs to try and make a play. Most is going to be the one to do it, and it's left all onto Magnum.
Oh, that was a
I think not knowing where to look, where to turn at that stage, and again, Mech just controlled in a lot of their retake scenarios.
What the fuck was that sage? Who should expect that?
Just like watch Durka go
a fucking
sage
like, with an ult behind you.
Keep your eyes on the prize, and actually trade relatively well in that scenario. I was also quite surprised myself that he just got through that, barely taking any damage.
Yeah, I mean, compliments to the flashes, I suppose, that were coming through. Yeah, they did well to even find those 2 kills. And up close is nicely handled. 5-5.
Yeah, I just want to say Fnatic time 100%.
And no surprise, really. Yeah, this is a team that's had a lot of cash. We mentioned that they had so many players on max money. Now they're in a situation where they're really backed into a corner. You know, the investment into this round is putting them down to their last dime, coming into the home stretch of the half. Only 2 rounds left to play for. So this is really where you want to assess your situation, make sure you're coming in at 100% to close this one out. You don't want to let Mech sneak in at that last moment. I mean, after 5 consecutive rounds for Fnatic where they were looking dominant, they were looking in control, if Mech come out on top in this half, that would be insult to injury for sure. And remember, you know, every step Mech take towards that is a step between Fnatic and Iceland. Like,
they need to win this one or they don't have money anymore.
Yeah, it's not quite like last time where one of them will eliminate the other, but it is worth mentioning that going down into those lower matches is not going to get easier. Like our next game, we know that we've got the likes of Liquid and FPX, and sure, I think most people, in fact almost everyone, put these as the top 2, and then there's a third spot. But I think you always have to remember that the peaks of teams like Liquid, like FPX, are incredibly high, and they're going to be throwing everything they can to knock out whoever it is that falls down.
Hey, you put everything you've got on the table here and now.
Let's go.
Oh, this is a fast play. I saw Magnum was on top of the boxes, and I thought surely I wasn't reading that correctly, but no, they are looking to get aggressive, looking to push on up, and they better. JstDave has already taken the opening pick. Oh, this is nasty. They're not quite going to be able to follow up on the kills. They're isolated now in this position with the operator staring at the cross, going out for a little bit more, and JstDave just doesn't miss. He has been flawless in this round, shot after shot, leaving them with nothing to play with on the Fnatic side. I mean, these guys, I said they were backed into a corner. Their economy was really being pushed to the limit coming into this round. And Mech have made it look easy, even when Fnatic have everything to work with.
Yeah, I saw a lot of the Ascend players sort of like baiting on Twitter. I didn't realize that CNED had just decided to play on JstDave's account today, because it seems like he's just gone into that Sage operator role like it was something he had in his back pocket the whole time, and it just decided not to tell anyone. Like, oh yeah, don't worry guys, I can actually play the op incredibly well. And they're like, oh yeah, and then he does it, and it's just so impactful. Like, that has been one of the major changes, and it's also just the level of risk they can take elsewhere. Like, think of the positions that he's been playing in. Like, he's been locking down bathrooms, he's been locking down B long, he's been even holding at the back of the site on B and just making sure they can't quick rotate. Like, this allows the rest of the players to take risks because they know a certain portion of the map is completely isolated by JstDave, and well, I would say at this point they're probably trying their best to avoid him because he's been dominating.
Yeah, it's a problem that in the early rounds, this guy was so strong. Remember the pistol round ace even. Yeah. But it's not his duels that even impressed me the most. It's his positioning, first of all, but also his utility. I mentioned in the first couple of rounds, he was such a big problem for them on that B site with the wall, with the slows. Fnatic weren't able to make the explosive attack that they wanted to. And then he comes in the late game and starts showing up like that with the operator as well. It seems like JstDave is ticking all the boxes for Meg, and now they're guaranteed a 6-6 half. Let's fight for that 7, though, on this defensive side. Defo loses a lot of health getting that orb, but Tom, it might be worthwhile because he's now got the showstopper online. Not only that, but JstDave, unsurprisingly, still has res. It's been on for quite a bit. And so Meg have a bunch of early round potential.
I think that's the only critique you can give of JstDave is he is never in a position to use his res because he's playing some of the most audacious angles you're ever going to see a Sage play. Like, he's currently, again, solo holding in towards the showers, but it's something that Fnatic have cleared. They're looking for this information, but he's still just sat on top of the wall. And why not? He's going for more aggressive angles at this point because he's been winning every single battle. Now, information, I think, has just been garnered as well by Redgar. Using his Tiger, I think he at least spotted somebody on the other side. And so Fnatic's surprise, or what they may think is a surprise, really isn't as strong as it is. Look at the 3 players currently waiting for them on B.
That's the thing. And we've seen it a couple of times when you run into this stack on the B site. Meg are more than capable of dealing with this. Defo has been deleted, though. Here's the showstopper connecting on Redgar. Defo, or Dirk, excuse me, will eventually go down. But come on, Chronicle doesn't get much more than that. 2 kills.
Okay, 3-1.
Is it enough, though? Well, we'll see what JstDave can do. That res still online. Good kill. And he'll look to get a teammate back up here, maybe.
Look at the time.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. They have to try and push him. Flash into the corner. JstDave lands the shot again. And now it's left into the 1 versus 1. He still has that res. But at this point, it has to be the kill. They need to go for the JstDave is going to clutch it out. This man is in unbelievable form right now.
Switching sides.
How does he get away with that? How? 15-5 closing out that half. We've had an ace from him. Countless 3Ks, but the impact of this one is going to be felt coming into the next half. That's for sure. Mech,
10 seconds.
They've got a guardian angel in this game, and he goes by JstDave. Unbelievable. Even tries the rest at the end. Realizes there's no one. He's okay, I'll do it myself.
I don't need friends. But look at him, 15-5, acing the pistol round, winning clutches left and right, and using the operator as well. I think he's just spotted a complete player, and that's the thing. Like, Redgar, a long time ago, highlighted him as the best member of the team. We all laughed because his teammates are Chronicle and Nats, but you know what? He's showing it today.
Boy.
That's funny. Like, they'll say Redgar, we'll say Chronicle and Nats. I'm always with Defo since day 1 again.
Oh shit!
Still waiting for the day this man reaches his simple form. Honestly, it's gonna happen. But yeah, you can literally make an argument for everyone on this team being the being the MVP, being the one to beat. There's a reason that they are the M3Cs. 1 minute on the clock as the attackers look to move to the A site. Spike is there. They're going to be grouped up. And what are they running into? You got Durka still with a bit of utility to play with. I guess it's his surprise factor if Brave is able to distract a couple of them coming out of bat. No, he's going to just step forward. Magnum wants to try to catch a few of them off, and there's at least Chronicle and a bit of damage followed up on. This isn't terrible. And the shock dart now becomes so much more dangerous. It's close. It's got damage.
Oh, it's so low.
So close to getting something. The thing is, this is where Mech play their best work, holding on.
Not even something
in
like
these
to
sort
get
of after
everything.
plant scenarios. It can be so difficult already. A tap onto the spike. JstDave is going to go through it, and still again, just
like,
battling and brawling, hiding in that back corner. Another comes up and Nats, and he's just going to wipe him clean. It's left all onto Brave, hoping to try and get something, and it's not quite enough. Damages Nats to low HP, but it will be an 8th round on the board for Mech.
Whether it's the Viper wall to get them to sight, the Sage wall that gets them a plant and even offers a safe post-plant position behind the boxes that can't be spammed because you've got that big chunk of ice between you. I mean, the utility setups here were fantastic, and then you follow up right here. The player inside the smoke of Nats
JstDave is just
working
playing
his
so
way
aggressively.
in and out of that with his teammate, not overcommitting, not swinging wide, not running to short. He's peeking the smoke, he sees a flash, goes back in, peeks out after, takes a few shots onto the enemy, fades back into the smoke. These guys are like trying to kill the player on their left. They get shot from the right. They turn to look at the guy on the right. He's back in the smoke. Guy on the left shooting them again. They turn to him, get shot from the right, because that guy, guess what? He's ran back through the smoke. It's like, it was just constant bait and switches coming out, and with the pistols, it worked perfectly. Fnatic got crushed in that round, and now, well, they're playing around where Magnum's got a shorty. I think that should tell you everything you need to know. This should be convincing. 9-5.
Yeah. One of the things I also just want to note while we have this almost breather, I feel like on this map in particular, if Lamp's control goes the way of Mech, they normally win the round. Like, they're just so good at playing from that position, especially Nats. Like, we call him a rat for a reason. I feel like this is one of the maps where he's always done it best with his lurks through there and also managing to just play further into the site. Now, right now, the read currently in from Fnatic is incredible. The problem that I have is the amount of space that Redgar has taken. Like, he has pretty much all the information, so they could probably just go back through the TP. Instead, they're going to go facing it to the site. And that's
that was so close.
Pretty huge start. Oh, he doesn't really want to be peeking that now. In a round like this, sometimes you take those risks, sure, but the way things have panned out, you're going to wait around, be more patient. In fact, Fnatic's going to rotate without even picking up some of those weapons.
Yeah,
not wanting to run down mid and give the kill away, but looks like the same thing might
I want the timing.
Ooh, Redgar really taking some risks, wanting to set JstDave up inside of the tunnel, side of elbow. They're going back out themselves. Great flash.
Yeah.
Nicely closed out in the end.
He's almost got his res again.
I got a few ultis that are, you know, decently far away. Fnatic are, what, 3 or 4 charges away from everything. So again, that res being on so early is
it's just him. Like, everyone else is 3 or more away. And then JstDave is just like, hey guys, got my res again. Like, it's also one of those that, like, especially on the attacking side, much more of a chance of him being able to use it. On the defense, he was basically playing the extremities alone, so there was no chance, and he didn't need it. So I guess that's the other factor.
You see that priority as well when Mech go to plant. I think a lot of the time that spike is going to JstDave on this attack because it's something they're very much focused around. I think he only has 4 orbs from combat this half because he was 15-5, right? Now he's 18-6. So he's got 1 death, he's got his 3 kills, and the rest is just from getting orbs and getting plants. What you want to see?
Building in towards this A site take. Again, you've got the sort of regression coming out from Durka and Magnum. He knows that the plan on the other side is likely to just go for this Sage wall, get an after plant, so he's trying to at least reduce the opportunity of them being able to do that, and JstDave is going to take some damage on his way out, but he'll survive.
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing, JstDave is not only healing himself, but he's getting the heal from Redgar a lot of the time. Remember, Sage's heal gets interrupted if she takes damage, whereas Redgar can just keep on healing him, even as he's in that snake bite, and that's what we saw there. As he's running out of the snake bite, he was consistently at 70 HP, being kept alive by Redgar. They're going to tap this here. Molly's coming over, but they've got it halfway. That's great for Fnatic. They can be comfortable taking their foot off the pedal a little bit here. Durka, well, he's never comfortable doing that. It starts to become a problem now. They know it's halfway. Mech are going to rush out to try and stop this, but they can't get there in time. Fnatic have just snuffed the defuse under their nose. They had the cover there. 2 players swinging in from middle. Easy to deal with when you've got that many players to the good for Fnatic. And that's a round that they desperately needed too.
Yeah, the problem is, even though there were some weapons in that round, for the opposition, Mech can still buy into this one comfortably, and you're starting to see the crack show on Fnatic's side. Like, okay, a judge on this map is not that much of a crack. In fact, it's more of an irritation than a rifle at times, but still, you know that those ultimates are building up on both sides. You know that Mech are much closer to that victory, and they knew as well they could have just saved those extra guns, but doing the damage onto Fnatic's economy is so much more valuable because a round loss here, and they're in trouble.
The Trailblazer waits a moment, spots out that long is clear. Mystic. Oh god, he's got one already.
Okay.
It'll be dealt with at least.
Can I stop with that?
Not sticking around quite long enough. By them the control they were after on this mech side. With the res still to play with. There you go. Defo's going to be brought back into the round. To blitz on through. The kill already going their way to open this up. They're waiting for Brave to be pushed out by the nade. Nobody can come and help them through the TP. That's just a beautiful execute by Meg. Every fight a 1vx, and now Magnum's got to clutch it all by himself.
Oh man.
No real chance from there, and as you said, just seem to have everything under control for
the
majority of that round. Finally, we see that res actually get used, but now again, you've got yourself a showstopper, a Viper's Pit. I am kind of looking at Fnatic though, because they are a team that we've seen many times before have weaker weapons, but manage to get things through with the ults. I'd just be curious to see how they'll actually use them here. Will it be an early showstopper to try and get Dirk or a gun? He's been good so far. I'm also looking at Mystic 12, 12, and 12. I don't normally talk about the scoreboard, but that's pretty satisfying.
Yeah, it is nice. You know, he had the 12 assists last round as well, I noticed, which was already, your eye is drawn right to it. You're not playing a flasher. You know, if someone's coming in on KO at 20 assists, I'm sorry, but I don't care.
And if they walk around his smoke, I'm not looking at. I like the number, the fact that it all lines up, but when it's Brimstone assists, I'm sort of like, there could be so many things. Like, someone walked near his smoke. Oh, that's an assist. I stood in his stim for 0.2 of a second. Oh, assist. Like, no, I'm not counting half of those.
I can't remember. There was a bug at one point where it was literally interacting. Might have been Brim, where like literally just interacting with his smoke 3 minutes ago meant that it was an assist. It's like,
I hope it's not that.
I blocked his vision last round.
Let's look at his cast at the end of the game.
Oh god, don't start. Let's do a deep dive into the cast of this guy.
What the fuck?
The most valuable statistic out there, of course. It's not a hint of sarcasm can be detected here. 10-6, 4 rounds between them. Fnatic on the defense, pulling out their judge play yet again. This time, you know, I actually like where they've put it. Considering how many rounds Mech have been playing for this control over Lambs. Tom, you said it yourself, that if Mech get control of Lambs, you're losing the round. 9 times out of 10. And they've used their wall to exclusively walk into there a couple of times. So having a judge there right now, it's not terrible. It might end up getting some late round impact if he stays in position.
I will say I have seen very recently the Nats going in, killing the guy who had the judge, picking up their judge and using it to kill their teammates. So it's a double-edged sword. If you go down with that gun, he will use it to kill you. So
yeah, judge in the Viper's Pit gets really
They also
scary.
just got Seekers because they're on the other side. They went and got the orb over on B long after the initial bout. So Boaster now has Seekers. There's a lot of ults currently online.
Yep, Boaster deep flash. They saw nobody outside B. Make the gamble play into the A side, and Fnatic, well, they've got the numbers here.
30 seconds left.
See what they can do with them. They've already lost a few players, and the judge just spotted. Look how quickly. It's like one shot, and that's like, nope, nope, I'm going back the other way. Popping the snake bites down, keep him at bay for now. There's just no need for Mech to feel the need to do anything. They can just sit in position and wait. Spike is down the round. There's nicely done by Shados.
4 HP. Clutch.
Yeah, Mystic.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah.
He didn't even get a chance to
It's
breathe.
so well, it's actually like it's
an 11th round
so
onto the
hard.
board for Mech. Very well handled. As you mentioned, there were a lot of players waiting there. Fnatic have had a good read in quite a lot of these rounds, but Mech have just done an excellent job of isolating them. It seems like all of their players are currently firing on all cylinders. And as said, like we watched that first map, they lose it in a close fashion. It doesn't mean jack going into the second one. This is what we've learned about this team. We've even started to learn that they can now pull back from positions where they were looking like they'd lost, and which makes them, as said, one of the most terrifying, if not the most terrifying team in the world. So Fnatic have a lot to do on this side, and it's going to start off with some of those ults being spammed, I'm sure.
Fnatic
looks so satisfying
used
the
that
map to see
wall
the
to
vibes.
defend the A side. Viper's pit down
Oh god,
inside.
robot again.
I mean,
Robot.
this is a really strong
Robot.
I mean, they looked like they wanted to just wall off them playing towards lamps, but
What's wrong with this?
Fnatic also kind of have a good
Day.
read. They saw the ball go
Hello.
down, they saw it go up, and then
Just stop talking.
You've
Stop.
turned into KO, so I'm gonna have to cut you off. He's not even on this map this time. I don't know why you keep putting on the voice changer, but nonetheless, we are gonna have ourselves still this 5v5 scenario. We're almost seeing Redguard trying to fake things out in towards the A site as the rest of the team look to buddy up in onto B. Still going to be some counter utility. Defo hoping to try and find something here with the showstopper, but if anything, he's just forced them back, and that's fine. It may not be damage, but instead they managed to lock down half of this site. Counter ultimates being expended. It's an observer's nightmare of different pieces of utility being thrown out all at once, and the time still ticking as Boaster and Mystic combine within the smoke, and now it's left to Redgar. A 1 versus 4 scenario. Fnatic have used a lot to make sure that they guarantee this round for themselves, and there's even a flank coming through towards the end. No chance for Redgar to win this at this point. The Spike in a horrible position, and he's going to try and get some damage done. They have plenty when it comes to economy. A nice shot, at least, but it will be Boaster to close it. And yeah, considering that they lost the site to what was a showstopper and then a Viper's pit into it, Fnatic did very well to make sure that firstly they don't take too many casualties, but they also get back on the board. The one thing that does worry me a bit,
Turns
though,
into
is
KO.
they had to use a hell of a lot of ultimates just to get anything done in that round.
Hey Tom, how's that? Is it better?
You don't sound like a robot, so it's much better.
All right. Okay, cool. Yeah, weird. I think it's a software thing. I think I just restart my app and it works. So I'll look into that a little bit more afterwards. But yeah, 11-7 as we move on up, move on out. You got to take a look at Fnatic. Sat down on the A site with 3 players. They better be ready because Meg are upping the pace. Already shifted in quickly towards the site. Seekers have been put out. They look to take a fight on top of the box. JstDave has landed it, and with Brave down, well. And the spike hasn't gone through just yet. There's Seekers coming from behind. Mech can easily take a rotate on this.
Yeah, you can see all the counter utility just being thrown out by Fnatic, because once Mech have got into these after plants, they just haven't stood a chance. They've used snake bites, they've used molotovs, paint shells, just everything they can to try and stop this plant going down. The difference though is there's still a minute left on the clock, and Durkhe's had to go forward. He's trying to fight into these players, and JstDave is going to shut him out before he can get anything done. Nice shots from Magnum, but they might not be enough.
Boaster super late flank, but they're watching for it. Redgar has been clearing this the whole time, but Boaster hits the shot, clears his back. Now he'll look forward some information, but it's costly. The shots connected for Meg beautifully.
That's probably Meg. Yeah, that's map 300%.
5 chances to close it out on map number 2 and bring us to the decider of split. We go all that way. It'll be a 3rd map that, to be honest, Tom, we deserve a 3rd map in this series. That's what I want to see.
Oh yeah,
Durka almost had such a good thing.
Like,
if he wouldn't have walked into the smoke, I think he would have done
it. The recent comp we saw come out of Mech, it's something that was just so enjoyable to watch. Like Defo switching things up onto a neon and making it work, but not necessarily in the manner we expected. Still though, can't count just yet, because there is Durka once again. An early start. It will be the res though, because JstDave has it like every 2 rounds or something at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like it's an ability at this point more so than an ultimate. And dude has it but never uses it or never needs to, I guess, a lot of the time.
Oh, he's
His ult
inside.
is the slow. He's using those a lot more rarely.
Oh, it's A, and I think it's B.
Making their way into the A side, but not quite getting the jump on Fnatic that they were hoping for. Another
It's
kill
5v3 though. If they don't
at this point,
take too many 1v1s, should be like done for.
Going with this one all the way through. Okay, yeah. Eventually, it's time to run away. That drone spotting them out. Flank coming through from the B side already. Now Fnatic got great control in this round.
Huh?
Oh, Durka will go down. The thing is, they're whittling away at these remaining players just by all of that utility again being used for plant denial.
Oh, that's so bad.
It's moments. He could have just waited a second, but he didn't know that there was a couple of players there, and
nice.
Eventually Mystic will be there to close things out. Fnatic survive, at least for now, and then a relatively clean one at that. They do well to fight in those early rounds. They stop the lurks coming through and basically just win a lot of those high-impact duels, because that was the thing in that round, Mitch. There were definitely moments like Nats facing off against Magnum, for example. If that goes the other way, maybe the round does too.
Sure, the round can flip like that, absolutely. And it becomes worrying now, right? You look at this, 12-8, 4 rounds between them. Mac have a bye, forced down to an eco if they lose this. Fnatic just about to have their ult economy come to fruition as well. I mean, we're really looking at 2 opportunities for Mac to maybe close this out. Now, look, the other rounds, what, they'll have pistols, so probably still perfectly viable in those as well.
If Fnatic wins this one, they might have a chance because they can throw them back into ecos the whole time.
In this round here, though, at least most
But it's so hard for them to get back.
Won't be
like,
affected. Just
so
a bulldog
hard.
for JstDave to play the poster. Almost got the timing on them swinging out on mid, but instead we'll reset.
He flashed the dog.
Good information control as well, Mac, right?
And it,
the
like,
players on mid, like you've got the
counted
boom
as
bot
a
going
flash.
down there, then you've got the player destroying the Trailblazer. Like this, even though Fnatic have pushed on B, they don't fully know that it's an A hit yet.
They've still rotated players in though. They've already got Brave here. They've done a lot of damage to JstDave. Of course, he's just going to heal himself back up. But he's the player who's got that wall. And when we've seen this so many times, this timing could be absolutely everything. Oh, it's
that was
pretty,
so bad. That was so
who routes
bad.
back through as well. Now jumping into that TP, they have this site for free. Fnatic looked like they had such a solid read, but that split-second mid-round call from Redgar might have just ended the map.
God, just great space taking from him, sitting down outside. Like I said, keeping those players in position by just avoiding giving them the information that B is clear. It was such a small thing, but it led to Fnatic having 2 players on B long in the late round when the hit came in. So they try to rotate through quickly, running down B long, running down the fountain. And of course, Redgar is sat there. He's listening to that the whole time, making the call nice and easy. And at that point, in my eyes at least, the round is already won. If they get those kills and end up losing the round, then that's more of a mech problem than a good retake from Fnatic with what they were left with. All in all, 13-8. Solid second map coming out.
Okay, we upgraded to a 360
exciting decider for us.
Yeah, JstDave hitting a god tier level, Chronicle still being up there with him as well. Like, it really is an enjoyable match to watch. And you know what, Mitch? We're going to hand this one back over the desk so we can have a little break. But more importantly, we can get ready for split.
Oh.
Oi. That's really interesting to watch. But it's also exhausting.
Yeah. Okay, map 3, and I'm gonna do 20 minutes actually. Fine.
Ooh, I bet 10 and I get 10. Chrome, baby. 135k just points.
Why?
Lea?
Ah.
Jetzt weiß ich, warum ich dich so lange nicht gesehen habe.
Oh, das war keine
immer noch nicht glauben. Das ist meins, einfach so. Herzlichen Glückwunsch an euch beide. Nee, das ist gar nicht von
an euch beide.
Von der LBS. Oh.
Die beste Zeit fürs eigene Zuhause ist jetzt mit der neuen Wohnungsbauprämie und der LBS.
I don't know these ads.
Oh, cool it.
Oh, Adobe. Huh? What?
There was a word that I know.
What was the word?
Studieren.
Ah.
Ne.
FPX, I'm interested as well because they have a cool logo.
Wow.
And of course, Liquid. I'm gonna do a break. Need to kind of freshen me up again because I was kind of fucking almost falling asleep.
One day without energy drink and he's falling asleep.
Huh?
One day without energy drink and he's falling asleep.
I'm done. I'm gonna drink one later.
Addiction. Yeah, you need power for games.
Yeah, okay.
Bye.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it, oh yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch the Rangers fall, yeah. I've been on my grind, team been winning.
Meg, they're considered as one of the best teams in the world for a reason, and they showed us just that bind despite being one map down. Lothar and Jess, no problem. I would never normally say this, but JstDave and friends perhaps, but I mean they all played their own part there. But I know you highlighted him in the pre-show, Jess, and he's just insane on that stage.
I mean, I think the reason I wanted to highlight him as a battle sage was because he had a really good day at the office on stage the other day, and I wanted to be like, you know, look what you can do, poke a little bit of fun. Turns out it's not fun anymore. This is a very, very serious statement we're making here. He was able to top the leaderboards yet again. This just seems to be now the new form for JstDave. This battle sage is something that he wants to run with.
It's actually kind of interesting how he approaches showers control. He's pushing out so much on the defense side. He's going out of showers. He's actually controlling like the spawn to short location, and because of that he caught Fnatic off guard many times. But what I think was the biggest winning factor for Meg in this game was when they were on attack, they just literally read Fnatic's flanks so many times. They just waited for Boaster to go through market. They read even like when there are two players flanking them, when the Brimstone and Sky was just going through market or through showers twice. That was perfectly read. Derke was like read as well on the flank. So many like of those post-plan situations were just resolved in that area and not on the side alone. And that showcases how Meg can read and just adapt to what the opponent is doing. But not to mention, Fnatic did through a 4v2.
Twice. I knew you would bring that up as well. I mean, I want to highlight the fact that we saw so much confidence from Fnatic on Fracture. We come in a bind right now, and that extra 1 to 2 seconds of thinking room that Fnatic needed, where the confidence was lacking a little bit, was all Mech needed to be able to, you know, exploit those mistakes, exploit the time that it's making them to make these mid and late round decisions. Fnatic has confidence on maps like Fracture. Bind doesn't. It seems to be a different ballpark for them.
I think there's also a big factor in the fact that Fnatic did actually role swap a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Like we have seen Magnum on Viper, and I have to say there's a stark contrast between how we have seen Boaster play the Viper very confidently, and like the utility usage was being used. We're just, you know, like certainty. You just see it, he knows where and why to use it. Magnum was a little bit like more awkward in the utility usage, and I could say that about the entire team. It feels like they were not comfortable with their own picks there.
I mean, you can tell why these teams picked the maps they picked, right? And how much preparation they've done behind it. With this many maps in the pool, Lothar, it could just be perhaps one team hasn't done as much or hasn't figured it out as much as the other one. Because at this stage, it's barely any sort of like weaknesses to separate the two.
Remember that Fnatic's best map got banned as well in this map pool, right? So we're not going to see Icebox. How much of that makes a factor, is a factor in this duel? And maybe was the case that Fnatic should have picked Haven, but at the same time, they showcased beautiful Fracture, right? So there's a lot of questions that we cannot answer. It would be a great interview, I would say, from either sides, because the bans are interesting, the choice of the maps are interesting, and the choices of the actual agents are also interesting. So I cannot wait actually for that interview.
Well, speaking of interesting things, we touched on this already, JstDave on the Sage, Jess, the battle stage. But my question is, obviously, we know JstDave is a very capable player, but in terms of the team compositions both teams ran, do you feel like the Sage was the win condition here? Should Fnatic have maybe considered themselves picking something like the Sage? Because the impact was ridiculous.
The trouble with JstDave's battle Sage is that, especially for the heals, you know, we saw a couple of slow orbs come out that were slightly impactful. I do think he could have played any agent and had almost the same effect that he did. And it wasn't necessarily what he was playing per se. It was the way in which he was manipulating the map with it and then backing up and being able to slow orb a barrier straight after that. So for him, it was just circumstance of what abilities he had to be able to do it. I do think that on the other side, any team could implement it, but I don't think that was his win condition per se.
It's also very important to mention that his role on defense is completely separated from his role on attack. Because when he's on attack, he's one of the vital parts of an execute, since bind, specifically A side, is so dependent on the Sage wall, separating the side in half, or like separating backside of A to have a planned position ready for someone else to do that. While on defense, he can be more free, and if he dies first, well, too bad. Not much happened unless he had that res ready. But when he's taking those risks, no one can read him, and because of that, he was so successful.
I mean, the wars were really well placed. He was on top of it 50% of the time anyway. But speaking of that, Jess, I know you wanted to break something down from JstDave as well.
I did. This is the first time you get a bit of a leg reveal. Yes, I am as short as I look. And you get to see the brand new corner. I know we have many corners. We have Jess's jurisdiction, the judge underneath, and of course me laying down the law. So I hope you enjoy. Shout out to production who have made this beautiful little corner for me to be able to...
Why is that not just judgment in this case?
Jess's judgment. Ooh, Jess's jurisdiction sounds a little less scary. That's your kind of thing, Lothar. I'm gonna back up a little bit because I've already been on the JstDave train for so long now. I wanted to double down on it and show exactly this defensive uses of Sage that we heard from Lothar. And instead, I wanted to show you how he was able to manipulate it. The very first thing that Lothar brought up was his ability to have that surprise factor, especially with the operator. So if you have a little look at the mini-map right now, I've, made it a little zoomed in for you, and I've drawn some accidental pretty pictures there for you. You can see that they throw a little bit of utility over down towards A, outside of bath and showers, and they've made sure that they're trying to siphon in for a little bit of a pinch that if anyone pushes towards JstDave, it gives them an opportunity to be able to counter it, especially with an operator in hand. It gives you that opportunity to strike first and strike very hard. That's something as you see this round play out. JstDave moves all the way up in a very aggressive position. As he's doing this, he can tell very clearly that no one is pushing up in this area. No one's there. He knows for an absolute fact that he's able to stand there and have this operator control for as long as he wants, at least for now, as long as A side doesn't get overwhelmed. Then, as we move on throughout the round, he gets even more concerned about the fact that no one is pushing full control over towards showers. What does he do? He moves even more aggressively towards behind the attackers. He's not looking for a flank per se, but he is absolutely looking to do a little bit of damage if someone missteps. Speaking about a bit of a misstep, look at the player who moves into his line of sight. We'll see here, boom, Mystic goes down. And the great thing about this is that that is the opening kill into the round. You've also lost the player that presumably could have been used in a post-plan situation here for Fnatic. And not only that, they were able to topple that moving forward. Then, we'll just let this round play out. You can see JstDave feeling pretty good about himself, but he knows the call has been made, that everyone has pushed in onto site. They've given up this area of the map. They've decided they can't push it. So instead, they go all the way to the site, as you would expect it usual, execute to occur, and then
Yeah, I'm stupid.
As they
What's
come
the
on in,
film?
he goes, okay, well, I'll
Yeah, I
reposition
don't
myself.
remember.
I'll make sure that I have impact. Takes down Magnum.
I forgot.
Oh, but he's not done, ladies and gentlemen. He wants another. He takes out Durka. This is a battle sage with an operator in hand who was able to traverse one power position on the map and absolutely obliterate 3 players on a team. I'm just saying, I get to do my little bit of a, like, you know, moment where I'm like, I love Shados, Battle Sage, new meta and everything. Double down on it in Jess's jurisdiction, and hopefully everyone agrees with me one day.
I just wanted to say, on top of everything that Shados did in that game, he was the only player that clutched around, and it was 1v3.
Yeah.
That was the round v2 of Fnatic.
Love a good stat, Lothar. Love a good stat. But let's move on to the last map of this series. We can't go any further than this. It is going to finish here. One team is going to qualify for Iceland if they are able to win on a split. Actually, I do want to talk about that operator real quick coming onto this map, because Durka, who's normally the Jet player who plays a ton of Jet, he carries them map after map on that operator a lot of the times, does not seem to feel comfortable doing that on the Raze, and he is expected to play the Raze on split as well. 3
He
times.
actually plays Raze 3 times today.
One of the best Jet players in the world.
Right?
But Lothar, is the lack of that gen, the lack of that operator, and the lack of maybe some comfortability here.
Oh, did I tell you, by the way, that my Baba appointment is not gonna happen?
You know, unless we see the
Why?
agent pool that they're gonna choose.
Everyone in the
change
Baba
something. Maybe Mini was
shop
just saying some stuff in the video that he didn't want to reveal. But in general, I feel like the reason why Raze is being played on split can be now backed up by the fact that you can have Chamber on this map and then supplement the role gap that you just mentioned about the operator.
I'm gonna go see IKEA tomorrow though.
I don't think they will.
My
so
mom.
there might still be that impact of lack of the operator player, or we just have to say, well, Durka, just play with it, you know, just play with the operator and just use the satchel as a double tap next to you to just slide. It's less efficient than dash, but it's still
we're gonna go we're gonna go that I can come back at 4 p.m. or be back at 4 p.m. so I can go live and stream
ever since the changes, and I've just been, again, I use Lothar as my greatest bibliography of understanding all of the agents inside of this game. And when he spoke about Astra, I was like, oh, I'm not sure how I feel.
I'm done.
But yeah, on the
It's called
IKEA. Already no changes
IKEA.
for M3C, but Lothar,
it's IKEA in my country, it's IKEA in your country, it's IKEA in Zeris's country. Why should we call it IKEA?
Because it's English.
One-way agent. The Astra actually is, it's surprising to me.
So you
I understand why, because if I remember correctly, I did a illustrated segment yesterday about Neon and how Mac is actually utilizing that Neon on split, and the Astra utility was vital on the ramp, an example, to cover the Neon's super fast
What the fuck do you
push.
mean?
Maybe that wouldn't be doable with Brimstone, but
it's not
could have been supplemented with Omen. So I feel like this showcases that Meg didn't have the new patch prepared, or they felt like we are just strictly better right now with this old lineup, and let's play with the heavily nerfed Astra.
Okay.
You can only have 2 smokes, right? That's big. That's really big because you cannot smoke vents if you want to then execute an example. It's a
they have a Neon.
I have to see this first half. They're starting on attack. We need to know how they're, going to utilize Astra in her current form. You know, I just need to see whether or not they're able to get access on the side. Spoken about Raze, we've spoken about how we can use those blast packs when we don't have the Jet in play for Fnatic. There's a few question marks that I think will be answered very quickly in the first half, and then we can use that second half to see whether or not these teams are able to bounce back, which Mech is the one team in the world, I would say, who, if they were staring down the barrel of losing a map and they were down quite significantly, they would come back in the second half. So it's not all doom and gloom if things aren't looking too hot in the first half.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Split, at least in my perspective, is a map where I feel like if your team has good executes, is actually favoring you as an attacker, because you have so much agency when it comes to expressing what you want to do on this map, right? As you can also see it on defense with the one ways that we have seen from Ascendant example, or from Liquid yesterday. But on attack, I fear for Mac, because the amount of utility that they have means that they're gonna, if they want to put pressure on mid, right? They're going to have to be very decisive in probably first tempo with the neon commitment and also the stunts that she will do. They have to be probably comboed with the gravity well. And that also showcases that, okay, now it's 45 seconds on cooldown and we can't really do anything else on site.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Guys, ladies and gents, boys and girls, this is the decider. The winner will be going to Iceland and the loser will be dropping down to the lower bracket. Mitch and Tom, take this away.
Thank you very much, Sue. Now we're going to be getting into
what will be this third
and final map, of course. I think many are going to be thinking that this might be the decider of who is currently the best within EMEA. And we're going into one of my favorite maps, so without further ado, all I'm really going to say is bring on Split.
Wait, what? HyperX Cloud 2? What's with that? What is that even?
We're going to be getting into our third and final map. It's Fnatic taking on Mech. As said, like, these are the two teams I think most people expect to be within that top three, expect to be fighting for their region when it comes to Reykjavik. But the fact is that there's plenty of top teams that are going to be fighting through, and both of them are going to want to try and make their way through within this, well, first attempt, I guess. It definitely gives you the safety, and then you could start almost thinking about maybe that extra little bit of prize money. And well, for both of these teams heading into Split, slightly different, well, I say slightly, very different approaches to the map. Well, obviously we still got Nats sticking it in on that Astra, which is something that I think in terms of a controller it's somewhat been nerfed, but obviously for him, he's been using it similarly towards a Sentinel at times, so definitely going to be exciting to see how that played. And of course we got a Neon in the server. Has Mitch made it back? I can't tell. Either way, taking control early. Of course, it's the attacker side start for Mech. I'm going to try and make their move here, but almost trying to bait out some of that early utility from Fnatic on this defensive side. Wall already being broken apart, but ultimately it's just to make sure that they can split in either direction. And for the side of Fnatic, they don't have the complete story in terms of information. In fact, Durka maybe a little bit tempted to try and battle in, find out that extra info. Both 0 points going to land on either side of the map and try and fake things out a little bit, but it does seem like JstDave is now building his team up to go for this fight. It's the nade thrown through, but actually Chronicle is the first one to land a shot. Durka going in for
dude, Durka!
With 4 kills! A collapse to almost confirm the round, and now Nats is the only one remaining. I'm sure the Durka on the other side is going to want a little extra piece of the pie, start things off as JstDave did in the previous map, and Nats is going to go
nice.
It's just never mind. I want to say.
As he takes 5 in the first round.
I say that Nats is going to clutch, but
there. Caution here.
Hello, classes.
Either way. Oh, have you made it back?
What a time to get back, huh? Wow. Tech issues being what they are.
This one down?
You know what? I think Durka did a good enough job of that himself. Wow. I mean, I only missed the first round, which makes me very sad then, because I'm sorry, Tom. I've just left you talking for like 10 minutes by yourself. But these things happen.
Wait.
I'm sure you got through it. I'm sure the
did
folks
40
at home
damage with just one hit
now,
of that.
things get worse because I'm back. 1-0, Fnatic. Defense
why is it still packed?
They got off to a good start with Durka flexing his muscles. But we know how dangerous this attack side from Mech can be.
Fucking packed weapons still.
Hands, they've bested Fnatic on just the first map in this series twice on their attack side. Let's see what they can do here on Split. Plenty of close range options, and of course, with a headhunter in the hands of Chronicle, he can take some ranged fights as well.
You fought well.
in that crossfire, and while they're being torn apart, only one player remaining, and JstDave
flawless.
Not going to get anything. A flawless round, a single kill, in fact, for Mech over the last 2 rounds. And well, in terms of ultimates, Dirk is pretty close. Were you surprised, Mitch? You surprised Dirk is pretty close?
Yeah, after that first round, I thought we're probably not going to see an ult out of this guy for this map. But yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah, they played that perfectly
Going to be
together.
clocking up those very dangerous showstoppers potentially into the next round. And I think this is
that is a perfect bonus as well.
maybe even a round of opportunity.
They don't need to give a lot of money to them.
Maybe try to catch something. Of course, just look at how Mech are approaching this. They're playing default out there. I like the neon from Defo starting out with the shock. Gonna stun them out in towards B main, deny that control. And they've stopped them from really going for any sort of early round aggression towards this B and mid side, which is just free real estate for Mech.
You can see Boaster just setting up with a flash. He's going to actually counter theirs moments.
Oh, I got one at
it's
least.
only going to
That's
be the
good.
one, but still a little bit dangerous. Defo gone, normally the entry man for the squad with a hell of a lot of utility on the other side. I will say that on this attacking side, Chronicle also just works as that second entry, and from what we've seen so far from it, it is pretty filthy. Nonetheless, an early trade in a round like this for Fnatic, it's not bad.
Oh, nice mistake.
Come in with another. Okay, Nats is down, and a little bit of control for Brave at the top of the wall. Good flash deals with him. Numbers even back up. Fnatic have to rotate to the B site. Magnum playing late on the ramp is going to be in a little bit of trouble if he loses the fight. It's about to go down towards heaven, and he has. You know, with
Holy shit.
I just saw Dirk
Goodbye.
kill on B. He's on A before them. He's beat them. He's gotten to A before they've made it to B from heaven. And
Holy
caught them
shit.
On the cross.
Yeah.
He's mental.
That brings him up
Dark
to
is like
triple in this
completely
round.
in right now. Like,
Showstopper
holy shit.
online. This is an unbelievable. He's 9-0.
Yeah, 0 deaths, 9 kills.
He was like, you know what? No, I want to go to Iceland more than you guys do. So I've just decided that I'm going to average 3 kills a round for the rest of the match.
I can't get over the 10-second window in which he kills somebody in B heaven. And then at that same
they don't even
moment,
have a brimstone. It's not even like he was stimmed or anything. That was just sheer movement.
Exactly the same moment. There's 2 players in A heaven, and he beats them and catches them on the cross of A. Like, that blast pack was gorgeous. Flights is rubbing his hands with that one.
You hate to see it. You can't jump up with the slowdown and.
Oi.
Well, the headhunters.
Not that his like weapons get deactivated.
Information there for Boaster. That's the main goal. Use that 0 point. Find out where the opponents are currently set up, and again, they're going to go flashing in for that extra control of ropes. Still, though, Boaster's managed to keep this position for now, at least, and with the screen, he's able to rotate. Did Chronicle see something? I guess he must have done as it faded. Otherwise, that's madness.
Yeah. The connection, look, it's not the end of the world, but making that little bit easier to chip down at Brave. Forced out of position. Although they've dealt with Nats, it's the heaven control I'm worried about. You can see that Mech are gearing up for it, trying to catch that line of sight right onto Brave. Yeah, working the picks in this round is all well and good, but 35 seconds left. Eventually, you're going to have to make a decision here as Mech. You're going to have to blitz in. And they're going towards the right side of the map here, Tom. Only Mystic to defend B. This is starting to get a little bit worrying. Good paranoia, but he doesn't catch Redgar with it. Defo is 1-1 traded the showstopper. That's as good as it gets. A 2v3 for Mech, where they come in with pistols, and now it looks like they'll get the plant.
10 seconds
There's
left.
also the lurk from
They need to
Chronicle.
deny
I don't think they're going to expect anybody to still be here, but the timing just about works out. They also have a snake bite to try and force the player off, but Redgar, with an almost instant kill, leaves it just onto Boaster. They may not expect him to push this far forward so quickly, but they have a wonderful crossfire, and it seems inevitable that eventually Mech are going to win one of these pistol rounds. It was such a phenomenal start for Fnatic, but it just crumbled in that round. And a lot of it, especially when you get down to that last 30 seconds.
Why the fuck do I have
time? It seemed like there was no way in.
Oh, they don't have money, the fuck?
Mystic with that flash. Because the thing is, his paranoia, good for 2. It was just that 1v1 that basically decided the game. And Redgar, well, he's at top of the board on his team for a reason.
I'll say after having a pretty tough series so far, I mean, over on Bind especially, I feel like Redgar was having a really, really tough time connecting those shots. I mean, we saw a couple of duels where maybe he's behind a player or has to jump, and it just wasn't feeling like
it's the first time that the second game is going to be late.
Showing up when it's needed.
The second game is at 7.
Round. I guess it's no surprise Fnatic immediately called that timeout. Hell, it's the first time Dirk has even died.
They both had gold. What could we do?
Right here and now, they have a tough decision to make.
Huh?
And that's where the
they
economy
both
goes from here. Dirk with 2K can drop one of his teammates. Mystic's going to
both of the teams are playing really well.
Oh, what's the drop going to be? You know, maybe we play a Judge. Lots of teams do. We already saw the willingness to play it on the previous map.
Yeah. Well, I think especially the amount of people we're now seeing like on a Sage just sit on top of that wall with a Judge. Like it actually irritates me. The amount that God B was doing it made me want to stop watching the game because he's just every round just sat on the top of that Sage wall. But I'm more intrigued at the moment of how Nats is actually going to make this Astra work, because it like, especially on the defensive side, I can definitely see how it could work as like a sentinel, like him just locking positions down, but he has to be so selective now with where his stars are used, otherwise they won't have smokes for an execute.
I mean, that's very much the thing, right? You've got to be much more calculating. But for a player like Nats, maybe that won't be a struggle.
God, they want this wall though.
Looks like Mech are going to be moving into this fast mid blitz again. And Defo, he is coming around those corners at light speed.
Yeah.
Brave can't get out of the smoke. Even had a fragment right at his feet. This is a tough start to the round for the defensive side, and well, it ain't getting any better with Durka going down.
Yeah, because his early round destruction is quickly diminished as it got into the proper fight. Well, I say proper fights. The last
Magnum with the Judge.
Redgar stepping up, and fair enough for Magnum. He's just going to try and get himself a little bit closer to that Viper's Pit. The problem is his weapon for retaking these angles.
30 seconds left.
It should be an impossibility, especially with Defo just still lurking here.
Yeah.
There's no way he loses that duel.
There.
Yeah. Quick and clean. Really nice start for him as well. You know, this is a player that we can see on a Raze. We can see him on pretty much any agent, but you know, your Raze or Jet on a map like this to open space, Defo can get a lot of value on. And Neon, well, it's certainly looking good. Now, obviously that's up against a pistol, but it's just the confidence of going in for that control, taking it so early. Something that, you know, a team like FPX back in the day, you would see Angel play super slow in there. Like the first minute would be about sneaking him into vents, and here Mac managed to do it in just a matter of seconds. Now I wonder if we'll see that when it comes to a buy round though, in one of the future ones.
Kind
that
of
same
weird
level
to use
of aggression out of Defo.
old full tag,
Love
but
to see
it's
the
good
attempt
though.
at least.
You can legit hold any corner with it.
Here we go again. Control has almost been given up. The thing is, for Fnatic, they've been giving this up in most of the buy rounds. I think it was just something a little bit cheeky being attempted by Boaster. Again, though, we're just seeing this back and forth of utility over on this side of the map. And interestingly, Chronicle, you see this all popped often in an economic position. Well, he's just playing it in this round because they have got so much economy behind them that it gives them that extra little bit of range when challenging outside of A.
That's a good start.
You know, I look at this situation for Mech. They're going in through this control constantly and winning the duels. Finally, though, they're going to be put to a stop on that Heaven and Vent control. It's not Boaster who'd been trying to play those angles earlier in the eco and so on.
And they need to try to go B.
It doesn't quite matter. Having
They can't
Dirk,
go
having
into A.
Magnum there to deal the damage leaves Mech really reset back into the early round. They've got no extra control past.
The thing is, they have control of B as well, though. They have 2 people on B still.
Every round they've reset into mid, which is just going to leave them in. Someone has to be a hero. They're running into a 3-player B stack in a 3v3. And all the utility there for Fnatic as well. Best of luck to them. With 10 seconds left on the clock, they've got to go quickly.
Oh, did you see him?
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
gotta be
nice.
Yeah, a slaughter.
Seemed like he didn't
and,
see him.
And that's the thing. If Fnatic aren't giving a lot of those early picks over,
Be right
you are
back.
then starting to rely a lot more heavily on Chronicle and Defo to try and find you that space, get you those openers, and it just didn't really happen in this round. I will say as well, like on this map in particular,
Fnatic needs to get some
Omen on
rounds
that B
over
side
though. Like
just seems
they're
like such
4-2 right now,
strong
but they need to get
decision
like
in
a
terms
6
of
or
actual
7-2
defense. Like the paranoia is still
for really getting
incredibly
like
effective, especially if you have a little bit of range between you and the
Mac
opponent.
into
But also
like
just
a
the
corner.
one-ways that we've sort of seen multiple players do. I think Bone Cold is the one given a lot of the credit for that.
Because
but
Mac is playing really well, and they can't like they're not gonna
incredibly difficult.
Like
And again, you're gonna see the
go
same
back
sort of like
any
split
circumstance.
setup, the default held by
They're not
Neck,
really put
hoping
into
that
a
they catch
corner.
someone on the aggression, but it is a very passive position right now out from Fnatic. They are not giving anything away.
Well, again, very similar to what we've seen from them, right? I mean, Boaster tried the flash down into vent, tried the closer end of the eco, but other than that, I mean, it's rare to see a Fnatic member step foot around
so
middle.
unlucky.
I mean, that can't be happening. Just straight through the wall, taking him down, like can't see a thing, doesn't matter. Boaster's down, A side. Looks like it's open for business. You still got Magnum here, and he's taking the fight right to them. What a lunatic. Viper's Pit used up, and oh look, the rest of the players are up in heaven, so they're not necessarily upset or distraught about that. Instead, they're going to redirect this entirely, moving back to middle, while Nats tries to lurk inside of Viper's Pit. Not many players are brave enough to attempt that. And
no, it's gorgeous.
Spike down, B.
Oh,
Nice,
cleaning it
Durka.
up. The paranoia coming through to slow them just as Durka made it around. Durka in this round as well had an incredible read. So he had already rotated back as they began to do so, and then just waited back around the corner for the paranoia to come through from Mystic. Even had a secondary smoke to slow them down if it was needed. As you can tell, it wasn't. But both of those players couldn't see a thing. Still only got one of the assists, of course. I think maybe the paranoia hit onto
I'm always forgetting that on
Defo,
that
and it
screen
didn't
because
actually hit. It
like
was the
normally
peek
I'm
from
switching
Shadows
to
that
the
was trying to save them, but
core screen,
that's
but
just a
I
wonderful
don't want
little
to
setup.
like
And again,
not
just
show that.
with all these close angles, it's just the power of that paranoia.
Well, that's it. You know, many players doubted the ability of Omen in the past, but you can see it here on a map like Split especially. Oh my god, man, to slow the nade. Well, Defo tried to take some space, just like we've seen him do countless times over towards
They used
the
too
vents,
old
but,
for that.
oh, it's not as easy as dropping down into the ropes, it seems. 5 versus 4, Mech moving to the A side. Well, they've got that control nicely. Fnatic are content with playing a retake. Very late Redguard look as well.
That's a good spot.
Yeah, the potential, but he needs his teammates to buy for time. Luckily, he does seem to have the right mem for the job already. Smoke down, gonna destroy that extra bit of utility. Nats is already down, but Shados has done this just to give time for that flank. Rekka already gonna fire one, and it's getting a little bit awkward now for the Fnatic boys, as another is gonna be caught. Chronicle's still within the site, and well, the time is ticking. They need to get a move on if they're going to get anything done, and he still has that information available to him. One drop, but the trade is fast, and well, Shados is currently outside of the site. The retake will work in the end, even with the clock ticking fairly low. It should just about be there, but only a second left. And considering the scenario they started in, it was pretty close.
It sure was. I can't help but wonder, though. Redgar seems to have popped his ulti when he was coming on that flank, and I imagine that gave the Fnatic players in heaven at least a tiny bit of warning on where he was.
Did he do it before or after he got the first?
Yeah, they're exactly doing what I said right now, like giving them like a 7-2.
What I'll say is he did have a Spectre, and I think
6-2, 7-2.
It's a very tough call then. Is it worthwhile? I do
So
think
Mac
they'll flanking
knows
through heaven.
where they are.
Seems like it would be worthwhile to stay under the radar.
Like that's the problem, because Mac is a really good team, and they're not gonna
just after the first kill or just as he got it.
be scared
I'm not
about anything.
100% sure on that, but either way, just a couple seconds in between it. It's a heartbreak.
Oh!
Well, he's been doing that almost every round. I guess it's only a matter of time before it went wrong.
Brave, just like, that's enough of that. All right, listen up. Stop just trying to sprint past us. Again, we're going to see this one-way setup. A Mystic, this is the thing. His job here is just to delay as much as possible. It's something he's been an expert at across multiple agents at this point, going on Viper in the past, also, of course, on his Astra, and now even sets up a different smoke just so they can't use his own one-way against him, and he gets that control back. Just buying so much time, and there's already some like weaker weaponry in this sort of round and a man disadvantage, so Mecha just really hoping for some way back into this.
Oi.
Ooh, nicely done, Chronicle.
Yeah, that was a nice
out of
kill.
there with the TP, so Dirka's ult comes to nothing. You're going to have the operator now to play with, essentially, to throw the false on the way out. Mystic is gone. Brave, shortly to follow, and now things become very scary indeed. Boaster can't even get his flash popped before he's being taken down by Chronicle, and they know the exact angle that Magnum's got to be coming from. They've got mid, they've got B main. It only leaves this spawn. Nicely handled by Mech, and a huge round from Chronicle, considering how it starts off as well. Being able to walk out of there with all three, and you saw the impact of the Tour de Force in a lot of those duels.
Yeah, it's just the power of Chronicle being able to be that entry fragger for you and then have a quick fadeaway option. And I think in terms of players that have that timing down to a T of just not being caught in any sort of animation or even just not reacting quick enough, he seems to be incredibly good at that. Durka currently has 16 kills in 9 rounds. Like, again, I don't want to be a scoreboard warrior, but that's absurd.
Yeah, it really and truly is. He's had 2 showstoppers, right, so far.
Oh, and they got both.
Durka both getting the mid control and backing out immediately. That's exactly what you want for a team like Fnatic, who haven't played around mid at all. They've even conceded control over ropes in what I would say is 80-90% of the rounds, bar the eco where Boaster held up close. And this round, first couple seconds, there's 2 guys facing you. You're not going to expect that, and that pace change yields a massive reward.
Yeah, it's a great call. Like, you can see that Defo was setting up the exact same play made, like put down his walls and just try and sprint his way through mid, but the fact is this time they were prepared for it, and now again they're in trouble. They need to find some sort of reaction back. It's going to be the push towards heaven, but the problem is there's already 3 players here in somewhat of a crossfire. Brave doesn't even really need to fight this, but he decapitates Nats, and now they've just jumped down into what is a horrific crossfire to try and survive from. In fact, only one of them did. Shadows was almost just waiting up above, and they now even know where he is as well.
Yeah, Mystic's holding him in, and although a nice shot is connected, that is the first of what needs to be 5. An ace clutch in 20 seconds. At least he's got the spike with him, but that's about where the benefits start to disappear. Yeah. Gonna run away and try to save this weapon.
10 seconds left.
That's 7 rounds in the defense already. Pretty solid.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, again, like we're looking at this map as still being incredibly strong in the defense, so I don't think that there's going to be too much of a worry. Of course, the only time we've seen this comp played is versus Big. I don't want to be mean to Big, but they didn't win a match. So, like, you see them get destroyed by Mech, and it's not the most surprising thing in the world. Like, they got 11 rounds of the defense.
Yeah.
Does that mean this is the most god-tier defense comp ever? No, it doesn't really tell us an awful lot, but I would still say that they showed an awful lot on their defensive side, and I think especially Chronicle was an absolute monster. The way he was able to just like use those rendezvous to get out of positions, also have the trap set up, and actually one of my favorite things, which was really surprising to me on the day, was Defo's defensive side playing the Neon was really enjoyable. Like the way he was using his stuns on B-site Heaven to almost just slow the pushes down and then section them apart as well. Like I feel like it was much more impressive than maybe even what we saw in the attack. Of course, we didn't see much of the attack because they won the first half 11-1. So getting a couple more rounds here for Mech, it'd be great, especially a 7-5 half, not bad at all. But ultimately for Fnatic, they've looked good, and well, if Durka's going to keep this up into the second half, we might as well just call it GG.
Hey, I'm looking forward to half number 2, though, and just getting to see someone like Nats actually play this agent in the role that I expect him to, you know, at that, to play it for himself, you know, because right now he's removed from a lot of the action. He's not playing the lurk roles like we've seen.
Do they have any ults? I mean, they have the res.
Play when he had the Spectre moving back through, and
Mech doesn't have any ults as well. They're just close to the breach ult, but that's all.
Very underwhelmed by the Astra pick.
Yeah.
Especially in such an important game like this. But there's still time. There's still time for it to work when that goes to defensive side. Still, I want to see a little bit more out of Mech before we get there. Push themselves up to the, maybe at least the 4 rounds, right? Give them a buffer if they lose the next pistol.
Yeah, it seems like the agent is a lot less on the fly. Like, you can see him placing a lot of his stars down, and that just is almost where they have to be used because of the retrieval time being so much higher. And then the fact is, a lot of that has now become quite telegraphed, of this smoke being down to almost section off the space into mid. A lot of the time, Brave is also just walling it to make sure they can't actually garner that control. And then it just becomes almost an early round information / utility battle for, I say early round, most of the round, because we're now down to the 40-second mark, and we're only just starting to really realize where Mech are going to go. And for Fnatic, they've not really moved much.
In fact, they've even just used their knife
to clear they don't even need to move.
Right, to guarantee they're not inside the vents just now. There's some noise on mid, moving towards B. And with that, Fnatic think they've read the information that this is going to be a B play. They start to rotate, but it's a little early. Now, Boaster tries to retake control of Heaven. Well, if he does that, he's running into 3 or 4 players. Instead, he'll move down to his teammate, try to play this one together. Maybe a flash out the smoke coming through. Although I see now that he goes back up into Heaven, and they're going to take this together. 4 players from Fnatic looking to seize this control. Nats has already been spotted. He runs away to try and keep himself alive for a little bit longer, cause that extra angle for them to have to clear, but he's down and dealt with. Now they look towards the rest of the side on the retake. JstDave,
nice.
The first to be targeted and dealt with. The close left corner in danger.
Oh my god.
Defo is gone as well. It's Redguard to clutch it again. The same position as before. This time just 15 HP and absolutely no hope. So he is out of here while Fnatic pick up an 8th. This is starting to become a scary defensive side.
Yeah,
Fnatic
is playing that so well in defense.
Defensive half and so on and so forth, but geez, man, this isn't a defensive half. This is Durka's half. He's 19-4.
Well, I would love to just have his POV alone for that retake, because I swear to God he didn't let go of W key the whole time. He ran all the way through Heaven, headshot a guy as he ran down the ramp, ran all the way through, cleared the cubby, headshot a guy, and then just walked onto the site. It's like, you're talking about Neon being this fast-paced agent, where it doesn't matter what agent Durka's playing if he doesn't let go of W.
Yeah.
Oy.
Everyone on Fnatic has got 6 kills, while Durka's up on 19. This is a dominant half so far for the defensive side of Fnatic. They did pick up the pistol, so we'll give a little bit more wiggle room to Mech. But again, if they don't win this round, coming into the next half, that pistol becomes so valuable. I mean, it's
that was
just not
such
a
a good
risk
peek.
that you want to run as this attacking side. Same little bit of aggression coming out of Defo, and the same map controls taken for free. With a minute left on the clock, they can go anywhere they want at this point. Remember, they've still got control outside of B. They know that the players haven't pushed up all the way there.
Today.
So, that was not worthwhile. He is down for just a nade, and with that, that's the advantage for Mech.
I
don't know if they have that much advantage.
But it definitely seems like Mech are aware of this. They are not willing to just give this up for free. They currently don't have anything covering off the spawn. There's a couple of players there. You can see the star just going down, but this time the spam for Magnum, well, it's huge. That's the spike on the ground. Luckily, Defo is just about quick enough to get out of there without too much trouble. And they will have their after plant after all.
Oh, Durka. Oh,
Durka's ended up losing out on that duel. There's a way back in for Mech with Nats holding on to their flank, moving up to cover in Heaven as well with his teammate. Self and Chronicle can play that crossfire, keep the top control, and it's planted for them. Something that Fnatic are going to have to be aware of.
Oh my god.
Nats is the last alive. You blink and you miss it, literally.
Holy
no
shit.
Well, they missed. That's for sure. 9 on the
9-3.
board at the halftime. Fnatic just come out with an incredible first half on the decider. Mech are going to have to be strong, and honestly, Tom, at this point, they're going to need to win the pistol.
Yeah, no, I think that's without a doubt. Like, even with their sort of 11-1 defensive
that was weird. I looked away for like 1 second,
big.
and everyone of the enemy team fell.
Every other team
That was
in their path. In
something.
fact, they're yet to lose a series within this challenger's stage, and well, they're on track to continue.
That's why
that.
Guardian's good. You
There's
can
gonna be many talking
wallbang
about the
like
curse, but it is more
without getting any damage
reliant
loss.
on Mech getting off to a strong start here. And I don't doubt their defensive side. I think this composition can still work in that manner. I think Nats can still make this agent work in that regard. I just think that,
but it is tournaments as well.
Like trying to be reactive with Astra right now is very, very difficult because of, as said, like the retrieval time, also just the amount of delay. If you do go for any sort of stun, that you've got to wait, I think it's 45 seconds before you get it again. And well, the other problem is just not having as many stars. Chronicle, though, as said, this is the half where, for me, like him and Defo looked really impressive last time. I was pleasantly surprised with how they managed to play and how much map control they're able to challenge for. So I'll be intrigued to see how it works this time.
Well, Defo finished out that last half with 3 kills, and I think that left him on the last 8 or 9 rounds with nothing done. It's been a really, really rough map for him so far. Nats is still alive on 70 HP after spamming away. He has made it out of that side alive. Still, they need some kills. They need to maintain some control, and it hasn't gone well for Defo to start with. Now, with Heaven lost, these players on site, they get pressured. I like the orb down. It's actually Fnatic's orb that provided some cover for Mech. That said, the cover didn't seem to do all that much. Putting them down at 40 HP. Chronicle 1v5.
That's fucking insane.
He's got 5 bullets in the head, Hunter.
Everyone has almost full HP still. Like, oh my god. And Durka got 3 again.
That's so cursed. Just he goes to pick up a gun. I love the way that almost seemed like a layered attack, but with somewhat of a push and pull. Like you had the initial play going in through B main. Then as the fight is going on the other side of the map, you have the swing back through Heaven, while those players in main almost just hold their positions. They don't overface, they don't overreact. Then as the main push comes through, they then come back through again to push back onto the site and close out the round.
They need the timeout. If they want to come back somehow, they need the timeout.
Heads. Like they're going for like, okay, he's gonna do this.
22-5.
At the same time.
22
Again,
kills, 5 deaths.
Dirk is just not missing a shot. And he's still just absurd. But
Dirk is so happy. I mean, he's fucking, he's clutching, dude. Fucking 22 kills, 5 deaths.
Likes that.
And just a few steps away from qualifying for Iceland. Fnatic want to go back and claim their spot on top of the world. You got to remember, Durka, the man we're talking about. Last year, when we went to Iceland, he was the MVP. I was taking a look back.
30 seconds can do something. We're gonna see.
7, Durka was your MVP.
Like Nats, JstDave, and Defo.
Who beat them in the final match?
3
are they gonna be there this time?
It was Sentinels. Yeah, I'm not sure if
of
Sentinels
course,
will be reprising their role, actually.
It's giving a lot of info and like stuff for the team, but doesn't help a lot.
Wow, that took a toxic turn.
Oh no, I love him, but you know, it is what it is.
Oh, here we go.
Why are there 2 shorties? Sell those. Oh, I hate you.
Oh, they're cheap, you know. It's not costing them much.
With a shorty, a neon shorty. You look me in the eyes and tell me that's okay.
I can't use that.
Sliding in short. Oh shit! It's making me scared.
That could be worse. It could be a Yoru.
And I really like Yara this update, I'll be honest. I love him.
You can see that Fnatic is still going to take this one nice and slow. They've got all of their utility available, making sure they clear some of these positions. Chronicle's the main danger man here, although Nats has managed to get one from the backlines. Shadow's in the crossfire as well, luckily missed it.
Oh my god!
Only 2 bullets in the clip. Nats again still fighting tooth and nail, and Redgar was very far behind. Will eventually come in, but this could be a surprise, you know? It's so late.
He only has a shorty.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so you've just noticed.
Oh, no.
You've just noticed.
Yeah, I didn't know.
He can make it to the site. Oh, no. Oh, no, he's made it on!
Oh, my God.
Kill as well! Even the weapon picked up now. No info on the... Whoa, he's actually guessed it right! Great damage. Durka on 10 HP. Redgar.
Oh my god. He got it.
Shorty in from B main. And that's how Mech get their 4th round. What is with these guys and pistols? Why are they so good with them?
That he got on site.
That shouldn't have worked, Mitch.
Never should have worked.
That shouldn't have worked. Like, he had to slow walk all the way through. It's like, Nats did an incredible job from this position. The crossfire with Shadows, wonderful. But then just how does he win a 1v2 with a shorty from B main? Like that, you got to be so frustrated if you're a boaster. Just like, was he there the whole time, like waiting for me? Like, did he walk in? Like, he's gonna watch that back and just be like, that's the unluckiest I think I've ever been. Dirking glass packing himself out of there though while blind was also quite impressive. Oh, and Chronicles already got the first kill of the round. Blink and you miss it. All right, cool.
Yep. Standing straight in the middle of mid and then TP's out of there. Nicely handled to give the advantage over to Mech. After winning out that previous round with nothing but a shorty, now they open this one out. Fnatic, well, they've only got a couple of pistols, so you're not favoring them in these fights for the most part. And I say that as Brave Af just completely beheads Chronicle. Nice nade, a little bit of damage. Defo's gonna make an instant rotate.
Yeah, there's still a couple of players within this site. Like, even with the control that's there, it's gonna be tough. They've tried to bait this out a little bit with Boaster being walled in, maybe able to take some closer battles, but just getting onto this site is gonna be incredibly difficult, and they almost need to try and isolate one of these players, but you can see that they're currently watching each other's back, and the main problem now is the clock is starting to tick down. Magnum, though, maybe getting a little bit further than they might have expected him to,
no.
but Defo at the last moment
So close.
switches gaze back
Boaster
around.
got one?
Boaster has also caught Nats.
Oh, Mystic.
It's a headshot, and this might actually give them the site controlling back. No, they're running all the way back to A.
Well, they know the rotates have come through. Yeah, Defo and Rekka are here, so why bother trying to fight it? The plant can be safely secured. It's for heaven as well.
10 seconds left.
They've got control only with one player there. Weaker weapons, low HP, no shields. This is tough for Fnatic to hold on to. You can see that they're not even trying to fight. They're not even trying to catch these guys off guard. They want to hide away and run this clock down as much as physically possible. I'm looking at them though. No utility on Mystic or Boaster. If that spike is tapped, someone's gonna have to go and get line of sight on it. There you go. That's when it comes through. Defo with the quick 2 kills. The round goes their way. It's costly.
Nice try though. That was
They get it.
well fucking played.
A smoke on the site just to play
6
with
seconds.
the mind of his opponent. Just like, oh yeah, there's a smoke here, so someone must be around it. And he's just sat all the way back. Just like nowhere near. There's no one anywhere near that smoke. And I think it was actually Redguard was just watching it like, well, there has to be someone in there. They haven't just put that down randomly. Almost wins them the round. Like a little bit more time bought. Obviously, Boaster at that point is not going to be expecting someone to still be watching the ropes. But hey, incredibly costly round. Fnatic now coming in with a buy, and ult-wise, not a whole lot online. A few very close though.
Teleport's ready.
Oh, Chronicle. Oh, he's not able to TP out. That doesn't deter him. I like that he's just sticking around even despite that. Wants to get the fight, wants to take the duel, and well, he's going all the way to their spawn to do so. No dice though. Not going to be finding anyone there. Durka taking that control. They've got their vent room. Doesn't come at a heavy cost really. They need to take main back if they want to have any notion of moving here. And you know, really, Chronicle's just trying to apply that pressure. Keep the information. He's going to TP back now. Oh, that flash didn't get him. So he's still here. He's still going up. And there's Boaster down. Spike in his control. And he knows another player is waiting to take that duel. Still, though, the rest of the team's likely on their way. So there's no point in him steaming forward and overcommitting.
Oh, the timing here could be everything. 2 players watching, stun through. Durka will be able to escape, but that's about all for now. Still leaving that man advantage, and they've taken no map control. They just currently have mid with 35 seconds left. Mech have done an incredible job of just delaying this, but Durka, he's a little bit sneaky. Uses their own smoke to try and stop them catching him, but the stuns in combination will drop that man to the deck. Now Redguard, he's spotted them already. He knows exactly where they are.
Well, that wall up's at least going to buy Fnatic a little bit of time as they move to the site, but they've got to deal with Nats. That wall up actually buys him a lot of space. 2 kills for Defo with it. What? How? What?
The wall kill to Oi.
I've never seen 1, let alone 2. 10 to 6 we go. Oh, that's a big blow. Look at the money that's left.
I guess the fast lane isn't for everyone, Mitch. You know, some people need to try and take it a little bit slow. I've always just.
The only round they got was the first one, right?
To run through that and actually
they lost 3 runs in a row now.
You take them all day long. Defo climbing up the board a little bit and 10 to 6.
If they go on like this, they
possibility anymore, especially with this round being another eco.
have a bad chance to win this.
It's dirty.
Well, the stun to start off gets Dirk out of there. Luckily, he was still able to TP.
Oh, wow.
Good shot from JstDave through the smoke. See what else comes their way. Chronicles got a decent position. I mean, the problem here being that they're up against pistols. And the positions they're in right now allow them to be isolated in 1vx duels, allow them to be overwhelmed by numbers. Luckily, Fnatic are taking a much slower approach, and now that TP is back down. The anchor's going to allow Chronicle to move back to the site if he gets pressured. So he's able to keep holding this aggressive angle, maintain control over that spike, and pretty much lock in this round for them, pending no incredible shots from Fnatic.
I love how the rendezvous gives Chronicle the confidence to fight, knowing that he can escape, and then he just doesn't escape. It's almost just like, it just makes him more cocky. It's like, I could leave right now. I'm not going to, but I could, but I'm still not going to. And it just kills everyone and then goes, I could TP now if I want. It almost seems like if you just gave him that get out of jail free card before, he would have just been destroying everyone for, well, a ridiculous amount of time. Again, 30 seconds. I don't know how Fnatic find anything from this, and the spike being dropped. They just were splitting up and looking for clues, and all they found is death. 10 to 7 mech. All right, they're on the climb.
Holy shit.
The scoreline starting to
they have
illustrate
4. They
why
have
this
3
map
as
can
well.
be
They have almost 5
considered so defensive-sided. You know, with 3 rounds between them, what was previously a dominant game from Fnatic at 9-3 at the half now becomes a much more closely contested one. Surprising, you know, we've seen Durka slow down and so on, but the big difference is that we're now coming into a bye round, a strong one with ultimates online and everything to work with. And so far on this map, when this has been the case, Fnatic have not only won the rounds, but they have looked convincing. I mean, cerebral with some of the setups that they've come into play with. This is where Mech need to show us that they can do the same.
Mystic move camera,
yeah, for sure. I guess though, what I would say is going onto this attacking side, it's not really been there for Fnatic so far. Like 4 rounds in a row, economy really starting to build up. Mech as well. Like
I'm interested about the next match. Like the next match should start instantly then, right?
But momentum definitely.
Or are they gonna remove it to like
you could see
7:30
Chronicle
or
getting
something?
cockier and cockier as the rounds go by, like taking more and more space away from Fnatic. And the thing is, they know he's there. That's the worst thing. We saw it just a couple of rounds ago where he had a Guardian facing into B main. Both players knew exactly where he was. He still gets a kill, doesn't even fade away, and just sits there and goes, okay, who next? If they're getting to the point where Fnatic can't even force a player from just fighting them, we could already be seeing this comeback from happening. So there needs to be a drastic change.
They are so dead.
Look at this man.
He can't go further than this, right? This is where his limit is, because he's got his rendezvous behind him. On paper, he shouldn't be. Oh, it's going to catch him off, surely. He's fired off and still gets one, but he can't get out on time. That TP not quite instantaneous, as he's finding out the hard way. Durka with that kill, he already had a showstopper online, but it's not going to be used. Not this time. Rekar cancels it out. Oh, quickly done by Durka. He's going to try to finish the kill. That might get a showstopper back out, but he's out of ammo, and now he's being hunted down.
Oh, no.
What a huge cause. They're even going to attempt the res here. Nats taps it for just a second. He's going to run out of time, though. Redgar's down. Not going to be able to get him back up and online. That flash dangerous. Nats still gets out on top. 1v2. JstDave with it all to do. At least the spike is down at his feet, though. We're just up above. Fnatic, with 39 seconds, they can go anywhere they want. This is going to be a slow one. Going up that rope, though, would just signal death, surely.
30
they forced him back at least, but still haven't really managed to take that ground just yet. Mystic a little bit further back. They're going to try and push this together. JstDave is so quick on the trigger, but it is going to be the trade straight back. A lesson for everybody there. This is why you don't spray down KO, because that couldn't have gone much worse. You understand why. Obviously, he wants to try and get the showstopper back, but and also just wants to finish off his opponent. But I definitely was way too close for comfort. However, Fnatic have done what they needed to do. They're right back on the board. As said, though, in terms of economy, it's irrelevant. Like, there is still a comfortable buy for Mac.
Economy is still
4 between them. Mac have had one hell of a start to this. Chronicle is slowed, and he heard that knife come through, saw the slow orb, and didn't give it down. He was happy to just sit there and take that fight anyways. Admirable for sure. Durka's running up mid, got the control again. Boombot's been going to this position most rounds just to seize this little bit of space. But so far, we haven't seen them try to take it towards Redgar and really test his control over Heaven. This time, we see the entirety of Fnatic coagulate around this A side. It's definitely feeling like Redgar is going to have a big round.
Cover going out.
Yeah, pressure about to be put onto him. Oh, it could be pretty good timing for him, but it is actually only going to be the trade, and Durka has found Defo elsewhere, leaving Nats within the site. He's got himself a cosmic divide, almost looking to just try and play in front of it, and well,
wrong guy.
Wrong team. Trying to res his opponent is not something I'm sure Brave would want to be doing in this scenario. The thing is, though, Chronicle already rotating in. I think they're starting to doubt themselves, even starting to swap back towards that B site as Shados, and we'll leave just a couple of players here.
And really, it's situational for Fnatic. You know, not necessarily a choice to leave it that late. They just didn't have a smoke to put down. Waiting for the refresh. Poster's being shot down. Nats staying close, says Durka, dropping out of absolutely nowhere, materializing on the site. And with a Viper's bit down, Chronicle tries to make a play. It's not to be. It's to A, and that's where the spike's gone down.
Oh no, there is no escape.
Yeah.
It's patient from Brave. Again, a big round for them, shutting down that control early, managing to win a lot of those early fights. But the thing is, there was still 2 kills in that round from Mech, which I'm just like, well, the first one is Chronicle. I'm pretty sure just shooting through the smoke and killing Boaster makes no sense to me. And then Nats, again, just managing to reactively kill Durka. It didn't matter. They managed to take that space. Fnatic are doing so well at just trading off of those kills and not giving those multi-frag potential.
Like, it's insane what a small timeout can do for the team. Because, like,
yeah, you put it that way, it certainly does seem a lot more difficult.
Like, they did one timeout and got every round after that.
Attempts, you know, in towards B main, towards middle here for Chronicle, like we're seeing now, haven't really worked out.
Yeah.
They've noticed that play from Durka, that he's seizing the space time and time again. This time, though, he looked for B Heaven. He's got it. And, oh, I felt like Defo was going down. Just with the kind of game he's been having so far, he's managed to survive. Rolling Thunder's going to be used. Oh, but now he's gone. Now he's taken down, of course, as he makes his way towards the spawn.
Oi.
With a big flank. Nade down as well. Buys a little bit of time, a little bit of space. Durka goes right back up top, though. Is he going to be able to snag this? Just about. Yeah, he's out of there with spike in hand.
Yeah, he's almost got himself a showstopper as well. It could be a game changer towards the latter stages of the round.
3 of them.
A 3v3 retake. It was looking done with Durka's entries, making this one almost look like an inevitability for this Fnatic side. Instead, though, there's still an opportunity here for Meg. Mystic within the smoke will already drop 1, give them that advantage back once again. The remaining 2 trading effectively, keeping it into this 2v2 scenario, but they may not know. The Magnum's still within this corner, still just sat back watching onto the spike. He knows nobody's on it. They have to clear this together, and they will.
Wow.
Meg again, never down, never out, and they've got themselves an 8th.
It's going to be a long road with 4 more rounds needed to push to OT, but it's worth it for the prize at the end of the line. Mech want to push through to Iceland. Fnatic stopped them before. As you said, Tom, you know, this time around, it's not elimination, not quite as high stakes, but the prize is still the same. And no doubt Mech would like to make it a little bit more difficult for Fnatic to get there, just to give them a little taste of their own medicine from last year. For now, though, that's still a possibility.
Yeah, the problem was that it didn't look on flank, and the KO could have got. The KO was able.
And they didn't manage to go at all.
The KO was able to get 2 from behind.
The loss was versus FPX, so I don't think they want that to recreate itself either. Slightly different iteration of the roster, but maybe they're just doing things backwards this time. Even still, though, this purchase is not ideal. Like, I'm looking at a Stinger, which is not something I ever want to look at as an option for a player within this map. So I guess Magnum is almost just waiting to see, okay, is this going to be a B main push, and can I kill him with this P shooter?
It's one of the main concerns here with that showstopper online for Durka. At any given moment, you'll hear that noise, you hear that voice line. Mech are going to be scattering to the winds. This is something they're on edge about.
Magnum with
4
the
rounds
Stinger.
left to play out. Avoiding something like this is essential, and right away, Nats is going to be caught. Sorry, they actually looked for the information outside, so they're trying to catch Mystic and see that he was out, but I don't think they will have seen him, right? I don't know if you spotted if he got detected by that knife. Either way, though, they are shifting towards the B side convincingly.
Yeah, the problem again, though, is that time is ticking. There's still the stuns available as well for Defo, which makes this terrifying. Like, he can basically just slow the entirety of this push, and Fnatic are basically making this move so incredibly late that they are going to get caught. Magnum's already down. Sure, the spike's still behind, but they got 15 seconds to make this move. The TP to the site's not going to do too much. Durka, though, will manage to find one. As you mentioned, Shados with a quick trade, and actually, Brave is watching for that remaining player.
Oh, God, nice.
Last second, he's going to be able to get this plant down, but the remaining players are pushing it. Boaster needing this 1 versus 2, and it just won't happen. Mecha too quick to put that pressure on. Again, the rounds come close, but again, it's Mech on top.
Yeah, so far it feels like Mech moving towards the site, having their 3 players in the B site, their late round default, is exactly what they need because of the way that they're approaching it. Look at where these players are dying on the defensive side. It is passive as hell. It is way back. And it's something that Mech are not afraid to do, to give up that control to ensure when they are taking those fights, it's your 2v1s, it's your 3v1s. They're outnumbering and outdueling them on the site itself. It's a good reaction to what has been so far a very explosive attack from Fnatic. They'll take their control, especially towards rope room, pretty quickly, and then they'll freeze the round, wait for Mech to make a mistake, and blitz into a site. Whether it's A or B, that mid to site split is always coming through. And we've seen the adaptations from Mech. This one in particular, Chronicle trying to duel. Didn't work last time.
Not quick enough.
It certainly hasn't worked that time.
See, this is the difference. And again, it's going to sound like I'm harping on Big, but he got away with that a lot versus Big, because he'd push it, he'd headshot someone, and he's gone. By the time he's headshot someone, either Durka or now Brave has reactively killed him before he can do anything. And in this occasion, he didn't even get a kill for it. He was hoping, kill, teleport out. Well, instead, he just got shot in the face.
Yeah.
It's a terrible start to the mid control for Mech. Not as poorly as it could have gone, especially because
for Durka.
it's the fact that they lose Chronicle right now. They have this complete void of information to play around. Defo's not even going to be able to try and stun them as they come through because he's hit up by that knife right away. Boaster making all this noise, all this presence, but the rest of the team is going elsewhere. Nat's still waiting for them, catches the first and the second, spike down at his feet. That is huge. He even continues to aggress. Nats is taking the whole team down. For the wallbang of Defo, I think that would have been an ace, and no better time to pull out a play like that. 12-10.
12-10. Is it really going into overtime? Dude.
To nearly double the rounds.
Holy
just
fuck.
To push to an OT.
This match is going on
their opponent's heels.
Since
in terms
like
of
4
ultimate
p.m.
orbs, maybe Defo is the right
I
person
think
to get
since
that kill.
3
In any other form of anything else, he's
hours
an
and
awful
15 minutes.
person for not allowing Nats to finish off what was a wonderful ace. I don't think it had anything to do with his utility or abilities. It was just his raw positioning. But again, the difference is now 2. They needed 5 in a row. Chronicle, he's still going for this. He's going for it again, and this time, well, it's free. Boaster runs out with a knife in hand, and Chronicle's out of there.
Well, that is certainly going to be a tough pill to swallow, starting things out for Fnatic. A player down, and it's their information, their initiation, leaving them just with one flash in the form of Mystics. As strong as it can be. You know, you got to look at his position. Think, where is he realistically going to be playing that? And, well, there it is up towards heaven. I'll fight for that side, but there's no one here. What did we talk about before? Super passive play out of Mech. These guys love to just play back way behind the site and pick you off as you go over to it. They've just grabbed another kill doing exactly that. And Fnatic, well, they freeze again because there is no gap. There is no opening for them right now. They don't know what to do.
I thought for a second maybe Brave was going to take the orb and then at least he'd be one away from the res, but even still, like, getting a kill and getting back to one of those players seems impossible. And actually, Fnatic are just deciding to save. It really is just like they're running straight into a brick wall at this point. The early aggression of Chronicle, whether it fails or succeeds, doesn't actually seem to have much relevance to the rest of the team. Like, it's just incredible work with not only finding information, but also delaying. And I think that's what this comp does incredibly well. Like, you might look at a Neon and you're thinking, fast pace, blitzing through, but in fact, that's not the way that Defo uses it. He's using it to slow them down whenever they try and challenge
Mac
into mid.
is playing it really well right now. Like, they have...
They're going to hear the footsteps.
I
don't think any of them are going to get killed off just because they're so far back, but this is it. As said, 5 rounds in a row needed for Mech. Well, it's 1.
1 round. All the money they could possibly hope for. And Tom, I want to just take a look at the weapons that they had to start. I saw Defo had an operator as well. He does still at his feet.
Oh, yeah.
3 ops on split to start. Now remember, these guys, they got plenty of cash, so there's a weapon right at their feet they can pick up after. But this initial fight is going to be so off-putting for Fnatic. I mean, you cannot expect to run into a play like this. If they blitz, though, they might have a good chance, and already they've managed to force Defo back. I don't think he got his rifle. He didn't. He still got the op.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the best opper on the ball at the moment? It seems like none of them. Not a single shot connected so far, and well, Defo will be able to fall back to the site. He's got a smoke available. Redgar's gone. Durka looking back on form once again, and Defo under pressure. He's got Durka trying to wrap round, and he's being cornered. Still manages to find a headshot. And Chronicle looking to push back into the site.
Oh, that connection. It only takes down Boaster, who just been rezzed. But Chronicle does well even still. That's a man removed and flashes out of the play for Fnatic. We're gonna have to do this on just raw aim duels, and it's not going well.
Oh my god.
Easily able to take that triple. Shados pulls them into an overtime. We are fighting for that Iceland spot with everything on the line. Let's kick off OT here on Split. Hey, Tom. I mean, it's exactly the series we hope we
Holy
get.
fuck.
I saw it was something I mentioned yesterday. I tweeted about it. I was like, the one thing that always was terrifying, if you're a Mech fan or a Gambit fan, was the fact that they would sometimes choke games. Then they won themselves a Masters, and that never happened again. They stopped doing that. They started being the team that would come back. It genuinely makes them the most terrifying team in the world to play against. Durka is currently 29-16, and that's not enough. Mystic's up there as well. It's not a poor performance from Fnatic by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that Mech's defense on this map is so hard to break through because it just has layers to it. It has that slow style defensive
They only got 3 rounds,
and then it has
obviously.
that one explosive spark of Chronicle, which it just makes it so tilting because you have to be really careful in the early round.
Really
but if you
insane.
don't take that space, then they have all their utility for the end. Like, think about how many rounds where Defo with like 20-30 seconds left still had his relay bolt to just basically stun them all up as they walk through.
20
It's
to 18
grotesque.
win.
It's you know, looking at this game, thinking about M3's games so far, it seems right. FPX were able to take them down. Other than that,
And it was
not only have they
9-3.
won
It was
their games,
9-3.
OTs as well.
You know,
That's really a
very,
curse
very
with
close game.
9-3.
One map was 17-15. I think another was 14-12. The other was 13-11 or something. They were all super close. Then you move on to the Navi game, London United. Like, these guys are just smashing. M3 have been challenged by FPX.
If they play defense as good as they have been before, though, they are gonna win this.
Now Mac are coming in up against Fnatic, only other team that has looked dominant in this as well. And we're getting the same series. To me, that's a clear top 3 establishing itself. And right here and now, I mean, you are 2 rounds away from making it to Iceland. I cannot believe we don't have more of a timeout in between these, with the players wanting to, like, not only take a breather, I'd want to go on a swift walk. You know, I want to go out and see nature for a minute. Just gather myself, meditate, you know. Go.
But right back to it. It's that early ropes control, counter utility being used. Mech very happy to play a slow game on this attacking side. It definitely wasn't perfect, but it had its strengths about it. And you can still see the spike lurking on that other side of the map. Now, I don't remember how many kills Nats had in that first half. It wasn't a lot. It was very low, in fact. He's leveled up since then. Yeah, it was 1 or 2. His defensive side was fantastic. And that was exactly what we're expecting from this mech team. Can they now dig deep and find something on the other side? Look at JstDave selling this. He has kept 3 players on that side of the map, Mitch, but there's still 2 on A.
Yeah, here come all the steps. And you know, Boaster and Magnum, they're hearing that, but they've got the crossfire as well. Boaster's got to get some value from down below. He's dropped on and only good for the 1. The setup falls apart on this A site. And Mech have got the plant. Oh, they've got the round by the looks of it. 4 versus 2. Mystic and Brave have need to dig deep if they're going to come up with anything in this.
What the fuck was that?
And well, instantly we get the stun, so Mystic's not going to be able to do all
That was
too
the
much in
worst
terms of
possible.
popping that last smoke
That's
down
gonna
for
go
a
on
moment.
to the mental, man.
It's just a waiting game.
Yeah.
Mech have got a beautiful
Insta
setup.
headshot. Well, he's trying to fake it, almost trying to bait someone into peeking him, but they're not just falling apart based off 1 shadow step. It's going to take a lot more than that to break this team apart. They have come back from a deficit which looked nigh on impossible, and by the looks of it, they're about to take the lead with the attacking round. Then all they need to do is what they've done for the remainder. And well, Mystic can't do anything about it. 13-12. Fnatic from 9-3 up, from 12-7 up.
Match point.
I've now lost 6 rounds in a row.
This has got to be heartbreaking for the Fnatic guys. Moving on to the attack side as well, Tom. I mean, this is where this team had an enormous amount of struggles. Hell, it's where both have, right? And now you've got to make it work here. Fight for survival in a game that you've had 5 chances to close out so far to book your spot in Iceland.
No way.
Oh, man. This is tough. And for Fnatic, well, it's now or never. Let's see if they can make it all the way into that upper slot.
He jumps into the slow. The thing is that he's now gone and got them the information that there's nobody there.
They've rotated to B even still.
But look at, yeah, but it's because of Nat's position. It's because he's so deep. They'll have this information incredibly early, and then he'll have support from Redgar as well. The other thing as well is, do you expect Nats to be on this close corner? Well, with the flash in hand, I think they do. He's going to be completely blind and destroyed because of it. Nat's dead. Redgar needs to go big. The flashbangs are good. He gets 1 and actually escapes.
That's great. Yeah, a lot more than it looked like he was going to get. Durka on the hunt, though. Doesn't want him to get out of here just yet. They've got the control, and they're going to look for the plant now in just a moment. Boaster spike in hand. I thought someone walked towards that smoke, and I had a mini heart attack, but it looks like it's going to be secured. Plant down, and Mech have to play the retake. A retake for Iceland. And they're taking their time on it, letting Chronicle try to work some of these angles with the operator first. It's the right play. The flash is good.
Nice.
Magnum stepping it up here.
Okay, Magnum came back.
This might just be
nice,
Durka. To claim another OT.
Yeah, now it's JstDave's turn to try and pull off the impossible clutch. He's had a great day today in terms of individual brilliance, but just Magnum wasting his time, just baiting him in, and he's getting frustrated. Just, I'm gonna kill this man, and even still I can't do it. Magnum will bring them back from the depths, 13-13 after a
An ultra draw. Yeah, that's a fucking perfect set.
Now they go back onto that defensive side. As said, both of these teams have shown their prowess. The issue I have though, Mitch, and I'll always say this, when you get into OT, the side of the map is irrelevant. Like, sure, this has been an incredibly defensive display from both teams. It doesn't matter anymore. It's all just about the moment. It's all about those individual plays, and it doesn't even matter where you finished on the board. If you win one of these rounds, it's worth all the previous 12 before them.
Well, that's exactly it. I mean, you are, you've already played 12 times, are now 13 against whatever it is, their attack or their defense. Start to run deep into the book. Whether it's your own strat book or whether you're trying to figure out what theirs is and counter it.
They're both such good teams. It's
it becomes
really,
very tough
like,
when
insane.
you get to OT with the mind games. Second OT, and we just keep them going. It only gets even more difficult to deal with. So it's Defo attempting something that cost him his life before, but okay, it works out this time. What are they going to do with it?
Yeah, you see the same spam come through from Brave, but ultimately it's just to try and deter that push.
Such the same, like, the same recording, dude.
Like,
They're doing the same push every time because it's working.
They've still got the majority of their players set up outside the B site, and there hasn't been any aggression from Fnatic, so they don't have that information. Instead, they're going to look to start reclaiming some of that ground, and the Boombot might give them the info they need.
No, Fnatic will. I mean, they're still sitting here, though, waiting to fight as they come on out of mid, but that timing is absolutely perfect as mechs start to make their way forward. Fnatic are under heavy pressure on the site. Heaven control completely given up. The utility starting to come in. It's at that moment that they step it up, but mech, they come right back into it. Chronicle with another.
No way. No way they fuck it up.
Death, although he's still helping out with a kill from the grave. 2 to go. Magnum's been solid so far. Player just about to peek his left. That timing, oh, it works out so poorly for him. They call that swing on the crossfire.
Oh, man.
14 for Mech. 1 more to go.
Switching sides.
Yeah, that crossfire is nigh on unbeatable. Like, it either takes the greatest shot you've ever hit or a huge mistake from the players on the other side. And
both teams, both teams struggled with the defense,
getting the first couple of kills, but it's just
and then they're the first teams, and then in overtime, everyone just wins an attack.
The other crossfire I just spoke about, like you're having to clear
decide, do you like fucking attack or
only because they're not both prepared to face it. He ends up getting both of those kills. Massive round from him in OT, and yeah, Chronicle coming up with a triple in the end. It's now left onto this attack once more of Fnatic. Mech in the driver's seat again.
Well, Fnatic, we're probably in the middle of booking their flights, figuring out, hey, what time? You morning flyer or an evening flyer? And within just a couple minutes, half an hour or so, it looks like they might have a few more games on the cards before they're able to make it the full way. Face into an elimination. That's a lot to work against. Mech, just need this one.
Nice.
Being caught off. Still, quick flank by Mech coming in through the vent room. They're gonna have Chronicle here before they'll expect it.
Nice.
The shots are whiffed. That's a big problem. Defo goes up.
Nice.
Follow, but he's also gonna be caught. Nats trying to put up a fight on the site's the only one to get any kills here.
Dude, what is happening?
That spells a big problem out for the M3 Seers. This is looking to be OT number 3 indeed.
Yeah, brave in that round. Like, it was just the perfect timing on every single peak. Like, they walk through, they manage to catch Redgar looking the wrong way. Moments later, the same thing happens to Brave. He then manages to get the kill of the player behind him. Like, it's moments there for Mech where I'm like, this is
just
yours. Like, it should be done
both go to fucking Iceland, okay? We're gonna do one more round for only you, okay?
I feel like they almost slipped up in that round and gave Fnatic a way back in, or gave
You're
Brave
both
in particular
insane, okay?
a way back into that round. 14-14. Honestly, I feel like this is exactly where we should be in this series. Like, both teams managing to win their map. That's a rarity in itself. But then also heading into split, incredibly defensive sides. We've now got both teams winning their attacking rounds. I feel like all logic has gone out the window, and it's just going to come down to firstly those individual plays, but also just who's going to make the better call. And for Redgar and Boaster, that's the most pressure you can currently
dude, they're
have,
playing
in
since
terms of your
3.5 hours.
Both teams have an impressive
with
entry fragger.
Maximum
both
like
teams have those
5
sort of
to 10
more
minutes
aggressive
break.
information plays. It really is just who's going to make that move at the
You
right
know?
time, and at the moment both of them are
It's
doing
like,
it.
oi.
That's what feeds us some of the best.
And like mentally, you must be so done after this game. I'm pretty sure that's just gonna like
to the max.
Like they're just gonna lay down.
A bit of a different
Now mind what
approach,
happened. They're just gonna lay down.
Seen everybody on M3C
And just chill.
stacked up outside this A site.
Like,
we
holy
don't get to
shit.
see all too many straight pushes out of this team. You know, this is definitely a team that likes to take its time a little more. Now they're going to start this round out playing for that knife to come through. They want Boaster to look for the information right at the start. He doesn't, waits a moment, and it comes through a little bit late. Now they start to push on up, knowing their utility can't be stopped. They're on the way to site. Defo already lost most of his health. He's down to just 6, and then he's deleted. But that flash deals with Boaster. The trade's good. The site there's the plant open for Heaven, but they haven't got Heaven control. They haven't even attempted to take it so far. Fnatic are holding on to it. In fact, they're mounting a little bit of a retake of their own, wanting to mount.
Oh, Nats.
And they've run into Nats. That blind is perfect, but a little bit too late, and now it's going to be left just into the hands of Mystic.
How is that possible, dude?
Big round out in Nats. You know, we haven't got to see a few of those in this series, so it's nice to see him step it up here and now. As we said, what, half one? He had like 1, maybe 2 kills? He certainly found himself on this Astra ever since.
Yeah, as said, it doesn't seem to last long, and the fact is a lot of these players have just come off of his positioning, his crosshair placement. It's almost, it seems irrelevant like what agent he's on. He would have found those kills nonetheless, but there's obviously other pieces that he's been putting in. Again, Fnatic on the back foot, but we've seen this many a time. Looking to see if Mech have the stones to close this, and again, Chronicles going walkabouts.
Nice!
Everything for this bait! Ducker's
No way!
That so many times at this point.
No. Okay,
it seems like he's got Chronicles' number,
chill.
and again, they're going to have to play with a disadvantage. But as we said before, that fight has not been the defining factor of this Mech defensive half.
Well, yeah, clearly, because they've lost that fight pretty much every time, right? I mean, the most they've come out of that with is a 1-to-1 trade. That was a win in their book. It's definitely being grim. At the same time, they're getting that control on their side as well. In the same fashion. Stun ready for JstDave. It's going out a little bit early, not going to catch them on the crossover. 57 seconds, plenty of time for Fnatic to change direction on this one. They don't have to commit towards an A play. They're going to.
Yeah, and the flank's a little bit late. Like, the remaining players are still pushing through. JstDave needs some sort of hero play here, if anything. He's got a little bit of support, but getting out of here is going to be very, very difficult. And they're almost just trying to buy as much time as possible for this flank, which is finally coming through. But as said, it's just a little bit late. Magnum coming up with a couple, and now you look at Defo and Nat's positions. Well, after a while, you have to feel like Fnatic are going to predict this. And you can see it. Magnum's watching.
Yeah, they've got enough players to cover every angle. That's a great stun! Both players fully stunned up, but again... Oh, what? What? I saw every bullet hit him. What are you talking about?
Switching sides.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
I feel like Magnum's another one that it's just... the second we hit OT... It's just a different beast. It's like he was saving himself for these moments, because I feel like he's had multiple 3Ks, 4Ks now just in these overtime rounds and these moments. And I almost feel like this round was
how many people are still watching?
Because those players
98,000 people are watching.
Dude. And then they went all the way
back nice. We have the bug again. Weapon image. Skill image.
And they would catch them in mid, and wow, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, certainly didn't come to reality. So this is us once again pushing up to that OT. M3C Mech on the attack. Taking their way to the A site, stun up. And have the same fast lane towards the site. And by the looks of things, this one's going to be completely uncontested. A free plan for this attacking side. At least so far it's free. See what Boaster's able to do. Oh, this nade is nice. It's actually going to force them out a little bit, doing some decent damage along the way. The 1-for-1 trades, the flash to follow, and Nats just keeps on going still. Only the 1 kill to go his way, which leaves JstDave trapped in this corner. They all know that he's here. The whole team grouping up, rushing in. He's still good for 1, but Mystic will deal with him right after.
It's the best opportunity anyone's had on a defensive side so far. Mystic and Boaster, are they going to check the angle? Chronicle just hiding in the corner, and he's going to land both shots with a little help from his friends. We've got an observer who is not only an observer, but he has now become a statistician as well, which is Silv, and he's just said we've already had as many attacker rounds in OT as we've actually had in the whole of regulation. So if he's wrong, obviously you blame the observer, but I don't think he is.
It's at esports Silv over on Twitter, XILV.
Well, it was 6 and we've had 7, so I don't think that's a
34
mind-blowing stat.
Is he gonna get the 60
big
kills?
brain stuff right here. He's had the calculator out for that and everything. Gotta give him props. Well, 16 to 15, we got 1 left to go. Perhaps if M3C can make this happen. Mech looking for the 17th here and now, and it's Durka rushing out on mid, but a different approach out of Mech. Chronicle's waiting for them to go by. I think he's got an idea of what he wants to do, of punishing them in the late round. I've seen it before where they attempted to go. Oh, whoa, they're actually pushing.
Oh my God.
The before we saw them attempt this, but they weren't able to get anything done on account of Fnatic so quickly making it through rope. This time they actually send Redgar in to fight them as well. That's a convincing opening duel now. Mecha finally figured out their mid-hold, and what a time to do it.
Is that Mike who's going to win now?
They have just spammed so much utility just to kill Durka, and it is 100% worth it. The man is down, and now you don't have the tip of the spear on that Fnatic side anymore. And look at this setup that they've got. Complete heaven control, patiently waiting for this push to come through. Shadow still with his utility, even the fault line coming back online as they attempt to try to come back up, but Brave hits an instant headshot. Are they going to check though? Will they expect Red? He checks it
no
as well.
way, no way, no way.
Brave now stepping up to the plate, and that early kill, everything spent to kill off Durka. Well, there was another man with CIS blood in his veins.
This leaves us into a pretty grim situation. The run back in. Look at how much information is just completely blank for Mech. I mean, they're seeing that there's no one in vents. Little do they know. You've actually got Brave waiting to late flank them out through heaven. They're kept back by some utility on the ramp. Fnatic are just boxing them in. They're going to go for it being OT. And with Defo's dropped down, that's at least a good kill to start it. This is where Brave needs to be huge on the flank. Magnum at least able to grab one. The defuse underway. They'll swing into it, stopping it at the start. Now things get dangerous. Halfway or just about. Brave coming around the corner though. He stopped the defuse. He's running the clock down. Defo wants the swing, and surely that's it one on time now.
I don't think he's got it. It's gonna be close.
Oh my, no way, no way.
Defo almost had it. The bar's complete. It looks like was that 0.02? Oh no.
Oh my.
Man has a stopwatch in his head. There is no shot that he managed to just die with 0.02.
Oh man, it's
God.
So close.
It looked like he got it. It looked like, oh my God. There's like 1 pixel fucking remaining.
Whatever Brave's contract is, extend it by double.
They're still in the running.
Oh my God.
On the back of, I mean, you say sometimes the games are decided by a split second, by a small
That's a
decision.
split second.
0.02.
Fnatic needs to win the defense, man. They're doing fine on attack right now. But then they can't like lose the fucking defense the whole time. They're doing the same thing every time. 2 on B main, 3 on mid. It's always the same.
These teams are not catching their breath.
They need to figure out something else because it's always Viper here, KO here.
55 seconds left on the clock, and Mech, while they're about to challenge Boaster, this heaven control has been decently favorable for Mech the majority of the time. Flash attempt by Boaster, but he's not going to follow up. He's just buying time, keeping them back for now, keeping them at bay. But in fact, Mech, well, they're going back on their own. They want to go all the way back and play B. Do they maybe think the rotates have come through? Because if they do, they're very wrong. Okay, they're going back again.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and in fact, the problem now is there's actually nobody remaining over on this A side other than, well, Magnum, someone who's been fantastic so far, but this is a little bit of an ask. He's actually going to commit to the site. He has to isolate the Jules, and while the Flash will catch him
again.
Just a split second before he's able to get the kill. Nothing the remaining players could do to deny this plant at least, and while it's looking like another good position for Mech.
It certainly is. Fnatic's retake certainly not to be scoffed at, but it's this.
No.
It's that. Nat's right up behind, sneaking his way on in. The rest of the team tucked in their corners, waiting, allowing Nats to make this play, and there it is. He strikes at just the right time. 17-16. Mech are walking away with that round, but, you know, the attack side somehow in OT has been again and again the favorite side. I don't know how, but I know that's been the case. Also, 35-24, man. Even when the rounds are close for Fnatic, Durka still keeps that impressive scoreline alive.
Yeah, what's that? Nine attacking rounds in a row? I don't think many people would have predicted that going into OT after what was 9-3 defensive halves, but they've come out swinging. Fnatic not willing to let this one go just yet, but each time they're the one with the pressure on, and you have to feel like eventually Mech are going to take this over the line. Eventually,
they're perfectionizing their play
rounds.
every round, like
this
from
time,
another time. They're doing stuff differently.
It's the mid play,
depending on how it went last time. Dude, like
the control on this map is just
at
so
some point we're just sitting
over.
here
It's
next
not even
day.
about on the attack side what it opens up. It's about what it takes away from the defenders, and that's the key part. It lengthens the rotations, and it just adds a whole part of the map that they've got to be super worried about.
Holy fuck!
You can play those nasty little angles in. With a minute left on the clock, Fnatic are going to be playing this one with same way we've seen it time and time again. This flash works perfectly for someone in the corner. Paranoia takes them down in heaven with good timing. They're not using the blast pack here, so it's a little bit slower than normal. Great pick by Defo. That's Durka down, but Magnum, well, he'll dig deep to fight back. Eliminating Nats, open up the B side slightly, but Chronicle, you can't expect him to just walk through like this. This timing is fantastic. He's gonna swing through, but Magnum's ready somehow, and he's even spotted another.
JstDave is here trying to delay them. He's given at least a little bit of time. He actually peeks into the fragment, but the flash is solid. Defo will be forced back. He started this round off with a pick. He's hoping to get a little bit more, and although the time is low, they should have plenty to get themselves the plant. Redgar trying to get back in through heaven. Might know that there's a player close, but Brave is just waiting and watching the clear. Not quite going to come through in time, and now it's left on to the IGO in a 1v3. Does an extra little bit of damage, but it does look like this game is going to continue onwards unless he can find something unbelievable.
A jump peek's coming through, just about to spot him. There you go. I swing out, no response from them, no kill on the back. He's actually going to reposition entirely.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Again.
But it almost works out far too well, but Mystic was ready.
108,000 viewers. 108,000 viewers. Holy fucking
what
shit.
What these players are going through, the emotional roller coaster
and that's
of
like,
how some of these rounds
that's
have
not
gone
even
down.
the high tier gameplay yet, right?
FPX.
That's a playoff.
Yeah.
It's playoffs, and it's already 108,000 viewers for like that. That's insane.
Now, this has been a truly remarkable series, delivering far and above what we expected. As we go into yet another overtime, the question remains, when is the defensive side going to see all the love again?
Oh my
God. Another push down mid. Brave app.
Oh my God.
The opening, and they're out. They're not going to be greedy this time. Defo's going to try to see space elsewhere, and actually does a pretty fine job of it. He's right into the site.
Yeah, the snakebite not doing anywhere near as much damage as maybe they hoped it would.
Oh my
One
God.
goes down, Durka. He's found another in the trades this time.
4v2. Come on. No fucking way.
Remaining. Chronicle is spotted. And actually, the rest of the team, they haven't turned around. They haven't looked back. Somehow he manages to get an opportunity, but it won't be enough.
They won. Oh my God. The first time they won defense.
Round. I have to say that the balls on them to go for that mid peak once again. They did that, what, once? I think in the entirety of regulation. That's like a cheeky palate cleanser to what was an incredibly passive hold. To do that in OT, everything on the line. I've got mad respect for you, Boaster, for calling that one.
It's almost the best time to do it, right? You pull that out, and I guarantee you, Mech, are not expecting it, and you saw it right there. Deer in headlights in that sort of scenario. By the time you know what's going on, it's already too late. We're one round away now from Fnatic pushing past, and it's onto the attack side, where both of these teams in OT have found success again and again. Fnatic's attack, well, they're looking to take it towards the B side, but we're still going to see that mid-aggression out of Durka by the looks of things.
Well, they had 5 attempts to do this in regulation. They'd been given another shot after plenty on the other side. Chronicle, he's still going walkabout. Now, it looks like they might go back and try and shut him down. It definitely has its risks about it, challenging this man, especially when he has the ability to fade away, but they've done incredibly well of shutting down these pushes, and well, Chronicle this time's not going to stick around too long.
He's right back to the site with that anchor. The beauty of being able to just TP out of there and rendezvous with your teammates.
They have 1 minute.
To go, Fnatic.
If they go that slow, they don't have enough. They don't have a lot of time
jumping
to do
into
stuff.
a site head first and giving it all away instead. They'll actually get detected by the knife in perfect timing as they start to rotate around towards the B side, and that's Defo eliminated. Durka's mid fights, man. He might win them in the start of the round every time. This time he delays it, walks up B heaven, takes the kill and puts enormous pressure on these players on site. And look at JstDave. He's been blinded up multiple times, yet still he's able to get a kill. Repositioned down below, and that's another gorgeous stuff by JstDave. Here comes his teammate to help him out as well.
Oh my god, how is he alive? And when they need him the most, JstDave has come up with 3, and well, he's even, they've even got the stun there. There's no way the Boaster gets away with that one. Finally, a defensive round comes onto the board, and while Mech is there to match them, it's still going on. 18-18. If you want to see small margins, if you want to see 2 teams with nothing between them, this is the place to be right now. A series which, wow, it definitely can go either way, in case anybody didn't wonder, but a ticket straight to Iceland. No pressure after this point. Obviously some money on the line, but for the team that loses, you still have to battle back through that lower bracket where I said it's going to be players who'd lose the next match as well. It could be Liquid, could be FPX. It's not going to be an easy road.
Yeah, playing an AWP on Dark.
Guild as well.
Dark is playing an AWP.
It is not a match either of these teams can afford to lose.
And there's no one on A.
Right now,
that's bad.
Well, we're coming into OT with, in case you guys didn't notice, with Dirk on an operator. He's playing that towards a ramp. This guy's got like 37 kills right now, and he's pulling out the op. Truly disgusting. Oh, okay,
he's trying to bait. He's baiting the steps.
Yeah, running around the circle. I like it.
He did that last time they played as well outside B main. He basically throws up the wall, try and baits the steps that they've already made it through. The fact that maybe try and get rid of some of the utility on the other side. It doesn't seem like Fnatic have fallen for it, but hey, nothing really lost from it.
Yeah, worth the attempt for sure. Any misinformation you can get out there, always going to be worthwhile. 55 seconds, they're coming up on Mech, still with the mid control. It's been given up every single round by both teams, so no surprises there. They know they're going to have to fight into B heaven, and they've got a knife up in just a second. Well, at 3 seconds or so. You can play that for the information up
they're
towards
going A. Oh my god, they're going A.
Heaven, I'd imagine, try to skirmish here,
don't fucking move. Feed the
we've seen this
stone.
a couple times from Mech. And yeah, same thing's going to come through.
No!
Moves.
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
that's kind of risky. Dirk is still there.
Yes!
There, he moved away, but then went back for the peak. He's delayed them as well with the nade. And the problem now, Mitch, is there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. And do they expect Magnum to still be here? He's done this before, looks to do it again, and they're just running out of time. They have to get into the site. The spike is currently going through heaven. Are they attempting to go back to B? I don't even think they have enough time for this. Completely lost the plot towards the end, but it didn't even matter. Round was already over. A good read, a good hold from Fnatic, and well, it seems like we're completely switching up how things are being played, as now it's all the defense that are winning their rounds.
It's quite a strange one. The rotate back. I think gambling into the site last second, meeting such heavy resistance, and you start to see the strain that's being put on these players. At the same time, just one of those rounds is bound to happen eventually. You play it slow, they don't give you anything, and they keep their util for late play to shut you down like that. The problem is for Meg, you make a mistake like that now, Fnatic exploit a little bit of a window like that, and all of a sudden, you know, you're on the back foot now, having to make your defensive side work when the attacks look great so far. We get a little bit shaky, get a little bit scary. And the Fnatic side, oh, they're gonna catch Chronicle. Oh, they're gonna, the whole team's walking around the corner.
Well, he's gonna catch them, bitch. Mystic down, that's your smokes, or at least one of your controllers gone, and with the wall or the screen down on the other side of the map, it means this hold is, well, basically he's got free roam to just try and brawl versus him, and I am not surprised that Fnatic go, you know what? I don't fancy that one.
Not when he has the op like that, yeah, and especially because it's a chamber. Not only are you going to run into the op on long range without the ability to smoke him off, but then you're also going to have to play onto the second time that he shoots. He can just TP.
This setup's so gross. It's just there every time. Stun into a second stun. JstDave is already going to drop one. Magnum gets a good timing, but it doesn't really matter so much. And now they have to try and get rid of Nats at the back of this site. He has been an absolute rock when it comes to this defensive side. Trying to clear him out is just going to be impossible. And here's all that utility just going down. Grab well to delay them. Good luck for this one. Nats will close it 19-19. We continue to march on.
Yeah, we're going and going. For those of you that don't know, got to take that 2-round lead when it comes to OT, and so far...
I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't even, like 117,000 viewers.
People tuning in now who, you know, they're usually watching live chess on Twitch. I don't know.
Maybe.
Not everybody plays Valorant all day, every day like us, right? I think people have lives.
I can't wait for Lothar's Lab, which is going to be a 2.5-hour segment in between these games.
Yeah, I want you to break down every round.
So I have something from every round. I might need that break, to be honest. I might need it. I don't know if I'm ready for another series, because we don't even know when this is going to end.
If it's going to end. A difference from Fnatic, they try to play aggressive on mid. I guess not a difference when we've seen Brave and Durka do it a couple of times. M3C good for the control to start with, and they are rolling over that A side. Redgar starting to really show up. And this is scary now. Oh, quick kills by Fnatic. Mystic getting a double on sight. He drops the spike. He goes in for more, and Mystic just cannot be stopped. His man was off at the start of the last round, and he took that personally. 2v1 with Nats having to clutch it. This was looking like a convincing attacking round for Mech. And my God, it has fallen apart quickly.
Oh, he's still alive and kicking though. Doesn't know where Brave currently sits. He's gonna sit there and wait, as it will be a huge comeback in this round. A 2 versus 5 that might just be the last mistake that Mech make, because now, well, another opportunity going in onto that attack side for Fnatic.
That's score.
I can't believe they won this. By Mystic. Just
You've almost never seen that shit. Never.
And I love the fact
a score
that
like that.
Just to meet back 2019. Give them a
2019.
much higher chance than those isolated fights they would have had. It's such a small detail, but in crucial moments like that, difference maker.
Really and truly. With that 20-19 we go. Fnatic once again so close to securing their spot. Let's see if they've got what it takes this time. Mech playing very passive in towards B, having great stuns. And that's exactly what they were baiting for with that passive
Oh my
play.
God, not
they
again.
want to punish Fnatic now, let them take the space, and then they'll snatch it right back. 20-20. I'm going to call it here, because Magnum, I don't think he's getting away with this one.
So Mitch, I think what do we call this when you get to 2020? I can't remember. There was a phrase they used.
I hate you, Tom. I hate you.
Was it double digits in the twos?
I hate you so much. It's, why you gotta do that right now?
There's not many opportunities I get to make that joke again, but
I wish there were none. That's gonna start a roll. 19s max, and we just call it flip a coin. Yeah, double digits in the twos. We're there. We've made it.
Like, just for anyone who doesn't know Val, and they don't know that it normally ends at 13, and we're at 20, for both,
46, I think.
is something else.
Yeah, no, it was 46. It was 24 to 22. So I don't even want to think about that, I'll be honest. Let's see how this 50. One goes first.
Let's hit double digits in the threes. Let's make it happen.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, actually an hour ago.
If things keep going this way, we've had attack.
Wow, we're almost in overtime for an hour.
Matter. These teams, they're fighting tooth and nail. You see how much it means. God, this has been like a 4-hour series. They've got to be drained at this point. Moving into round 41. Mech have got control over the A side. A plan found as well, but Fnatic, once again, they planned for this. They wanted to play the retake if it came down to an A hit. Now we get to see what they've got up their sleeve for it.
It's been a battle for ramp almost every single time, and
2 HP.
The HP is traded back, but not much else. We've also got an aftershock, just trying to delay them being able to take that control. If this nade goes through, Nats is almost definitely dead. So incredibly low on HP, and actually, he's just going to be stuck in the mud, but they've held onto it, at least for now.
Oh
and
my.
The time is ticking. He's going to clip the edge, though. Can't survive that extra piece of utility. Redgar, though, is almost instant with the trade. Bringing things back. Shados there as well. Clinical as ever. And once again, it comes down to what looks like an impossible scenario, and Mystic can get nothing done. Mech, again, take themselves the lead. Once more, Fnatic look to try and fight back.
You know it's a good round when you come into OT and you're sitting like a 4v2 at a Rolling Thunder. That round is secure as can be. Once JstDave shows up like that, I mean, he can hold out and just cancel Diffuse if it even came down to it. But you know, when they're leading by that much, yeah, it made sense to roll it and just pop out into the fights together. 21-20 we roll. And Mech, well, they want to book their spot. Right here, right now. Defensive side, weapons coming through. No operator again. You know, I'm kind of surprised not seeing them pull it through. I didn't think Durka would be the one to pull it out of everyone here, especially with someone like Chronicle playing what he is.
It's just a game of chicken at this point. Chronicle's pushed every single part of the map in different rounds, so there's no surprise that you can see this default being held. Control being challenged for in towards the ropes, and Defo already going for a bit of a quick rotate. That probably would have been heard, but I think that was his plan. That was the game all along. Fake the footsteps and then go walking back. Brave might just go pushing into this because he thinks that the man on the other side is gone. Instead, he's holding within this smoke. Now, the wall could actually displace him completely. Instead, he just holds position. And what Durka needs to try and clear him out. Instead, he's actually killed off Nats.
He didn't even try. I mean, why? How? That's what Nats has got to be asking. Defo's down too. Oh God. Fnatic, they're fighting their way right back into this one despite JstDave's kill, and I like this Boaster coming in on the flank. He's heard the steps, heard the rotates. He's not going to play all the way through, not wanting to give away that advantage. Instead, they'll take the plant. And it's a passive one as well, considering the control over Heaven. They opt instead to play it in on default. It's going to make it harder to hold on to in the late round. As Meg begins to push back out, though, Chronicle falls, and that's a devastating blow, really. You've already used up a lot of your utility here as JstDave. They've got to win some fights right now, or this one's going to be going to another OT.
He's hoping for that spam, but not going to get anything from it, and you could just see how passive they're holding. Not giving anything up, not giving that extra space, and while Redgar needs to spin on a dime to find these remaining players, instead it is Boaster.
What is happening?
42 rounds is where we've got to now. Again, there is just no telling these teams apart.
Oh, no, really. This is map 3. OT number, who even knows at this point? I mean, things are
OT number, who even knows at this point?
What is beautiful about it is how differently we're seeing, or the evolution of some of these rounds. You have the constant mid-aggression out of Defo and out of Durka on the attack side.
I mean, dude, 130k viewers, 130k.
Mid-control is actually swinging towards the defensive side sometimes in early fights. I mean, we've seen Fnatic with Durka and Brave push down here. Even in this round, the wall is here to play with, and Brave is trying to fight it. These teams are gaining the confidence slowly to at least make it more costly in terms of utility and time in taking control over this mid-B area.
Oh, Chronicle. It's close. Mystic has been taking that jump peak for the majority of rounds. It's something they can predict, and no doubt, again, it's ropes control for Defo. The wall is up in spot though, so they don't really need to worry so much. And
dude, it's like legit a replay.
Control. Again, it's just almost a bait out of utility, but with the position of the spike being outside B, that seems to be the point of call, at least for now. And with Boaster slowly making his rotation back, mainly because Durka's got the rest of the spots locked down, they might actually have the right read here.
100 soon. These people.
Well, that suppression coming through certainly gives a little bit of information to play with. Boaster to try to catch a few of these shots in through the smoke, but nothing to land.
30 seconds left.
That harassment coming out of Fnatic yielding nothing. They're gonna have to play a hard retake on this again. These players trapped in towards the spawn. They're even late coming through ropes, but JstDave is watching for it. They're coming slowly though. They're conscious that he could be sat in any of these corners.
Wow.
I mean, that was a nice swing by JstDave to be able to time that perfectly, but Durka's just way too quick.
And now 5v4, an opportunity here for them to get back in. Nats already shuts down one though, and the trades have started to go back thick and fast. Fnatic swing back themselves, leaving it all onto Nats alongside Chronicle, and Chronicle's left alone. The retake is superb.
Okay, 22-21. Come on, dude. Like
hit 22, and well, once again, it's going to have to be that trade back on the other side on that defense. But I really like this from Fnatic now. I think they've stopped sort of over-facing in a lot of these rounds, stopped overplaying and just playing for those retakes where I feel like they've looked a lot better. Like having all of that extra utility, not using too much of it in those early rounds when they know that the chances are there's not going to be like a blitz round coming out from Mech on the attack, mainly because again, it's such a bold call to go for some sort of fast play on the attack
like
when
a
the
cool,
default style has been
like,
working. So
esports match, man. Well, because I like Fnatic.
In the game when Defo was doing exactly the same thing.
Well, there's a distinct difference in the first 10 seconds there. You see Fnatic do nothing on middle. They don't even use the boom bot. That's very, very different considering they've consistently been aggressively seizing that control. It's because the entire team is moving here this time. 3 players up in heaven, the spike there as well. And as we're seeing that lineup of the Paranoia, they want to fight this. Now, it's come through a couple of times. This time, though, Paranoia is for down below, and it's going to catch the players who are trying to stop them, but JstDave is above it. He's able to at least catch the first. That's all he'll get this time, though. Fnatic really upping the pace. They've got the site control, they've got the advantage, and Mech are having to play a retake with one less player, with no JstDave to flash them in or stun them up. Even a little bit of damage taken here by Redgar. This is going to be a tough round. We might just be looking at the final one playing out, and in fact, Tom, just take a look at Durka. He's running
such a rat.
all the way, and this is perfect because Fnatic have got the time to do this. They've got players on site. They still have 2 snake bites on Magnum. He has a post plant set up inside of B main, and then late play flank. This is their round. I'm gonna call it now. Mech don't win this. I mean, they need a god tier performance to get out alive in this one. They have to catch Durka, and they've done none of it. Fnatic win this one out 23-21, and they're booking their flights to Iceland, baby, and going to Masters.
Oh, finally, dude. Holy fuck.
Dear Lord, do they deserve it. One of the longest maps I think we've ever seen within EMEA, and Fnatic are at the heart of it. A truly beautiful match to watch. I think, again, you have to give those commiserations straight away to Mech, but that's the thing. Like, going into that lower bracket match, they are the team to fear. And Fnatic, once again, are just about going to beat them out in their fight for Iceland. It is only fair, though, that the finalist of the previous one gets to go back and defend, because there's no defending champion anymore.
But
well, exactly,
I'm so
right?
tired.
It's anyone's. It's up for grabs. Fnatic have booked their spot, but we still need to talk a little bit more.
That was the longest match I have ever seen.
There were a bunch of players in that match, so there were players of that match. Let's talk about them. Now, there's 3 options. If you think that Boaster or Magnum is an option, please seek help. Durka should be your player of the match. Please go over to @ValEsports_EMEA and get your vote in for Durka or whoever you mistakenly believe to be the player of the match. This guy went 46-33 in a game that they won 23-21.
I tried to do that now.
Does any more need to be said?
I didn't do that yet.
He was pretty damn good. Either way, we've got a very long Lothar's lab coming up because he's got a hell of a lot of rounds to break down. So you go vote, then come back and sit down and make sure you watch this analyst desk, because
I don't know if I can change those. You can change, like, if you want something else there, though.
No, I want this badge. It's unique. Finally, I got fucking unique badge. Wait, what did I get it for?
Moment. I made a moment. When they won.
Cool. Nice, unique badge. Let's go.
Oh my god. Like, that's not even like that. What was that? When is Oblivion coming out, by the way? Wasn't it today? No, 24th, tomorrow. Red Bull gives you wings. Oh, can get no worse. I'm not gonna sing the whole thing now. I'm gonna go into a break. I need to get a break.
Do you need to break? Like,
yeah, I don't know.
Weird.
I wanna see on Twitter as well if they fucking post anything like Fnatic or Mech. Okay, be right back.
Fighting till the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to reach. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you.
Ich bin echt sexy. Ich sag's dir.
Fuck.
Mein Bart kann meine komplette Persönlichkeit verändern.
Manche nennen ihn Retro, aber ich finde ihn zeitlos.
Übermotivierte, Unterforderte und die, die mittendrin sind. Wir sind DATEV und wir wollen dich.
Any game, anywhere.
Hey, ich war heute übrigens der Beste im Dosenwerfen.
Dosenwerfen?
Nein, auf der Arbeit, Mann.
Ach so.
Ungewöhnlich gut. Deine Ausbildung jetzt auf jobs.lidl.de.
Selbstbestimmen, wann Schluss ist? Geht. Der erste Monat geschenkt? Geht. Einfach ausprobieren geht. Aber festlegen? Geht gar nicht. Und was geht noch? Probiert, was geht.
Mit der Kongstar AllNet Flat M 18 GB für 22 €. Und der erste Monat geht auf uns. Jetzt bestellen.
Nach all den Jahren ist Heilung möglich.
Michael, es hat funktioniert.
Nicht wirklich. Bist du hier, um die Welt zu heilen oder um sie zu vernichten? Ich weiß es nicht.
Wer bist du, Mann?
Ich bin Venom. War nur ein Scherz. Ich bin Dr. Michael Morbius.
Since we last had the deaths, but that was, I wanted us to go the distance today. We wanted the best game we could have, but Lothar, that was a lot of rounds of Valorant.
From what I've heard from production, they said this was the almost longest game in VCT, and it was only shorted by 17 seconds from the longest one, which was FPX versus Forza.
They're playing after this, so we're going to be here forever.
Yeah, it's... I don't know about you guys, but this for me feels like the entire broadcast should be done by now, typically, right? And we still have another match after this one, and we still didn't do it like an analysis for this match that just finished.
I heard from the casters that your Lothar lab will go just as long. For those wondering how long is just as long, that map went for an hour and 42 minutes long, and in that time, your man Durka dropped 46 kills in total. It's a pretty damn good showing, but I tell you what, it was tooth and nail.
I mean, not just that, I felt like pretty much every other player also dropped 30. It got to a point where like getting 30 kills wasn't even an impressive feat, but what was impressive though, Jess, is the resilience and the management of both teams, and the fact that they were still able to be creative, you know, in like 50, 60 rounds of Valorant.
We spent the regulation rounds criticizing the attacks of both teams after they both only managed to scrounge 3 measly attacking rounds. We get into OT and they turn around and they go 13 attacking rounds on the board. Bam, 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 bam. No one can win a defense. And the first round that Fnatic did, I turned to you inside and I said they've broken the trend.
You can't do this.
I caster cursed it. We get 27 seconds away from the longest match that in VCT record, and we saw one of the best matches series that I have ever seen in my Valorant history.
And it's very funny as well because the beginning of both attack halves for the teams were just exactly what we were talking about before the match started. The really low amount of utility from Mac on mid control when they were just spamming the utility to get Vents control and then stopped. and they have no idea what to do next, right? And this is why the rounds were just not as effective. But suddenly, in the overtime, they found the solutions. They were fighting a little bit more, like without using the utility, because they conditioned the opponents that they are going to do it anyway. It was actually back and forth between the teams. I really liked Fnatic's approaching the overtime, but I have to be very, let's say, strict, critical when it comes to their actual attack first half, because many rounds were lost because they decided to not win it, and not because someone just outplayed them. They outplayed themselves a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we also got to remember that Meg had a 0.02 second defuse.
Yeah.
Had they done that, this game would have finished a lot sooner as well, so you got to feel for them too.
Yeah, there were some heroics happening from both teams at the same time. I remember Mystic suddenly like going, I just killed 4 people. Pew, pew, pew. He killed 4. He rescues the round. Then Brave goes with that retake with these 20 milliseconds left on the clock was absolutely mental. Everyone was for sure like sitting on needles there.
Yeah. I know we spoke about Dirk. I know Mitch, and I'm going to, sort of throw this to Mitch at the moment and say, my friend, I actually think there was another MVP outside of his Dirk love. Brave came alive in overtime. He had suffered from a little bit of underperformance throughout the first 2 maps, and that's okay. He's the newest addition to the roster, but my God, in overtime, he switched on and he made plays that we knew he is capable of in previous series before. So for him to come alive when is needed from the team, there you go. The roster is well-rounded.
Yeah, I mean, because Jess and I haven't had enough of a break, through that game. We're going to take one now, Lothar, and let you do your 2.5-hour Lothar lab that you promised us.
If someone follows my VOD reviews that I do on my stream, this is going to be like a 6-hour breakdown of one map. But here, we're just gonna do one round, and I want to show you something that I think was actually deciding if Fnatic wins this game just literally like 13-5, or they just go into overtime. Because this round, when Meg is on a low buy and Fnatic is actually on a full buy, and this is the round that you should convert, they do not. And you know why? Pay attention to the Viper utility here on this attack. This is your typical setup with the Viper wall through the entire site and the Toxic Orb being used here on site. This is the placement of your utility. And typically, this is a very nice setup, because what happens here is you disrupt the lines.
Still didn't get over the fucking holy shit.
From the
last
heaven,
level of
and you just kind of divide the attention between those 2 spots. But the
and
problem is, after the nerf of the Viper,
I'm gonna be the first one to get it.
The timer when the utility is gonna be popped.
Wait, I want to show you.
Use at 10-12. And now, with
Telegram?
both the Toxic Orb and the wall being used at the same time, this will only last 10 seconds. And with all that utility being spent here, with the slows, with the stuns that are being just slowing down Fnatic, they don't have a lot of time on this fuel. It's only like 2 seconds left. So typically, what Fnatic would like to do here, they're gonna turn off the smoke before they're gonna start peeking, because the wall still should be up here. Like, I'm sorry, not this one. Here we go. This is the proper tool. This wall here from Fnatic should be still up for the next 5 seconds, but it's not. So there's no crossfire.
I was laying down, and I'm tired.
Thanks. That is the problem with the Viper utility right now, because as you can see, the site is completely open. They just had no actual impact from the Viper's from the Viper's utility, and they just lose that. Now, I think that could have been solved by using Omen Smoke instead of the Viper's Orb on that location.
275.
Yeah, but it looks so cool,
and they're
right?
being both used at the same time. Of course, that doesn't do as much pressure as the Viper's Orb, but it showcases how impactful the changes to the Viper are for the attack.
A lot of teething issues as we move into the new meta. A lot of teams are going to have to work out what works, what doesn't. Unfortunately, in such a critical game as that was, there was a little few teething issues that Fnatic found out very quickly. We saw Mystic over towards Spawn at one point, attempting to make something of the round, too far away from his teammates. A few areas where Fnatic could have closed it out earlier. They had 5 chances before we were able to go into overtime. If I was to sit here and say who I thought was the quantifiably stronger team in that matchup, even if Fnatic had won, it did look like in the rounds they were, as a team, stronger overall. How many times did Chronicle get caught in mid, shut down, trades were lacking there from Mech? I just think overall Fnatic was the team that played the best.
Game. I mean, there's every chance that Mech made that lower bracket run, and we get this in the grand final in a rematch. But you guys spoke already of a couple of players.
That was
and
such
who
a
knew
long
that
fucking match.
40 kills
Yes.
the match. I think Durka has earned a lot of player of the match awards in his lifetime, but I think this is probably a pretty memorable one, Jess, because he really carried his team in a lot of big situations, but also I do believe this might be the first series where he didn't play Jet. So this could be one of those, maybe a newer time, a newer evolution of Durka that he's winning it on 3 Raze maps.
This is very important
Oh
in my
God,
mind
the
because
cam.
a player who mains Jet and is really good on Jet, that's great, that's fantastic. And yes, Jet is very efficient and effective. I understand why you stay on the Jet. But if you want to move into the future of being flexible, if you want to be able to learn another agent, you can't just theorize it in your head, Yinsu. You have to play it not just in scrims, but in officials. That is the only way you get better with it. It's the only way you test if you're ready to go with it. And he gave it a good go today.
I mean, there's no way that Jet stays untouched, with, for such a long time, right? Right, devs, right?
Lothar is wishing and praying and hoping, and that's it.
All right, I'm going to let you guys stew on that thought for a second as I bring Boaster in for a quick post-match interview. Hi, Boaster. Welcome to the show. I think we have you. Now, I know you're known to be quite youthful for your age. People say that you don't look as old as you are. But how much have you aged in that series? Because I felt like I aged about 30 years watching you guys play.
Let's just say I've got a pulled hamstring. Yeah, I think I've aged. I'm at least 54 now. And also, I'd say at 1919, honestly, I was like, you know what? I'm okay with losing. But we just kept going.
It's a good thing that you guys have ended up winning. But I want to kind of rewind back to the vetoes, which felt like it happened like 5 days ago. But you guys obviously one of the best Icebox team here at EMEA. People don't usually ban the Icebox out against you. Were you surprised today that M3C even deviated from the Haven ban and went for that Icebox?
We had kind of 2 prepped bans, and one of them was like, yeah, they're not going to ban Icebox, but if they do we pick Haven? And then they had one where obviously they banned Haven and we pick Icebox. But they banned Icebox, and we were like, do we pick Haven? We were like, we haven't actually pracked it this week because we didn't think they would actually ban it. So we're like, should we just go Fracture and just like, hopefully we'll win that. And it kind of worked out. We were like, yeah, we've got some stuff on Fracture. Let's just do it.
I think
there we go.
Yeah, I think some stuff is a bit of an understatement
I mean,
because some of the stuff you guys brought on Fracture was incredible to watch. You're still unbeaten on that map, and now after taking down one of the best teams in the region and also in the world as well, do you feel like you guys are kind of the king of Fracture, the best team on it in the world?
We're the king of EMEA. No, are we the kings of Fracture? Nah. Honestly, we just got that 100% win rate, so I like that 100% win rate. Maybe we won't play it at EMEA Masters just so we can keep that, but nah, I'd say we're decent at it, but we lose every scrim, so I don't know what's going on there.
And very quickly, one last question before I let you go. You're going to be going to Reykjavik again. You've been there before, came second. Sentinels are not going to be there, so you don't get your rematch. So if you had to face any NA teams, who would you want to face?
Oh, it wouldn't be NA. It's because Crew knocked me out, and if Crew qualify and they go, I wanna take them to the candy shop. We're a better team now. We've progressed. We've been going to the gym, as you can see.
I don't know what I'm looking at, but okay. Thank you so much.
I'm looking like Ivan from League of Legends.
Okay, thank you so much, Bosa, for joining us. Congratulations, and we'll see you here in the next round.
Thank you.
Weeby's doing so much flexing today. Both of you got your biceps out as well. But I think he trumped both of you there, I'm not going to lie.
I thought it was a chicken wing I was looking at. My bad. I got confused. I was like, what is that chicken wing he's holding up? So my bad, Yinsu.
But yeah, I mean, ever the interview from Boaster. But of course, they get to relax on me, but we get to see something different from them. But now, we gotta figure out which second team we're gonna be sending. Fnatic, they're gonna be going. Will Team Liquid join them though? That is the question. They're gonna be taking on FPX.
Yeah, Liquid. That's why I want to watch this match. Theoretically, I want to do something else. I want to like play well or something. But I want to see Liquid. I want to see Liquid
to
play.
show you guys their journey so far in Valorant, competitive Valorant in general. I know you guys, you believed in them back at First Strike.
Yeah, Fun plus Phoenix. I don't know them at all.
I think stage 2, the Copium, that was at an all-time high, and I think by stage 3 of 2021, people, to a degree,
maybe they're gonna
even
get
a little bit let down by this team. But this year, they proved themselves already. They've topped their group. They're coming in with new stuff, flexibility, new players as well. Do you two think that this is the time where fans can reinvest into the FPX stock? Because they have been burned over the last 2 years, as we saw.
Let me start maybe a little bit, because I
Stupid
feel like this
question,
is
but
a
are they
perfect
gonna
moment for
play
the
Phoenix?
FPX fans, but at the same time, it's probably the worst moment, because they play with a substitute, and although Batty G is very good,
I don't know any
you
of them.
cannot just you cannot ignore the fact that
God,
this is not
half of
exactly
them
the
look
same
so
team that
Russian.
started the season, right? They lost the IPL, and she's not currently with the team, and because of that, I feel like it's a little bit awkward for everyone.
I've seen a little bit lacking conviction and confidence in their composition, so it scared me a little bit. So that's the only sort of asterisk I put for the FPX fans out there, is looking for them to change into the meta well.
Oh, well, speaking of their stand-in and substitute, Batty G, I had a pleasure of chatting to him a little bit earlier.
Oh, I need energy.
I'm now joined by Batty G from FPX. Hi, Batty G. Welcome back here to VCT.
Hello.
I've missed you. It's been a while since I've been able to speak to you. You know, I want to ask you right off the bat, because coming in here as a last-minute kind of sub and standing for FPX, it can't be an easy thing for you to do. But you looked so good. You fit really well to this roster. How have you been able to achieve that? And have you faced any big challenges?
To be honest, like I felt like since first day in FPX, I felt like really good, really comfortable here. I think my playstyle fits them really well, so it was perfect fit, I think. And we all like trying to grind as hard as possible to, qualify into the Masters 1.
Fun
Obviously,
plus
last
Phoenix,
time we saw you in VCT, but all the way back in 2021 at Masters, we spoke about this off camera. It's basically the anniversary of when you kind of made your name here in the EMEA Valorant scene.
For
You were
League
playing
of Legends,
a very
Val,
flashy,
Counter-Strike,
aggressive Phoenix.
Fortnite, Battle
Is that kind of all
Royale.
behind you now, or will we ever get to see you on one of those agents again?
We will see, right? If I change from Phoenix to Astra and now to
I'm
other
confused
controllers,
because it
I maybe
says
do
that
something
it's
else in the future.
Chinese
Who knows?
company.
I hope it's gonna be
and
a great experience to try something else as well.
I hope so too. We kind of miss seeing those Phoenix plays here. Now, as a controller player now, as you will know with the new patch, you guys are kind of hit the hardest, with all the new changes. What have you made of the new changes now?
We've made some changes. Of course, we were forced to, and I think I'm really good about it. And I hope we're gonna make some, exciting movements about the controller stuff. So we will see. I don't want to share, with them much information what we're gonna do, but I hope so. I'm gonna show you everything on our upcoming match.
Oh, we love changes. We love changes. Now, lastly, you beat Team Liquid already. It was quite recently as well, and you guys were very, very comfortable in that match. Do you think that's going to happen again today? Did you manage to watch their games yesterday? What did you think?
Yeah, we watched yesterday game. It was kind of weird for me to see those comps, but I think they are really confident about it, and I think if we're gonna keep going our game plan, we're gonna succeed once again.
Oh, I like the confidence, Batty G, and I look forward to seeing you guys go up against Team Liquid. Good luck, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much.
You know, Team Liquid were running something funky when a player from FPX pointed that out. Or people, but do you guys think he has the right to be confident given what happened recently when they played?
I think it's good to have confidence in yourself regardless of the results you've had recently anyway. I think that's a good mental place to be in as a team, and I think you should publicly say it regardless of what you think, as a team or personally. So for them, that's a great area to be in. But also, they know what it's like to try and reinvent the Team Liquid wheel just a little bit. So I think they know a little bit what's on the other side.
I'm very actually curious about what Batty G will do with the team, because we have seen him mostly on Astra while playing with FPX, sometimes on Viper, but it's definitely going to be affected a lot, because those are the two characters that were hit very hard with the changes in the patch. And we know that Batty G is also very, let's say, flexible when it comes to his agent pool. So maybe we'll see some changes and let him play like a duelist instead of a
Bring on the Phoenix. Right? Bring on the Phoenix. I would love to see that. You guys heard from Batty G already, but let's have a refresh on what Scream thought about today's matchup.
Tomorrow, though, you have to fight FPX, which is a completely different beast. I want to say stylistically, revenge.
You know, like yeah, seriously, the other day, you know, we got wrecked, and it's not acceptable. You know, like we have to show, you know, who Liquid is, and I think we have a good chance to make it, but everything can happen. One best of 3, you know, all of these teams look very great, so you know it's gonna be really tough still.
Of course, Team Liquid, we spoke about it before. They made it to Iceland once already, but back at that matchup, I think people said it was a bit of an easier time for them, having to beat Oxygen. A stream was popping off on that stage in the 13-0. But in this case scenario, you heard from him, it's not acceptable, the performance they put on against FPX last time, but how do they recover now, Jess, especially after what happened yesterday as well?
Oh, if people were not aware what we were referencing last time, it wasn't really close matchup like you just saw in the previous series.
Yumpy.
I mean, Ascent 13-6 to FPX and then Haven 13-7. They were barely able to scrounge out as many rounds as some teams get in one singular map over the entirety of the series. Liquid now has to be the ones that come into this matchup reinvigorated, not holding on to the past, outside of that being a light underneath them, that this is a revenge tour for them, and they're able to that was just an anomaly in the books of Team Liquid.
You know, for me, Liquid though is in a position where they should not really care about what FPX is trying to do, because they should focus on their own performance. That is a lesson that I think they should have gotten from yesterday, because it seems like on defense they have an idea what to do, but on attack they seem to be like
it's interesting because we saw that match.
And just making, like, let's say, not consistent plans enough to make sure that their attack looks strong, and that's I think because of the fact that they're around, and because of that the players are not comfortable in their roles again, because we have so many swaps. Like you can see, like Yumpy on Icebox, even though he's playing Omen, there were many moments when he was a little bit lost when he should use the utility or not.
I mean, FPX, they already also have footage on Team Liquid's map, right? Even with the new changes, like you said, they don't have too much to kind of hide with a space of 24 hours. But with the maps that we've already seen from Team Liquid yesterday, do you guys expect that to come up again today, or do you think you'll see something different?
There's one small thing that I want to mention before we go into that, because there are 2 maps that were not played with Batty G at all, and that's Split and Bind. Yeah, that's Split and Bind that Batty G didn't play at all. So does that affect Liquid plans a bit? I don't think they should, because they still should stick to what they have prepared and not what FPX did.
I think everyone at home needs to understand that both of these teams are going into this. This is not going to be a Counter-Strike game that we like to see from teams that like to anti-strat other teams. That's not what I would expect from today. I want to see both of these teams coming in and showing us what they've got. FPX a little bit crippled from the fact that there is a change in the roster as well. So there's so much for us to have to look at once we get in. We can't speculate too much before we jump into the first map.
Well, let's take a look at the picks and bans and see which 3 maps we're going to be going to. We've had 3 very tasty maps already in the first matchup, and in this series we're heading to Split, Haven and Breeze after Fracture and Bind were taken off the table. Jess, what do you make?
Haven and Breeze.
I mean, the fact that we're not going to see Fracture again is anyone surprised really in that whole boat there.
In long fashion.
Very different map, Vito, at least from that perspective there. Not seeing Icebox, I'm a little bit sad. I understand that maybe there are some wounds, you know, that they're looking over, and especially yesterday when that G2 loss, that's something that of course they don't want to be looking down the barrel of. But for these maps right here, I don't think there's anything that jumps out to me outside of the fact that Split being the first map, I mean, Liquid looked good against G2, and whether or not that's going to be a replay
they
here.
look good on defense and
correct,
pretty bad in tag. But
this comes out to what you just mentioned, Lothar. Batty G never played Split before, so what kind of team comms and what kind of roles do you want to see FPX run?
Well, that's a very big question mark. It depends on what
FPX
kind
never
of
played
fundamentals
Split?
will they build for this composition. If you were paying attention to the pre-show, there are 3 ones that you can choose, either initiators, controllers, or just duelists and with Brimstone, right? So I wouldn't say that there's anything that I would like to predict, because it will be just like shooting in the dark. But what I wanted to say is that I'm not, of course, surprised that that Team Liquid banned Fracture. They always banned it so far this year. But this map pull doesn't benefit Liquid long run. Breeze is something that I would actually put in FPX for when it comes to having an advantage. And because of that, Team Liquid needs to close it out in 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, they love
double
the double
controller.
duelist. There you go. About the double duelist comps here. It looks like it's going to be Artist and Zimpan on it. And Bad EG moving over to the Omen.
That's actually interesting because if I would go for double duelist, I would say that Brimstone fits that more.
Yeah.
But here, Omen on this map, because of the recurring smokes, he's stronger on defense, and that I see where it's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many versions of good, Omen players, especially on the defensive side of Split. A little bit sad that we haven't seen the Bone Cold one-ways. Shout out to my man Bone Cold, with the news recently. Do go check your social media. I won't spoil it for you, but that's the kind of thing I want to see replicated here from Bad EG as he slides into the roster in this way.
And if someone is just tuning in for the first time and seeing Team Liquid, is like, wait, why are the analysts not talking about the Omen Brimstone composition from Liquid? And that's because, well, they played it yesterday, and they're pretty good on defense. They're setting up blocks of utility at the beginning of the round, but on attack, they have a lot of issues.
If they show replays,
we just saw like 50 rounds of Split.
When they're gonna play games, no one is gonna figure out which round is that because it's like
here we go.
replay.
It's up for grabs. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
I could use a couple more rounds this Split in here. Tom,
you
being
could use
a
a better
while,
internet
I'm
connection,
excited to
man.
jump on into this one. How are you feeling about it? We've had a little bit of a break. These teams excited to kick it off, I'm sure.
Man, but well, chat.
Why?
Caught in 140p, 144p cam, 144, 144.
Teams because I don't want to talk to Sue after she's just hoped for
I feel
more
bad for this
ridiculous
kind
OTs.
of.
Let's get into this map of Split. We haven't seen enough of it today.
It's a bad
At
connection.
least his voice didn't sound like a robot.
It seems like they're fucking...
Oh, cool. So, yeah, as I said, two of them are Russians.
Uh-huh.
I fucking knew it. Okay, Zipan is from Sweden. Enge
And our first series is behind us today. It's time to kick off series number 2. FPX and Team Liquid. We're sending someone else to Iceland today. And it's going to be one of these two. We're going to start off with an attack side for Team Liquid over here on Split. And Tom, we've seen a couple rounds of this already today, but we got new comps in here. One danger zone right away. Artist on the jet. This guy has just been delivering all season long on this agent.
Yeah, it seems like both teams currently are playing very, very different styles of play. Like, especially on the defensive side, FPX are going to have to be incredibly proactive with the way that they play around the map because they just don't have that same sort of stopping power. Whereas the ability for Team Liquid to delay is going to be grotesque. So, very different styles, a clash of comps, and, well, as you can see, Artis is already putting the pressure.
Oh, most definitely. And look at this up towards B Heaven. Solkas going to be taken down to start things off here. And Team Liquid, well, look, they're not going to let those kills go untraded exactly. With Yumpy taking the site, that is control completely in favor of Team Liquid. A 2 versus 3 and the boom takes the Vera down.
Oh, unfortunate timing to say the least, and that puts the round back in a decent position now. Still waiting for Zagetsu to actually rotate back around and take that little bit of extra control into Heaven, and he's basically just got to try and clear some of the angles around that backside while his teammates just sort of wait, make sure they don't lose any further control. The time though is ticking, and this crossfire will be pretty tough to break. They need to clear it soon, and once Zagetsu is not going to get anything. A decent hold from the side of Liquid, and I'll be honest, Mitch, them getting off to a strong start on this side of the map is actually going to be pretty important because I felt like they definitely had their struggles yesterday on this attacking side.
Oh yeah, Tom. No teams ever get rounds on the attack side.
They were waiting for an hour, right?
Obviously,
not in regulation. Not in regulation, they don't.
That's the thing. If you watch the first part, so if you were here, I don't know, 3 hours ago for the first part of Split in the previous series, we had an incredibly dominant defensive side out of both teams, and we expect to see more or less the same here. For Team Liquid, they've won the pistol, but so too, I can't actually remember who won it in the previous Split because it was so long ago, but I remember that the second round was won right afterwards, right? Like it was traded out, if I don't remembering correctly. Point is, you got to be careful not to give those pistols opportunities. And despite a few shots from Artis there, that don't quite make their mark, Team Liquid don't run into all too much trouble. Easily dealing with the rest of the team, getting a plant down. And this is a great opportunity to secure their economy. They're only up against a Classic and a Shorty. Chances are they can get out of this one flawlessly. Well,
I guess that's the risk of pushing into a smoke. Now, one of the things I will say is Navira almost has an orbital strike going into round number 3, and with the way that the orbs are played on this map, there's some real potential that he'll be able to fight for that. More importantly, they've also managed to get a Rolling Thunder. So, although this is a bonus round, I almost want Liquid to just buy into this one, because I feel like the value of their ultimates will completely counter out the fact that the weaponry is a little bit weaker.
And you got to look at, for Team Liquid, even losing that one player last round, I think they had 2 pistols to play with in it. So claw through them. Walking out, not feeling too upset, really. Gonna have some good opportunities this time around. I like the TP play out of Batty G. Scream wasn't ready for that. Early aggression in a round like this, not often going to be the default for a defensive side, just not wanting to give your opponents the opportunities to overwhelm you with numbers. Because they'll have those weaker weapons. But right here, it plays out perfectly for the early round advantage for FPX.
That was the only Phantom, I think, actually in play for Liquid. So they're going to want to try and get that back. This control is not something they want to give up just yet. And Zipan should be about to get that information. I don't think they were expecting players to still be lurking around this position. But hey, they've managed to at least retrieve some of that extra weaponry and try and reclaim ground elsewhere. Now, bear in mind, they now have both of those ultimates online. So although again, it's a man disadvantage and the weaponry's weaker.
Dude, I feel like my brain is mushed from the fucking game that I saw before.
40 seconds left on the clock. Plenty to work with for the attack. But they're running into a stack, and that's always going to be a problem. Here's the stim to get them up there a little bit faster, but they're running right into this stack. And Zipan's making quick and easy work as they drop out of heaven. The spike is down. Solkis has absolutely no chance. He is out of here to save this. I mean, 1v5, there's no way he wins it. Maybe he can at least make it a little bit costly, though, by dropping a couple of FPX players.
Yeah, it's more dependent on if he wants to hold this into the next round, and clearly not. A little bit unlucky, but a huge first round coming in as well for FPX. We're mentioning all the ultimates online for their opposition. They did buy a rifle into that last round, which will mean that there's definitely a piece or two missing here. Maybe Scream not being able to have a gun, which, okay, Scream can definitely make the pistol work, but that's a deficit that they wouldn't have had. And then the fact that they now start to farm up some of the ultimates of their own. So solid start for them. As said, like, I feel like Liquid are definitely still going to have their struggles when it comes to this attacking side.
Okay, they need to win this
one
though.
One of the benefits, I think,
like,
is that
if they get the bonus, okay,
means
that's
they have to be aggressive, which, as we've seen in the
one
past,
round
like,
afterwards.
Killjoy is coming in for the likes of
the most important.
They're very good at just holding and waiting patiently.
My God.
It's definitely something that up against a team like Liquid, you know, if they do play the default, they're going to win a lot of those duels. This is risky on backside. Batty G's being hunted down on both sides, and to his back, an orbital strike awaited him. There was no way out of that. 2 opening picks. FPX down in the dumps, and even as they attempt to move forward, it's into the Vandal in the hands of Solkis. This is a set round for Team Liquid. They've gotten away with this one flawlessly. I mean, they have made this look easy.
Wow.
Flawless 5 versus
That's
0
what I mean.
in the end. I mean, getting a couple of kills, sure, the Rolling Thunder especially to open the site, but that is a devastating round for the defenders to get nothing done in.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios as well. That's kind of what I was expecting Liquid to do in the last round. They waited until they had a 4-buy. Fair enough. Can't really blame them for that. Luckily for their opposition in FPX, they still have the finances to buy into this one, but I do really like when you're using those 2 ults in tandem, you should be winning the round, or at least getting yourself an afterplant, because you just sectioned off so much of that B side.
Well, sure, maybe if your opponents are actually playing like a... Oh my God, Zipan's in the open. That's not a normal position to hold.
Someone asked something.
Certainly caught Solkis off guard. You could see as he swung out, he kind of double took at it. Sugetsu's on the edge of the smoke as well. I mean, a hyper-aggressive play out of FPX on both sides of the map, and I guess it works out with the advantage now sitting in their court. This is also a weird round to risk that in, Tom, because their economy is in such a shaky spot. Oh, they got the info.
Oh, wall back up over the top again. They have a decent stack when it comes to this side of the map. Yompi gets space, but Xiao is just quick enough with the reaction, and I think this is a really weird game so far. Like, such clean victories for either side. Now, I will say, as said, I think a back and forth here for Liquid is absolutely fine. Like, if they just keep this relatively even, get 5 or 6 rounds on this attacking side, I think they'll be quite content, because in the last match versus G2, they struggled a bit. Like, they weren't able to do too much on this attacking side. In fact, a lot of it came down to Yompi actually just doing incredibly well on entries, which, I'll be honest, when your man's playing a breach, it doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, especially, like, you kind of lean that more towards Soulcast. The main worry for me, though, is that at least when it comes to the second half, I really do favor the comp coming out from Liquid. And it's going to have to be a super high pace, high tempo, like workaround from FPX. And the issue with that is, as I said, there's so much delaying potential. Like, you've got a double controller, so the amount of smokes, the amount of mid control you can have, like we were basically seeing a wall. When there's a gap in a wall, a smoke hits, and obviously both players can do that from a safe position. Then you have the slows as well. So it's like they're either going to have to make the choice to blitz through that utility, which might be why they've got this sort of like Omen double duelist, because for fast takes, it definitely works. Paranoia, give those players the space to move. But for me, that's a very big risk to try and face that into Liquid. And hey, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But I feel like on the defensive side especially, you've almost then played into what Liquid want, because they don't necessarily have the sort of same fast-paced, aggressive style when their ultimates aren't online. So if they can play these passive slow rounds, that kind of works for them.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of potential benefits to the setup Liquid are running, and I think that
what sense is he playing on?
Some people in the community will have theorized about when you saw this update come out. I know that I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't give props to Neeks, who was, saying it to me the second those patch notes came out. He was like, "Yeah, we're gonna see double controller, Matt," and I was like, "All right, dude. Okay, we'll see." And sure enough, for Team Liquid, it seems to be working out.
What was that?
Though, the solo controller for FPX has just caught Soulcast out massively. That early round aggression doesn't pay off. They attempt something similar with Navarra, backing him up, and he is just domed immediately. FPX have complete control over this round. And Tom, look at the amount of contingencies and fallbacks they have. You've got a showstopper, you've got a res to work with as well. It's hard, genuinely difficult for FPX to lose this round now.
Yeah, and you can bet they're still going to be fighting for these positions. Like, Ardis' value definitely doesn't really increase by him starting to play passive in these scenarios. Like, he's still got his dash available to make these sort of plays happen. And
at least,
like, he is just going to keep almost just fighting for that information. He's also got support of Xiao, so if he misses anything there, let's see if he actually goes all the way back in. Maybe a little bit overzealous, but man is feeling confident. You can't really blame him at this point. And while with 35 seconds left, rotation coming through now for the side of FPX, it's going to be tough for Liquid.
Nice shot by Xiao. That's it, done. The spike's on the floor. Everybody's staring at it. And there's just not enough members of Liquid left to battle for that. 3-3 we go, and great opening. I think one of the things that we'll see consistently coming through, and that we did see in the previous game, was that paranoia that came through from sewers up into heaven, and it was consistently blinding the players up there or forcing them to play a lot further back. You have that option, but also the option to play like a stun out of Yompi or anything like this. But when Soulcast
Liquid pick as well
up there, and those pieces of utility don't come in and they don't connect onto the player that's on top. Unfortunately for Soulcast, he's dead most of the time. You don't get to swing around that corner in the air and win those duels 9 times out of 10. Not against these guys.
Again, you can already see the pressure on the extremities coming out from FPX. So you got Xiao on top of the wall. A lot of what we're seeing from FPX really does look like a super old school iteration.
Oh, wow.
Well, let's ignore that and move swiftly on. But yeah, it's an old school iteration of how people used to play this map. Like, just take that map control.
Huh? Hello?
Yeah, take the map control. Y'all good, Tom? No, Tom's gone. He's bailed. He's out. Just like some of these teams might be in the lower bracket, remember, upper bracket match. So they're not going down and out just yet. But with 40 seconds left, Team Liquid, they're looking to go down and out of that Heaven position in B, I thought. Spike's outside A, they're gonna posture it up, fake it up. FPX still with 3 players here. Hey, it seems to have worked at least for a moment, but they've still got to deal with Batty G. He has been meticulous in defending this heaven position so far.
Oh, shit.
Oh, never mind. Doesn't work out. Zipan, showstopper, and actually he doesn't even need it. He's got Xiao alongside him to shut out that player. Navira's going to be caught in the back, surely, and Xiao is just on fire right now. What is with these battle sages today? Just hitting every shot put in front of them. Link, he's trying his best, but look at the time, look at the spike. No chance.
Yeah.
Just too much to ask for, really. Coming towards the end of that one, and now we're going to start to see Artis off the leash on this operator,
Much
man.
is so
He
smooth.
Is scary. Currently just sitting 4-4, but I bet that's about to take a pretty significant change. You know, not many teams are still playing a Jet on this map. In fact, I'm trying to think back. It's been a long time since I've seen a Jet that I can even get behind when it comes to split. But for someone like Artis, I mean, with what we've seen so far this season, it makes sense. All right, listen, Tom. Let's relax. Let's relax just a little.
Liquid timer, I knew.
I'm not sure that it's necessarily split that I'd be asking him not to play the Jet for, but we'll move on from that.
The one thing I'll say positively is I always love watching Xiao being able to just frag out on any agent. Like we were sort of speaking in the last game about like the longest game in history. Well, that man was a part of it, and I think he had probably the most kills I've ever seen on like an Omen. It was just absurd. Like, I think that's one thing that Angel was very lucky with, is that this player can do any role, any position, anything you need him to do. And I don't feel like there's any level of frustration there, especially when you have to consider that
like the Valorant account
on a Jet, if you put this man on a Raze, he's going to look like an utter superstar. But the value of Xiao is that he can do it on anything. And well, that makes him one of the most valuable players in the world.
Well, most definitely, yeah. The Xiao show from back in the day.
The Xiao
this
stopper
guy was
when he was on Raze.
Stopper. Exactly, yeah. He can do anything. And he can do it well. Having those res online, certainly something for the attack side. As we said earlier, not always as easy to use in the defense, finding those scenarios where it's feasible. Great flash coming through. They don't know there's players close. They've got that info now, but look at the cost. Nade, stun, and a headshot from Scream. That leaves the B site in heavy threat. You've even got Link TP with the judge. You horrible person. He's picked up the rifle, moving to sight, now looking to take the fight, but Artis comes out on top. The Blade Storm running out of ammunition, and now he's in trouble.
Oh my god, yeah, they played that so well. Holy shit.
Coming out on top in that round nicely with a thrifty, and I have to say,
that was an insane save.
Blink, but after that round, I hate this man. I can't believe he's just ulted with a judge in his hands. What a terrible human being.
See, that's the thing. I'm like, living through British Counter-Strike for years being the most depressing thing. And we finally got some good players, and that's what they're doing. It's like TVing into the back of the other team's spawn with a judge and just like, like just a proper gremlin play. But hey, I don't think there's much competition for best judge in the world, but I think he's definitely in the running.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry that I'm not commentating a lot. I'm still fucking done from the fucking game before.
Okay, here we go. Rolling Thunder, not catching Artis. Big mistake. Dash out. Trying to stay alive inside the cloud burst.
Dude, the thing is, like, Liquid is playing well, but doing some mistakes like this.
Has been found and dealt with. Batty G still good for 2. That's keeping the dream alive, and a great nade placed. It's going to force them to actually split up completely. Zipan looking to take advantage of that distraction play. He's made it around the side of the site, but Link's a little too quick. He can do it with a judge. He can do it with a 4 kills found, and a 5th for Team Liquid. This attack side is already looking remarkable.
Yeah, this is the danger. And as I said, it's the danger of having such an explosive comp for FPX, is that Liquid are happy to wait in a lot of these scenarios, but it's actually been their sort of faster blitz plays, because at the same time, you don't have the utility to delay them. You're relying on Artis to get a multi-frag. You're relying on 1v1 duels, which, well,
what is going on with Volt, by the way?
Built a star-studded roster for those exact moments. Like, Scream is your
Res
and these are his
NTP
words,
plus
support player.
Okay, well, dude, like,
They're not my
if
words. They're
Liquid
Scream's
keeps
words.
it up, like, Never mind.
Showers come in huge to start that. A one-way smoke from his own team, and he swings right on in, taking the shots and taking the kills. Team Liquid, they reset completely.
But did you like
Well,
that's my
that
assist
changed
there.
stuff.
Yeah, I did the work there, guys. It's my,
I don't even have the
smoke
res
was really
ready.
good. Just
I am
ignore the
close.
fact that the headshot was gross.
Did I res last round?
Oh god. Here we go though. They've got a man advantage here, Mitch.
Oi.
They don't need to fight this hard, but they're still pushing down. Nice shot from Navera. Still though,
so quick.
They're making their way in towards this B site. This is where all of Saigetsu's utility currently sits, just watching and waiting for them to try and make this move. And he's got the information, that's for sure.
Cage trigger. Cage trigger.
Oh, he's seen them. Cage is up to slow it down. The nade did just that. 30 seconds on the clock as Team Liquid look to push out. Here comes the smoke. It's back online.
left.
They've got their paranoia ready to pop. Okay. I mean, popping the ulti. Go back over to A.
Oh, wow.
This is just going to get destroyed immediately.
Oh, he's gonna wait.
Oh my god.
He's gross. He's just too good. Give up now. Shell just absolutely
10
outplayed him, and he
seconds
scream. It's just like, yep, and I'm gonna get something from the bike shop because there's nothing we can do in this round because we've already lost. That is always going to be the risk. Like, you're completely gambling that you've managed to pull a full rotation. And when there's still, when you're in a 4 versus 3 or a 3v4 in Liquid's case, there's not really a reason for FPX to rotate their full squad.
No. And I think a lot of it comes down to there's 3 opponents there. They hadn't. You can very easily make that rotate happen.
Yeah.
If you fully rotated to the B site, you know, they can easily slip one guy through, get behind you, and wreck your day. So why give up those positions in a normal round? And I guarantee someone on FPX hit tab.
There.
You know, like if you didn't have information on your opponents, that'd be different. But you can just hit tab and see, oh, he's 1 away from ult with an Omen. You definitely are playing Anchor in that round then, because you know,
Boombot against Boombot.
no matter what happens, even if they commit to that push 2 seconds, well, with 15 seconds left, he might get a kill in TP.
Insta plant the spike.
Listen.
Oi.
Okay, good trades, but where are you going now, Zipan? He's actually safe in the corner. Did they expect this? They didn't know there was a gap.
Oh my god.
Sulcus's showstopper's just being cancelled out. At least they trade. But that leaves it into even numbers, which honestly isn't that great for Liquid as they push forward because there's a bit of a stack. They've dealt with Shell, but no, it's Sagetsu. He's only good for the one, though. Thankfully, the spike's still down on top.
Oh, no.
And Patty's just made it here. He's got that control now.
Just like, oh, hello. Okay. That's a free bit of information
they won.
for him. The thing is, though, there's 23
to 21.
We're not down to the last 10 seconds. There's no real reason.
You exactly
to
left when
rush.
it was
This
the last.
read is fantastic. Oh, it looks the wrong way. Always look left when you cross the
Fnatic won
street.
23 to
Unfortunately
21.
for Batty G, he's
last round before the
That was a
Buster
match
is
though.
Navera.
Like,
Let
oh
me
my
say,
god.
that very much depends what country you're in. Please do look left and right. Don't take Tom's advice. If you get injured, at Tombiz on Twitter,
nice.
just come on over there. Let him know. And, trade insurance details.
If you survived the car crash.
I'm hoping.
Oh, yeah, always check when you cross the road, but
both sides.
Check,
Both
yeah,
sides.
check
back.
left first.
Both ways.
Welcome
Yeah, then he
back.
would have won the round.
If he had have just learned that lesson.
Of course, of course.
Tiao gets like if Liquid gets that round,
Shao is on top of his wall again.
should
I
be
think
fine
it's 6
because
rounds for Liquid
I
is
know they're gonna
fantastic.
play defense
Like,
good, bro.
They're in such a good
If
spot
they're
here. Obviously,
chilling,
I feel like FPX
they're
still
gonna
have
play
a
that
good
well.
opportunity on their attacking side, but they are using their
Yeah,
utility to
Viera
just
is
clear
insanely
these
good
aggressive
on
angles.
defense.
It's so necessary for FPX to try
good.
and get aggressive on these
Need
spots on the
Viera.
map because they just
mhm.
don't really have the utility to play passive. Sagetsu still just sat back waiting for information, but right now, it's a slowdown once again.
Yep, call the freeze mid-round. Liquid going to start to shift slowly towards that A site. But this is where they've got to blitz it if they do decide to break it. One
I
way or
finally
another. You
got
know you're
C.
giving
I
them
wanted
information.
to
The TP over to B
get it
sees
since,
nothing.
you know.
FPX now are likely to start that rotate onto the
What
A
did you
side.
say?
I think Team Liquid, they're
I
very
finally
aware
got
of
C.
that. Look,
Oh,
they're
nice.
starting
I wanted to
move
get it
back
for a long
over,
time,
look
but
at
I
D,
couldn't.
even if it's just going to be a fake.
Yeah, I wonder why.
They want to cause some rotations. Actually, I think that was to try and get Batty out peeking on top ramp because the movement was
Yeah, that-
instantaneous,
Oh,
but
I
they
missed
weren't able to deal with him.
prediction.
Sure,
Sorry.
he eventually goes down, but the numbers are in favor of FPX, and they
I
still
mean,
have to
I
clear out the site. And
could
it's so
go
much
again.
damage done.
3v2. No, yeah. 2v3.
It's not quite over yet, but Team Liquid certainly have an advantage. Or sorry, FPX certainly have an advantage
Oh.
to play with.
It's a bold call. A 1v1 duel for Yumpy. It's winnable as well because Artis is going to face him. The fade back as well will give the information to Saigetsu, but he's been having a bit of a rough one so far. A crucial 6th round for them would be huge to at least even things up. But the angle's being watched, timing going to be everything, and well, the information's going to be there now. He knows roughly where his opponent will be, just trying to fade.
Nice.
He lands the headshot at that. It is a 7th round on the attack for Team Liquid. As said, when it came down to their attack
Should I go
last
again?
time
I
versus
can go
G2,
again.
they struggled a bit.
There's only
Their
me
defense,
anyways.
however, was stellar.
This is where you've got to look at that last round and just say a little bit of overconfidence certainly got the better of them. I mean, for FPX, 2v1 in that situation, last player's the planter. He's not, you got a guy coming out heaven, he's not peeking right side. You know he's probably in that alleyway. And obviously Artis was spraying away, hoping that right click would get him. And even though Yumpy survives on 10 HP, it doesn't matter. It's enough. He wins out the round. And for me, you know, FPX could win that with just pumping the brakes a little bit, taking that fight together. But in the heat of the moment, I get it. You're going to play aggressive. You're going to play confident. And it's something that we look to Artis, and we expect to see that from him most rounds. Here, though, it means Team Liquid get out with a 7-round attack. Now they sit comfy
25% of my
on their
points.
defensive side. If they win this pistol, they have a
Okay, then.
demanding and commanding lead over this series.
Just
Or over
go
the
all
map, at
in.
least.
No, don't tell
saying
us
early
to go
that-
on.
They're going to
No.
challenge for the orbs.
I'm not
try
as
and make
concerned
sure
as
that
I'm
Xiao's going to
No, I'm
have
not gonna go on.
that res on as early as possible and actually going to group
Wow.
up as a squad in
Right or
towards
left?
mid. Now, they could opt to try and counter all this, but I feel like at this point of the round, it would be a
I
little bit
mean-
of a waste. It's already going to begin to fade, and
I don't
they've
know. I
already
can't say
still
who's
got
gonna
control
win.
of the other side of the map. I like this, though, from Scream. He's going to get that
think-
information
Yeah,
to
because
Blicky.
we
I
don't
think they'll
know-
expect him to have gone this far
We
already.
don't know Phoenix.
Certainly a lot of aggression to have come through, but whether anything comes from it or not, you know, now
This
FPX has
tactic
gone all
looks
the way
familiar.
over to the other side of the map. The pressure is on. You've got Nevera running through his own molly nade as well. This is getting a little bit costly in terms of HP. And actually, they reset. FPX then come back up towards this angle. I like that. You know, they're clearing it out. They're not letting the pistols have the close range fights for heaven. And now when they move to sight, they're going to be able to look at those duels together. As a unit, grouped up and with 30 HP here, Nevera needs a teammate to swing with them. That's
Scream's
exactly
got
what's
this.
happening.
Scream's got this. He had the flank the whole time. Oh, it's actually a bit of a whiff. It looked like a good opportunity for to kill them off. Instead, they've swung it back. Scream
Oh, he
down
got
into
this.
the 1v1. Looking for that final shot. Neither player sees
Oh.
Why?
Oh, it looks so perfect for
bad
Scream,
things.
but it just doesn't happen.
Oh man, I
They-
mean, I'm
they
glad that
feel
could
my
happen to
support.
Scream because that just about looked like every pistol round I've played over the last couple
Oh,
months.
you
I,
went for FPX.
I can understand. Sometimes that accuracy ain't quite there for you. Look at this man getting up behind. The shots aren't landing. He gets a reload in the open. Hits this eventually, and then the body tag. Oh, it's so devastating, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even the one tap
I
machine
bet 5 kills
malfunctions every
RC.
once in a while. It just needs a little reboot. The Liquid are not in too much danger, but they could have almost set themselves up to put this game to bed. So it's a big round because that's it. He had that flank for a long time. It was just the
Oi.
quick succession of frags coming out from FPX that was a shock to me. But even still, like, probably still should have been the round. And wow, Xiao's almost got his res. They've been farming this up. They've given him the orbs, but it does
Interesting
also
that
help that
they are
it's-
still not
it's Xiao,
losing, having
and
two
he
Russians.
kills a lot of
in team.
people. In case anybody didn't know.
He does actually, yeah, one or two.
Every
per round.
once
I
in a
think
while.
they are
When
right,
he
Figo.
fancies.
And not the Russians
Look,
that
this
you
is
have in
a
your
foot
team.
in the
Figo.
door for FPX after picking
Nah,
up that
nah,
pistol.
nah.
They've got to be very cautious not to give anything away. And look at this, walking into the perfect site. They've naded, they've walled to make sure no one sneaks through, but there is no one on this half of the
Why
map,
do I
so
not
they are
get this
comfortable to
Russian
get that
stand
plant
in
down.
Nazi?
And then for Team Liquid,
I wonder.
I I mean, especially with a shorty and a classic, you'll probably be happy enough to just die to the spike.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where, okay, if you can get a player to drop their weapon, maybe make things a bit costly, great, but you don't just want to be handing over those ultimate orbs. Now, obviously, for the remaining players, I guess they're not going to get too close to their ults anyway, because Xiao's already got his res, which is wonderful going into a bonus round, because it means that you can have someone like Artis go for these audacious play with very little risk. Like, if he's going to go face the player in B main, well, they can't hold B main the entire round, so you just get him back up in a moment's notice. So this could be huge.
Yes.
You are correct. They're just going to go in and die to that spike. No real problems for either side.
Yeah, it's just not worth it diving at them for the most part. You're going to hope that one or two guys run towards you to save.
Why are you not commenting game?
You run into that site, you give them ult.
I am still tired.
They would have been decently valuable on the other side for Liquid as
well. What's
gonna go this time?
What's wrong with the last game?
FPX are picking that up. It's
yeah, I don't know.
Xiao taking it? Where are you going with that, Xiao? Okay,
I mean, they need to win that round now. If Liquid doesn't win that round,
16 to 7 to be fair. So I guess if anyone was gonna take the spike,
losing
probably
pistols is okay.
Yeah, and every time
but
he dies, they lose. That's basically it. Already, a lot of steps being made, but it is peculiar where that spike currently is. I wonder if Doma's just trying to fake out some sound here, because Xiao is so ridiculously far away. Yeah, they're just going to run it all the way back down into the vents. The problem is they faced into Scream, but they trade it out, and that's all right. They can now pick up one of those extra rifles, and, well, what was starting off as a bonus round now looks like an excellent spot. And just remember what ultimate is currently online, Mitch.
Yep, there you go. Artis is back up and online into this fight. Doesn't have a Blade Storm to work with, so he's just going to be playing that Spectre. Yeah, someone's nicked his rifle. Sulcus, he's heard the step. He knows there's a player close. Good nade. That's going to divide the forces a little bit, but he's not able to make anything happen. Artis is running out onto the site. The trade coming in far too slow. The flash not there nearly on time. That's a big problem. Oh, the timing was just off by a mile there. We are left with Patty G 1 versus 3.
Ay, that's not good though.
And I think this is starting to come back to some of the points we made. They knew. Okay, they've got ears as well. Yeah, no. Some of the problems we saw from FPX, man. I think the analyst desk was talking about.
They lost a little too many people though, but it's alright. They won at least.
It just felt like a lot of the time they weren't really synced up, and that hit right there underlined it massively to me. I mean, you've got Artis running out, taking a fight. He dies way, so the nade separated them obviously, but Zipan stayed back.
They need to win now as well,
or do something. Yeah, Artis goes out and dies, then Zipan comes through and he dies. And like all one by one duels, the flash comes in. It's way too late. Like
the silver lining
when do you need to wake up
is
tomorrow?
that was still kind of a bonus. Like they used the res,
Wait,
it's a bit more costly. Yeah, they should have won the round. Don't get me wrong, but the buy on the other side
I have
stinks.
2 classes tomorrow.
For God's sake! I was about to say they almost had a triple judge. Now they have a double judge. And well, Yumpy catches the fast play from Zipan.
Need to wake up at 9:30.
It's grotesque that this is something that's manageable for Liquid.
They have a judge crossfire.
Oh, well,
they're currently
around
using
9:15, 9:20.
Scream and Yumpy are currently using a judge crossfire, or they were a second ago, in A heaven. What the hell?
Can I say something random?
I've never seen a judge crossfire before.
7,800 steps. Exactly.
Nice.
You're not
Good
killing
job.
anyone there, man. Maybe if there was team damage to, you know.
Thank you.
There should be team damage with just the judge. Crossfire with me, bro. You're gone.
I like the reset though. After facing off there initially, you're
There's
not
still
expecting
5
the player
people,
to
but
still
I
be
have
holding those
2
angles.
judges.
The problem is there's still plenty of utility and weaponry available. Navira are going to have that molly down, which will eventually be challenged for, but they've still not cleared the back of that site, and that judge is still available. Now that's a big kill. Navira being down on the site gives them the opportunity to plant, and one thing that judge sucks at is the range.
Artis thought about going in that smoke. In fact, he dashed into it for just a second. He was visible, but luckily, I think a player was like knife out other side. This time around, you know, if Yumpy's at least managed the upgrade. He's now got a rifle to play with. Artis is down, and the push towards the site now starts to come in while all this utility is pushing the players back on FPX. But Sagetsu, he takes a moment to strike up in heaven. He's got to win this duel. There we go. It lands in his favor eventually, and the round quickly follows 8-8. The attacking side has done it here. And the question, you know, you look at Team Liquid, what are they going to do now? Their money is in the dumps.
Yeah, they can't go even for the triple judge this time. Maybe Navira could invest into one if he wanted to. But yeah, a good recovery. I like the fact, especially considering they've lost their caller, there's still the opportunity for FPX to go, okay, we're going to slow this down. We know that they've got some weaker weaponry. We don't need to overplay our hand. We can try and bait out some of those spots. And they just did very well to isolate Navira. Because if he gets anything done from that spot, the rest of the team can rotate in. Yumpy can use the distraction to get some damage done.
No one needs to save again.
He gets isolated
it's 8-8 at least,
farm, and that's where the judge is now useless.
There's a showstopper here. I'm just glancing at that right away. Solkas pops the nade. They know what's on the other side. He's not even going to use it up here. I mean, understandably, maybe if they started to stampede towards the site, you could pop that out. But FPX being understandably very cautious in this round up against these pistols.
Yeah, the one thing I've really liked about the FPX's Barons, it was something I sort of theorized in the first half, is that they'll almost have to like disrespect a lot of the utility from Liquid, otherwise, wow, has it really been that long?
I don't know.
No. It's one of those scenarios where if you don't disrespect the utility that Liquid has, you're waiting until the time runs out. So the fact that they've been going like over mollies or through smokes and stuff, and basically just going like, yeah, you have a delaying comp, but we really don't care. And it's similar to this scenario. Like, they've got their own utility, and now they'll just go out at elevated angles and make sure that they clear everything properly. And yeah, it's just not allowing that time to be wasted anywhere near as much.
If that was Artis, Scream would have been knife. But thankfully, it was Zipan, who came around the corner with his knife out, saw Scream's back turned, and took his weapon out. It's like, that's how normal players react. And then Artis is like, I'm going to run at him. It's kind of guy he is. And the kind of guy he is, he would win that as well. But thankfully, no knives this time. Just a nice, clean sight push. Again, just look at that timing. Poor thing Scream. He was looking the right way. He had the jump on them. They didn't expect another player there. In the end, it'll amount to nothing. Here's the important round, though, the one we really care about. Buy up for Team Liquid. Ulti's in play.
Yeah.
Across the board, Team Liquid have got a convincing lead in the ult department.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see who will actually take this orb if they go for it. Zipan close to a showstopper. You've also got a res almost there. Jet knives in this scenario doesn't really have the value of it. It seems for now, though, no one at Artis is just going to run
Don't need to wake up
through.
early tomorrow.
As said, they're just disrespecting a lot of these like
delaying
tactics of Liquid. It's only really been the paint shells. I feel like they're sectioned them apart on multiple occasions. The fact is, though, they've got the opener, and now just opt to try and pick the remaining players apart. And Artis is just acting as that tip of the spear, but the angle not checked, and you have to make sure you clear Scream. Soulcast will come back with another, but still it ends in a 2v2. And well, this is why they always give those ult orbs over to Xiao.
They know that Navera's been playing around here as well. This is going to be a slow train from FPX. All they want to do is trade whenever they go into a fight. It's Batty G and Zipan leading the charge to start with. Xiao takes over. They're looking for A. This is Navera with a big hold if he can get anything done.
Spike down A.
Even the one kill is it's decent. Stops them from having a res online, I suppose.
If I don't win this.
Already used it,
He
though.
got this.
So, never mind. Showstopper online for Zipan. Batty G had a smoke, used it up just now. Feels tough. Link's going to probably have to hit a beautiful paranoia if he's going to have any chance.
To line them up here would be tough as well. Might be able to get them within the gap. He knows where one of the players is, but it hasn't connected onto the second. And Batty is just waiting. Zipan uses ult. I guess
I hate that they're removing warheads
and on the other side of things, Liquid
I
are
want to
starting
see.
to
I
struggle.
don't want to
This
look at
attacking
map.
side has
I'm
been
lazy.
really impressive for FPX, and that is the
I mean,
danger.
that is
like,
because of that, because you want to be like, oh, well, they.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of danger. Like,
I mean,
disappear.
No one's really playing bad
Spontaneous combustion.
of that team.
Always downside. Not against the
Everyone's
Fuse,
doing their job.
I guess that won't be
It's
happening.
just
10-8 as we
That's
jump
just playing
on
better
into
right
things.
now.
We'll wait for Tom to rejoin us, I suppose. We got a timeout for Team Liquid and aptly timed. Hello, Tom. Welcome back. Okay, he's not back yet. We'll be back in a second.
There we go. I don't know why, but my my Ethernet keeps randomly disconnecting, which is a really cool thing
Yeah,
to have.
Cool.
everything fucking
Yeah,
works
that's
bad
pretty trendy
today.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you said no. You said I don't know if you can remember, but you said there's a danger, and then you disappeared. I was worried.
Well,
about you.
that's the thing. So the thing with this comp is that it's really good if teams actually respect the utility, as we've seen with like the slower D14 styles. Like,
Nice, Mike.
They're basically just running through a lot of early starts. So it doesn't matter what your setup is. If you're just getting blasted by someone like Artist just basically going
That's
for these
what
entry
your
cracks, you might
mic
look at
was
his
at the
stats
start
and think,
today,
oh,
by the way.
11-14 on Jett, it's not that great. This man is doing his role.
Luckily, I still got what you meant, but I was like,
I mean, it's something that these kind of Jets on a map like Split. I mean, it's been so long since we saw this in regular rotation that we stopped even making the points so regularly. But yeah, you are creating space. You are opening up. It's similar to the Raze, except you don't have that utility to deal the damage and to follow up on in the same way. Artist is on site now, and he's managed to
So it's my fault.
beautifully. Yumpy,
So
low
done.
HP with that Marshall out of there, playing behind the smoke now. They should be able to grab a plant easily enough.
Yeah, they've got a rolling thunder, but unless those judges manage to get incredibly close, I don't know if there'll be much value in it. Actually, they are going to go for it. Running straight through. Nice work from Navira. He's going to steal the rifle away and take another head. This means that he now has his art online, and so the orbital strike is going to section them off. They can start looking to try and get themselves in onto that site, and because the plant never went down, they now have the risk
the plant never went down. I thought it was planted. That was a nice retake. Holy shit.
Crossfire, which they can utilize to make sure
This ultimate had huge value.
Yeah, that's why I want to see them play. Well, that's how I want to see them play.
Holding heaven. So this round's over. I don't even know how you deal with this. There's no way. It's done.
As a
Beautiful
judge.
by Team Liquid. They've set themselves up for success. That push back into the site. The orbital strike was actually remarkable because it goes down so quickly, and its intention is not even to kill anyone. It's not to damage anyone. It's purely to allow Team Liquid to regain complete control of the site. They have everywhere except like all of this position where there's smokes and a couple corners they could be hiding
Nothing they
in.
could have done against that.
And so down it goes, clears them out, and then they pop a smoke, and they just keep those players trapped in B main. Set your judge up in heaven. They can't come out there. Everyone else is watching main. You've got the spike, and it all comes on the back of a rolling thunder. I mean, we can give that ult a lot of flack, but when you've got something like a frenzy wide swinging you, yeah, okay, it's pretty hard to hit that one-shot headshot.
Yeah, it's a round that's not very recreatable though, and especially with the finances that are still there. Oh, for God's sake! How do they get away with so much on this weapon? It doesn't matter though. Zipan's actually managed to trade back two within a matter of seconds. Scream spot is going to be given up as well, as they will make their way onto the side.
I'm so done.
Saigetsu actually peeks back in and gives Liquid, well, the spot back into the round.
What happened?
Everything works
Plenty
bad
of time
today.
here. Spike only having
Sound on
just
stream
gone
is
down.
lagging
Utilities
again.
were
All of them
refreshed up
are
for
like
Liquid.
sound like robots.
Oh, maybe it's not. That nade is so perfect. But Scream double trades it out.
Oh,
And
nice.
Xiao receives a headshot just as quick. Oh my. The Erd tree on the backside. That's a diffuse easily for Team Liquid 10 to 10.
Elden Ring.
Tom, I'm getting deja vu here. This is just as competitive of a series as we look.
What's the
set
most
another
rounds
team
that
restart
anyone's casted in a day?
Ah,
I feel like we might be
that's what you mean. I thought, what do you,
They sound like demons.
I think it was 44,
nice.
44.
23, 21.
So we're up to 64 rounds of split today. Anyone
64
beating that?
rounds of split in a row, actually. Yeah.
I can stream with.
Keep it going.
Cool, 64 rounds. It is, I will say, of all the maps, I'm glad it's split. Because if this was like, I don't know, 64 rounds of Icebox, I think I would have had a mental breakdown.
Yeah, I would be in lots of
How's everything so close today? 10-10 again.
Fracture? In fact, earlier was a lot of fun. I'd take a long. I'd love to see what teams
Please,
do
when
you're like 40 rounds into
I can't
Fracture.
resist
Oh
one
my
more
God.
match like this.
It's a attack pause every like 3 seconds.
I don't even know if I still want to play like well.
Running back over the matrix.
I still feel
sit on the ropes for a bit and just think about what you've done.
Yeah.
Shift across the ropes to make a strat. Yeah.
That's
Oh, God.
insane. We were just
Looking
watching
back
and
in
we
here,
both done. I
you're
wanted
gonna
to
look at
play as
FPX.
well.
They're starting to give up a lot of control around
I mean, it
middle
was
and
an
A. This
insane
is
match. They were
clearly
both
set to
so
be a
good.
B-take. What's interesting is Team Liquid aren't playing anybody on the actual site. You have to wonder what they're preparing for in that aspect, not having a single player down
But
there.
just interesting
They
how
wanna
you can
duel
get
from
tired
the
because
side.
of just watching. Oh.
Scream. He seems to have come back online over the last couple of rounds, but dropping down just isn't going to work out. And the trade's coming back thick and fast. Artis again steps up to the plate, and the molly. It's not going to deny the plant, but it might do some damage on the way out. Nivera forcing that control, but he really needed a kill for it to be anything worthwhile. Now, the finances don't look too bad from Liquid, but it's still in a spot where, is it worth throwing this weaponry away? It looks like they think yes.
I mean, that clock isn't ticking too fast, but there is also a late flank coming through from Artis that's guaranteeing the round for FPX. They've cast a wide net on this one, and there it is. From crashing in on Team Liquid. Nivera will struggle to even save this rifle now. You're hearing a lot of steps around heaven, but Xiao's not going to go to spawn. So, okay, Team Liquid get away with just the one rifle at 11 to 10. Who knows how big of an impact that could have. We're so close to the end of the game, to the home. We're in the home stretch, very much so. Let's just check in with Team Liquid's economy after that one. It's comfy.
Yeah.
Their ultis are starting to...
watch this.
But it's still a little bit away.
11.
Still a little bit away, but it's the same on both sides.
Yeah, I think
Same as
Link
fucking
might have- I guess he's only really going to use that for a quick rotate if necessary, but or maybe to try and fake things out. It's something, especially on the defensive side, that doesn't hold a lot of value. It's looking like it could be quite an aggressive stance though in this round from Liquid, looking to try and take that fight, maybe setting up that same one way that we've seen many a time. And although there's an early stun, I guess most teams are not going to push through that one way. But I guess FPX have
That's the Russian guy you want to have in your team.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's the same thing starting out this game. You can sit here and say this team versus that, like Team A versus Team B, but when it comes to FPX, it can be a little bit unpredictable at times with someone like Artis on that roster, even more so. And with a minute 10 on the clock, this is the first time I feel like we're seeing almost a normal round out of them. They play for mid with 3. They wait outside A on 2. Yumpies are ready for this with Scream right by his side.
Why does he let him alone?
On the ladder. Too eager to get out of there. Well, that's at least allowed for some trade back.
Who on earth expects a third player? Like, you've just wiped out the double peak, and then the third player of Artis is like, don't worry, lads, I've got this. Who's expecting that? He is a maniac, but he's brought it back into a workable position at least. A 5v3 definitely wouldn't have been a great position to be in. The problem now, though, well, firstly, there's that information. There is where that ultimate actually comes into play. And now with only 25 seconds left, Mitch, they've got to move.
Yeah, they know there's players coming out of heaven. The King was already down, but Scream's not good for the kill. Nivera sneaks onto the site. He's being pushed from the side, forced into Batty, who's being taken down. The nade not there in time to deny. That plant will be found. Artis sneaks up the side. They know that he's gone here now. The site is cleared out. But is he wrapped back around, or is he waiting on the corner? Well, here he comes. Swinging like a freight train, and he hits hard. 12 to 10. FPX just one away from playing this map now.
They're just better.
What a stellar round. On a stellar clutch.
Yeah, I'm sure there's many people who had nightmares of that first year of Valorant when this man decided to come back into the pro scene. He was an absolute force to be reckoned with, and I'm sure some of the Liquid boys, in fact, Solcast and Link definitely would be the Liquid boys who would remember the full force of Artis and why he might have just given them the match. It is still going to be a purchase, but again, a judge in play, a Spectre alongside it. It's not the
I mean, they need to win 2 rounds. It's not like it's not impossible.
It's meant to give them the space into heaven. This
but
time,
they
there
need
is
to
no
play
one
well.
for it to connect
They
onto.
can't make mistakes.
Yeah, Team Liquid playing much further back, avoiding that. Boombot
That
gone
was
off
almost
in the
a
face,
mistake.
I think it got destroyed just before it was able to dish out that damage.
The abilities.
FPX not deterred.
Pow, pow,
In fact,
pow.
4 players on their way in through heaven, spamming away, hoping for a fight. The firing squad wants some victims to take down. There's going to be a wall to the left, but it's broken instantly. In fact, Team Liquid have got 3 on the other side. Artis comes in with a right click, opening the space for them to push on forward, but the spike's still down. The res coming through as well puts the numbers into Team Liquid's advantage just for a moment. The spike taken, and they're running towards the A site with it, all the while that this spike is going down and Batty is providing cover. The flank is on for Artis, and look at this.
Oh no.
Why would he be here? Surely they don't even check the left. Why would they? 3 players in front of us.
Oh my god.
A whiff. A huge whiff. FPX now in a 2v3. I thought this round was sorted, was done for with that flank. But instead, Team Liquid might have this yet a showstopper still to play with. Batty's managed to evade them up in heaven for just a moment. Good flash again. Su can see again. And the headshots quickly found. FPX still get away with it.
Play better. That's just playing better.
Patient play in heaven. They've done just enough to claim map number 1 here.
Well, it's not going to go to the overtimes of the last one, and I think, is that 60?
Man, please get a better internet connection to those guys.
Split in one day. That's quite enough of that one, lads. You know,
like,
we'll take it.
I'm like 15 kilometers away from the screen, and I still see.
The impact they have been incredible. Xiao performing to such a high standard. We see why people are so excited about this FPX side, and one map away, and they might finally make it to a LAN. We'll be back after the break as we hand it off to the desk.
Well, you can split my 2k in between both of you.
No goaling.
No.
Sorry.
I don't want to go all in with my I don't have other points because I can't.
I only got 350, so I'm not robbing you. Ceres is robbing you. I don't.
Yeah, of course, he has a higher percentage on the points.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay.
I have still 6,000 points, so I'm gonna go in with 2,000 again, and this time it's gonna be 30% of my.
Philips präsentiert Lumea. Wenn du bis zu 6 Monate seidig-glatte Haut
If I go
möchtest,
15k, would you go for
und effizientestes IPL-Haarentfernungsgerät von Philips.
Can I change it?
Philips Lumea IPL.
Yeah.
Gemeinsam
you can
machen
add
wir das Leben
1k
besser.
more.
Philips.
I guess.
I'll give you even 15 and 1.
Where's the projection? Ah, in here? Yeah. What did it say? 2,000? I said 1,000.
No, it says 3k. Don't bet. Now you bet 4k.
Well. I hate this.
How did you realize you fucked up?
I didn't fuck up. Good fucking.
Fucking Twitch.
Right up in a place where I'm supposed to be. Face like a rosary. Stay up on the rise so the skies feel close to me. Cameras that surprise when I realize they ghosted me. Back with it, just no limits, no jokes to me. Hopefully, you can see we two steps.
What are you betting on? I mean, I'm betting on Liquid.
We keep on building with no limits, so only we can say when we finish. Cause we don't quit.
Okay.
We don't crawl. If we leave,
I'm gonna
we take it all. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge.
It's only been an hour, but do I care? No. Be right back.
Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Molly in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Perfection with the hand of veganism. You will never see another like this.
I ain't never been for the small talk, knock it out the box.
Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never.
What a start for FPX. We said this is the closest they've ever been to LAN, and they've just made themselves one step closer. Now, after that split map, I've got Jess and Lothar back with me. I feel like we've seen a lot around of split today, but that one was a lot different from the first series we saw.
I mean, it was blazing fast.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, it's already done? No overtimes? No quadruple overtimes or whatever that was. In general, I would say that this map was very surprising from an angle, because when I saw Team Liquid go off on attack, I was like, okay, this map should be done in this case, right? But then suddenly FPX cracked the code of how Liquid plays. I'm going to do that later on Telestrator, but in general, I'm really impressed with FPX's ability to be aggressive because they chose the composition, right?
Yeah, exactly right. We were on the pre-desk and we're saying both teams need to play their own games. Unfortunately, when we speak about mirror matchups in agents and compositions, we almost got a mirror matchup with some of the aggression, especially when we're talking about those who are taking first engagements on both sides. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, the prowess of FPX in taking those aggressive engagements and then understanding fundamentally what to do post taking that first engagement was a lot stronger than Team Liquid. They tried to bite off a lot more than they could chew, whereas FPX, they understood what was enough for them and they didn't go back for seconds.
Yeah, this is a very good example of what Team Liquid is lacking in general. Whenever there's, I mean, we don't talk about this, we delete the VOD, we delete the clips, okay? But when it comes to like the fundamental level, Liquid is lacking a lot of understanding how to play off each other.
Yes.
There are many rounds when they are overpeaking one by one, they have an advantage. Suddenly that advantage is thrown out of the window because one player is suddenly caught totally off guard. No traders coming in, no security is being set up. So there's essentially the most basic fundamental thing lacking, while Liquid tries to overcomplicate the stuff with the composition and like the strategies and the utility.
The important part about that was I was here in week 4, and you remember this, Yinsu, we're actually talking about the fact that Liquid could play most of the lower tier teams in the groups and just do whatever they wanted individually, because individually they would be better than any other team that played well. I think this was in regards to London United at the time. We said individually they could beat any team at a lower tier level than them. Now that they're playing quote-unquote the bigger dogs in the same tier level as them, you get what you deserve if you do not put in the work to be a team that can play fundamentally together when you are just relying on solo plays. Lothar is absolutely right. This will be Liquid's kryptonite moving into the future if they want to make Iceland.
I mean, we highlighted some good Sage players in this region already. It's time for another one. I know, Jess, you were a really big fan of what Shao was able to do there as well.
Oh my God, I've already done one battle Sage, but I've got another for you.
It looks so good. Like, it looks so right. I don't know
He's
why.
clean shaven, right? we had Scream, has a beard.
Yes.
We had Shadows, has a beard. And he's clean shaven.
Look at this.
Great.
Yet another battle stage that I can bring to your screens. And why do I need to do it? Because the man was in not only the battle stage ready stance that we love battle stages being in, but he was in the most opening engagements out of any player on the roster. And I think that that's a really important fact, because we saw Artis kick off throughout that entire match. But the fact that Xiao can sit there and go positive, and outside of Artis's one extra engagement of which he had lost, he was the most positive. So I think it turns around and goes to show that, hey, the Sages, at least of today's games, they've got something different going on.
And he was actually a crucial piece of the entire, let's say, gear for the team when it comes to attack, because as aggressive as he was on defense, he was not as aggressive on attack. Yeah. And it was crucial because he was able to pull off his ultimate, if I'm not mistaken, on round 3 of attack, and then on round 7. It was actually mental. He used the 2 ultimates so close next to each other, and they were super valuable because every time he rezzed the player, suddenly the advantages between the teams swapped. And suddenly the attackers have more players than the defenders. It was crucial.
And speaking of those advantages, Lothar, I know you wanted to break down how you thought that FPX were able to clutch this map out.
So the basic setup from the defenders from Team Liquid is something that we touched upon yesterday on the Telestrator segment. So we're gonna just reiterate a little bit how Team Liquid is typically doing it. Let's zoom in on the minimap. They have 3 lanes. Typically, we're gonna see a one-way from Omen being set up in B main. That's gonna be one thing that's gonna be used here on the B main. Then the second one will be the Sage Wall being used in mid, and then we're gonna see a instant smoke from the Brimstone, a stun from Breach, and sometimes we have seen an Aftershock to destroy the utility from the Sentinel that is being played on attack. Now the thing is here, look what FPX is doing. They know exactly what's gonna happen. They just waited out. No one is affected by the stun because they played perfectly when it comes to positioning, and now they use 2 crucial pieces of utility. First, this is gonna be the Boombot. It clears everything. It literally goes like this, here, this, then goes back and goes over towards the site, and in conjunction with a cyber cage, being used here on this spot, it allows them to venture towards Heaven. And now look what's gonna happen on Heaven when they're gonna go towards that direction. They're gonna clear all the angles here. They go unnoticed. Now Paranoia is being used, allows them to take more space, and look at the position from Yampi. He's in a terrible spot. Let's zoom in on the minimap right here. There's absolutely no one to help him out here. He's being killed in a position where there's no trade. There's simply too many attackers to even like re-peek this and be sure that you take one with you, because you're most likely dying here as well. And that opens the entire defense. Just pay attention to the minimap again. The entire mid is open. The attackers can now go through vents and venture towards B if they want to, or they can go towards A, and Liquid can do nothing about it because now the composition has no Sentinel, and that is the price that you have to pay
way earlier than the match begins.
Yeah, Jess, what did you make of that? Anything to add?
No, I just love listening to Lothar's lab every single day. I could have one lesson every day and learn a lot of it, but I do think it goes to show the importance of the different of Sentinel players throughout the map as well. I think a scrappier, more aggressive map like we've seen there from that team, rather than, of course, the previous series we watched. It's a different in contrast, and it shows us that there's not one right way, but there is definitely fundamentals throughout each version of it that can play into the hand there. And something else I want to throw on the back of that was we asked about Batty G, and we asked whether or not he would be slide into the roster well, play the Omen well. Those one-ways, they were pretty damn good. I was happy with that.
Yeah, he was actually, I think, using more one-ways than Liquid was using them.
Correct.
I mean, that's probably an over-exaggeration, but he was using them well.
Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, I feel like he fit in the roster from the debut, right? He's been really, really good here. And one player there, I think everybody had quite high expectations coming here, who's made a lot of impact, is Artist there, Jess. Not surprisingly, popping off once again.
Yeah, I mean, look, we already said that he had a little bit of the mantle taken away from him in the opening engagements because of what, Xiao was able to do, but his impact was felt quite across the map. Multi-kills galore for Artist, and he plays his positioning quite well.
I'm always forgetting the map.
Having a smart jet player that can be very mechanically strong, but also smart in their positioning and being able to capitalize on the multi-kills is what puts your team over the line time and time again, and Artist has been able to do that.
Just one small thing.
I forgot. I just know that Breeze is third map.
At the end of the match, everyone will be just like, oh my god, he's so good. But now it's like everyone just remembers that.
Yeah, you don't forget that.
We got to talk about the memes, This is our region. We got to carry on with the memes. But moving forward, map 2. This is where it's a must-win, right, for Team Liquid. If they don't win this, their chances are not great going forward if you look at that lower bracket. But this is not their map pick. So how worried
Haven.
are you guys right now, having already seen them play this map?
Oof, I mean... Heaven, I said it in the beginning, for me, Liquid had to win this match 2-0 to not go into Breeze. Even if they close out Haven, they're still gonna go into Breeze, which is not their best map, while FPX is pretty decent, or at least was in the past. And when it comes to Haven, typically what we have seen from FPX here was just the standard Killjoy Astra combos that we love to see on A retakes and so on, but I don't think we're gonna see that from FPX now with Batty G on Astra again. So I wouldn't worry that much, but it's again the game for Liquid to lose against themselves and not against the opponents.
They're also going to be in their own heads a little bit. I know things will have changed compositionally and whatnot, but you think back to the last match they had of Haven against FPX, and you think about the fact that they were unable to get more than 2 defensive rounds, and one of them was the bonus, and one was a little bit of a
FPX already won against them on Haven
just to get it. So it's not convincing from Liquid then. Is it convincing now? I'm not sure, but with the changes that we saw there, I think FPX has played their own game really well. and the last 7 times the FPX has played Team Liquid, they've won 6 of them. So I think that's a pretty overwhelming correlation that FPX almost always has Team Liquid's number.
Let's remember also how Liquid played Haven yesterday. Nivera just absolutely popped off. If I remember correctly, 8 first bloods. He was being fed by G2 there. And I'm almost certain that FPX will not do the same mistakes that G2 did. Because G2 were over pushing towards A and trying to take control of the garden area, but that was very easily countered by Liquid. And those were simple plays, something that FPX actually did against Liquid here on Split. So I wouldn't predict that Liquid will be as efficient on defending on this map as they were yesterday.
I mean, we've seen Liquid's Haven already, but FPX, some question marks here. You know, you guys kind of theorized, especially with Batty G on the team, where you want to see him play. Omen, very competent, passed the test. But on this map, do you want to see him? Well, I know what the answer is. You do want to see him move away from the Astra. But more importantly, what does he pick up here?
I think both are viable. Both Brimstone and Omen are viable because it's just the way you want to play the game. More explosive, more commitment, Brimstone. Less explosive, and the ability to hit with the second tempo, with the third tempo, even during the round. That's the Omen choice for you, right? Yeah. But we have seen it also in the previous match. If you played, you can't play Astra the way you played it before. So there's 100% gonna be a different pick than Astra.
It has to be. It has to be. And I personally don't care which, but after seeing Batty's prowess and understanding the confidence of his utility usage with Omen, I would like for him to stick with what he knows. Of course, he'll obviously know both, but I think we found his niche. We found the pocket where he's fitting well. Why not just continue that?
I got to throw in the troll comment that I just have to with the opportunity, but Phoenix works here.
He does.
He has a wall, you know, so it's just like one smoke, I guess, for 8 seconds.
He has a molly.
Yeah, I mean, Yoru works here as well, you know.
I mean, all of the agents work on every map if you go that far.
I mean, I feel like we're also working on the assumption that Liquid won't change anything, but it's like very Liquid to change something, right?
Really, would you think that after yesterday's, let's say, presence, that the success presence that they manifested on this map, they would make any changes? Because from my perspective, this is one of the compositions that actually worked well, and they have chamber, something that was lacking on Split. And yesterday it was effective on Split because G2 had just no clue how to play against the double controller setup.
Yeah, we are going to head into Agent Select soon. It is a little bit delayed right now. Don't worry. Stick with us. I think everyone's just sick of that Split map, so we all need to take a bit of a breather, move away from it. But like you guys both said, I want to kind of circle back to the wider storyline here. You know, Liquid, they've been to Iceland before. They always seem to make a LAN event whenever Fnatic makes it. They kind of like hold hands and go to events together. But for FPX, this is completely new territory. They don't even have the experience of trying to qualify for a LAN. So how much do you guys think that plays into it? You know, the mental aspect of never been in this position before.
I think for some players, and at least in my career as a coach, I've seen players get overzealous. Like they really want it, and so they make fundamental mistakes by trying to make godlike plays. They want to be that player that makes the difference in the round, in the map, and therefore in the series. And some players can stray away from the set plays upon which they've been taught to do, and that can be really dangerous. Conversely, some players get a little shy in the server. They get scared of making a mistake. There's so much that can happen mentality-wise. Is when a team has a really bad match or a really bad map, sometimes it is just about the mental. It's not about their prowess as a player or as a team. And I would hate, after that first map, to see FPX fall into that trap now that they're ever so close.
The easiest target is always like the youngest one in the team, right? In this case, that's Batty G. But from what I have seen, he's actually handling, like, let's say, stressful situations in-game pretty well. He doesn't overcommit too much. He actually plays smart. He's a very smart player when it comes to like playing off his teammates or using the utility. So I wouldn't actually bet on him like being in an anxiety state right now.
I mean, it's a pretty young team, right? I don't know what the stats would be, if production can let us know. But out of all the teams here, I feel like, obviously, without Angel being here and so on, this seems to be one of the... He does put a few years, all right, into the age average.
The average
brings them
goes
up. But now with Batty G here, I feel like this could be one of the youngest team we have here, at least when it comes to experience too, because outside of, I know the Insomnias and some of the Epic lands that these artists in particular has attended, I don't think they would ever have, faced a task this large going into an international land. We've seen the stage at Iceland from last year. It's pretty nerve-wracking.
You don't know what it's like to be at a LAN until you show up on the first day, whether it's media day or whatever it is, and you sit in your seat and you're resizing it, you're putting in your SSD and everything. You go,
that's
hang on,
so cool to
play
do.
on this stage against the team across from me in this entire arena, and then it hits. It's like a tsunami. And I think for a lot of players, they can quell that tsunami. They can sit back and go, okay, this is what we're here for. We're good enough for it. And for other players, it just overwhelms them. So if FPX does win this series, it is a great opportunity to get some fresh blood out there on an international stage, which we love and I love witnessing.
Also, there are players who would absolutely love to play on LAN instead of like playing in internet. Like I personally love playing on LAN. Every time we played
it's like
in a
butter.
tournament.
We gotta see you on LAN, Lothar.
Let's go, Lothar.
Hey, wait, Red Bull we played.
Yeah.
On LAN.
Okay.
But wanted to say that all of those players are coming from other games as well.
Yeah,
they have a lot of experience, right? So I wouldn't expect like to be any jitters here on LAN as well. But maybe can we a little bit wrap around back to like agent select and fear tags a little bit more, because I feel like there's still so much to say about that, right? There's a new patch, and by the way, in 4.05 in the newest patch, after that is already on live, and it will be probably live on our service for the next tournament. Brimstone has already decreased when it comes to the amount of Steam beacons that he has. It's going to be only one Steam beacon, and it's going to be twice as expensive.
I don't see many Brims.
There seems to be some consensus in Riot development team that it might be a little bit too strong. This time, I'm a little bit just, questioning why the Brimstone is not used as much as a single controller yet.
Yeah, we are going to head into Agent Select. Now, again, we spoke about Batty G already. Well, we want to see him play here. On the side of Liquid, they've already run the double Brim and Omen comp, so maybe we don't see anything too different coming out of their side. Of course, okay, we're going to stick with the Astra.
I am flabbergasted because we have seen it in the previous team that at solo Astra, Nats was really struggling with utility usage on a map like Split, where he was basically slinging utility on mid and they didn't gain much from it. Haven is a much more complicated map, requires much more utility and requires flexibility. And Buddy and Astra with only 4 stars, this is gonna be tough, at least for me to imagine. How do you plan out the utility to have the same type of freedom that you had before? I'm really weirded out by this, specifically also because he was a good Omen on Split.
I'm wondering whether or not Batty G is going to have to play more reactive rather than proactive. Think about the lack of utility that he's going to have to work with now. Think about the fact that, well, we saw him play a little bit proactive with Omen on map 1. Is this an opportunity to show his depth of play as a smart player, as a utility player, to go, I can be a bit more reactive with an agent that might not be as strong?
Who decides who's going to attack, by the way? Are they deciding, like, for each map?
That was the entire appeal of
themselves, like
that's how you take the space. That's how
first
you, like,
map, for example, FPX are
and now with the one less
deciding, and on second map, Liquid.
Both of the skills.
Well, how is that?
It's so hard to imagine how effective this can be.
Commitment. I feel like you're just getting more and more disappointed as the day goes on. But Team Liquid, they have to win here if they want a chance to go to Iceland today to book that slot. Even it's time to hand this over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Yes, we're ready to dive on into map number 2. Here it has been a long day for us on the broadcast, but not for the players on this server just now. One map already gone by, Tom. And as we jump on into the next, I'm expecting it to be an exciting one. So let's get right on into Haven.
Okay, I'm interested now.
And we're going to be getting on into that map in just a couple of seconds, folks. The players are ready and on the server. FPX mounting a defense to start things out here on Haven. And Tom, we've heard from the analyst desk, but I want to hear from you. Who's your favorite coming into this map?
I I think I'm going to lean in towards Liquid. I'm still not convinced by the Astra still being in play. Like, I think it can definitely work on the defensive side, like being able to sort of time a lot of your utility similar to what you see with the Cypher. But I still think on that attacking side, it just looks so tough. And if you've got someone like Nat struggling to make it work, I don't know if Baddy's going to be able to piece everything together while coming into this team as sort of like a stand-in. I think that's going to be incredibly difficult. On the other side of things, I was really impressed with Navira on this map the last time he played. I think it was 8-0 in opening duels and was just an absolute menace. And Yumpy had a bad performance and they still won. Do I think that will happen twice? Probably not.
You gotta remember though, Batty G has been the super sub for FPX so far.
He's been sick, yeah.
He's been unbelievable. And you know, whether it's the Sage, your Viper, or indeed your Astra, you know that this guy can deliver. But I agree with you, it's a tough task here. Stepping into Haven, that said, he is wasting no time in getting this started. The opening duel already his Nano Swarm right away, given the protection to Sugetsu. He's not going to be pushed down on. And Team Liquid, they're trying to fight on multiple fronts, but they're not really meeting any results. A lot of damage done, but no kills yet.
Yeah, and the thing is right now, FPX have pretty much every single piece of information they could ever need. They've spotted Soulcast. They've seen basically every other player with the drone into mid. So it's a tough spot right now for them to try and fall back into. At the same time, I'm looking at the health. Artist, Zipan, Xiao, all incredibly low. So it could be fairly difficult for them in this current scenario.
Yeah, definitely a tough round ahead with no heals at all. You know, it would be great to have that Sky in there popping back up to full, but you've got to avoid pretty much every fight at this point if you're any of the players on this side of the map. That leads to a retake.
Not nice, Scream.
I would have thought, but instead they played two players under Heaven.
Spike
Backside. And Batty ran in after they were long dead with his 70 HP. So now Artist is one hit, and Sugetsu's got to do it all. As you can see, that is not looking great.
Yeah, definitely not the prettiest of scenarios, and well, left all onto Artist, and I said he sort of needs a miracle here to get absolutely anything done. And I guess the main thing would be is if he can get a kill. Scream. Oh, he's now coming up on the flag. He's not going to go for the knife either. He will get his nice little tree.
There you go. Oh, maybe he'll get some golden seeds at the bottom. Who knows? It's 1-0 for Team Liquid, and you know, it's certainly a valuable start to kick off a little bit of wind in their sails right off the bat. I gotta ask, you know, what was going on here for FPX? It seemed clear. Yeah. With everybody being so low, you gotta play a retake. Okay, they try to catch the players off guard. It is what it is. It doesn't work out. Batty running in, though. I mean, it's not like he's trying to trade anyone. They're all dead at that point. These guys have complete control. He's one of the few players who's got full HP or close to left. That seemed like a panic round out of FPX. And again, something that we've seen crop up a couple of times is that they sort of lose their team play, I want to even say, at a certain point in some rounds. You see the sloppiness start to seep through. And I think, you know, obviously a team playing with a stand-in and all this, there's going to be those issues there. So understandable.
Yeah, I think that there's definite elements of like them taking risks. I think we saw that in the previous map as well, of like players running through smokes, especially on the attacking side, almost disrespecting that utility. It was something I mentioned, but at least when it was on their attacking side of the last map, it was done as a team. We were sort of looking at that and going, okay, they're going through this together. They have a stun, they have something, a flash, something to almost set them up. Whereas you're right, when Batty does it, it was like, let's hope no one's looking. Like it's just way too audacious. And I kind of get it. Like when a round like that starts to fall apart, if you could be the one to bring it back, fantastic. And as we sort of mentioned, I don't think it's going to be a recurring theme that's going to happen, but it is unfortunate because I said, like, again, for Liquid on this attacking side, there's opportunities. I think especially having someone like Yumpy actually on that jet gives them much more of a chance, but it's still that defense where I expect them to thrive. Like so much delaying power, information as well from Scream, who is already looking like he's going to be slightly more aggressive, but then also that double op potential, which I think of any roster in the entire world, they have the most players who could just pull in an op, and at least to that high caliber of like a tier 1 operator player. So they get the finances off to a good start. Okay, maybe not on the attack, but on that defense, and you can easily be out of this game.
Well, this is the thing, right? The snowball can be difficult to deal with, and when a team like Liquid gets wind in their sails, man, they can be dangerous on a map like this with so much space and so many holes typically to exploit and to poke into. Somewhere that Team Liquid are going to succeed a lot in playing a more skirmishy style. Now, we've already seen a bunch of the FPX players be able to take it to them in toe-to-toe battles. Well, that's a nice little way to kick this one off. Of course, no one's got shields to play with, so you're one-hitting these guys to the body with that weapon. It's an operator. A little bit quicker to move, a little bit quicker to fire.
Oi.
Can be dealt with, but you know, you want one or two more kills here, really, for
Oi,
FPX. And the chances of that are significantly lower than I think FPX would want.
I feel like watching the pros use the Marshall just makes me feel so ridiculously silly for ever scoping in. Because it is just one of those things where you could just rattle off shots, and you could probably remove the scope from that gun and they really wouldn't care. It would still be something that gets brought into the rounds. It's just ridiculous how accurate it actually is from the hip fire. Nonetheless, it is just going to be one player loss, not really too much detriment to Liquid, and they're still going to have themselves a rifle and some SMGs to play with in this round. The only unfortunate truth, though, is that normally you almost want one or two players to be getting the majority of the kills and getting those ultimate orbs, so that then you actually have one of your ultimates for a round like this, whereas they've had a couple. So you got Scream, Link, and Navira not too far away, but probably not going to have a chance to use it in this round.
I guess the good thing on the other side is there's not a single player on FPX who stepped it up. They found 2 kills in the first 2 rounds, right? So you're not going to be worried about a Blade Storm, or like we've seen in other games, like your Showstopper or something stupid coming in that can completely turn the tide of a game. For now, FPX are left with their utility on their belt, their weapons in their hands, and that's about all they've got to work with.
If they played like that the whole time, like...
We'll see, though, for Team Liquid, they haven't really
play for a kill, play for 2 kills, and
extremities are watched by chamber utility. And other than that, they just want to fight mid. They want to play these skirmishes, want to take these duels
together.
But you can see FPX, they don't. They are giving all that control to Liquid willingly. They're even going to let a plant go down on B. They don't give a damn.
Already, they managed to at least dodge a small amount of utility that's there, and some spam will come through and do some decent damage already. This is where things start to get a little bit scary. The aggression of Yumpy not really going to gain anything, but they still have this control, at least for now. However, FPX have done a decent job of, well, making all of those fights very costly. Link, though, a decent kill.
That's huge. It gets them a rifle and control of a part of the map. They're not stuck on B side anymore. They're able to go out, move through garage, come back to mid. They're losing all the duels on the way. Now, this could be good. They can play the sprays through, but they're going to get pushed on, and they know it. The spray away from Scream, the timing is terrible, and that means he hasn't got the ability to pull them off the defuse. Look at how low everybody is. If he doesn't get caught with that flash out, maybe there's a chance, but instead, FPX, they walk out of that one in a beautiful position.
As long as they have, like, yeah, as I said, always bonus is like,
HP,
okay,
just
try to get as many guns as possible. You're probably gonna lose the round anyways, but
from just being dropped and them having
you need to win the round afterwards. If they win this round now,
the players are grassing, managing to deny that, and
it's gonna be right.
Worryingly, I guess, for Liquid, surviving with that many players, because that was a round realistically with the amount of damage they'd done.
Dude, what with the technical process?
Could have easily been like 3-4 players or even a round win. Instead, you kind of look at it from the other side of things, and FPX are sat there going, okay, we got 4 players out of it. It doesn't really matter that the round might have looked a little bit closer than it was. And now we're going to start seeing these purchases coming back into play. And from what I think I saw, there might already be an operator coming in on that attacking side.
There's definitely the potential. Now, remember, that weapon can be sold, so you never know. But on this map especially, it makes sense. Look, there's just so many range spots to fight on. And we saw in this round that they really didn't want to go and fight for the extremities that much. Team Liquid play with their utility covering out the pushes on C and A long respectively, so they've got that covered. And from that point on, you're pretty comfortable to just duel out and skirmish on B. Now, if you add an operator into the mix in this round, that can give you a lot more control. Still fight for mid with the same guys, but you have to look at it and say, FPX didn't fight mid. They didn't peek mid. They played super passive. There was no attempt to retake that control in the early stages. So I think here an op benefits you even more because it allows you to go and try to skirmish on your own rather than sit around like they did and wait for something that, with the exception of Artis, no one's likely to do. And if it is Artis swinging around the corner, giving you a bit of aggression...
Thing is, I don't want to play till like fucking anyway. 3 a.m.
Now, it is worth mentioning the only loss that I think we've actually seen for FPX on this map was the most recent one versus London United, and was also one where I think it was the first time they actually struggled on the attack. I do also think that might be the first match they actually played without having Angel there, which it almost makes a lot of sense that their attack mysteriously became a lot worse when you don't actually have your in-game leader there anymore. So it's definitely something that could be a worry for them. I think that in terms of the actual pieces they've got, I think for the attacking side, it makes a lot of sense. I think Artis in general is incredibly good at this map. Like, I think that it just makes... most Jet players are. Like, it's like watching... players like Wardell or El Diablo, like the way that they played Haven was just truly terrifying. So if he can put himself in that bracket, that might be one of the game changers for them here.
What was wrong?
Wow, it looks like we are going to be getting back into things, and that operator for Navira, that's definitely a piece to watch, and just him in general, because I said 8-0 in opening duels the last time that Liquid played this map.
Yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on. Just for you guys at home, that was Sugetsu. A little bit of a tech issue on his part. He's reconnected up, and as you can see, they're ready to go. Operator going to be charging out on long, but smoked off right away. It's Yumpy that's going to be picking that up. Zipan has been deleted on that A long pick, and immediately Team Liquid reset into a default. They're not going to look to push this too aggressively. Instead, they want to focus on some control elsewhere. Good shots by Artis, but no kill to follow up on.
Wow.
They got some good picks though.
Just a multitude of frags coming in incredibly quickly. Like we're looking at, okay, I was gonna say a plant down and round over with still over a minute left, but they've denied that at least for a couple of extra seconds. And while Xiao, there's no chance. That is a surprising return to form for Team Liquid. And they didn't even break a sweat in that round.
Yeah, they made that look very easy indeed. And, you know, sure, you can give the operator on that B pick a little bit of a boost, but the rest of the guys, the rest of the fights that went down, like Artis being able to hit, down to 30 HP, got Yumpy, peeks to the other side, and Link comes in, just one-taps him. Up shot lands at the same time, and all of a sudden FPX, they just get rolled on. You know, this was the kind of skirmishy style I'm looking for out of Team Liquid that I know that they'll succeed with a lot of the time. Now you're sitting 3-1, and FPX have got nothing to work with. They're down on pistols yet again. This attack side's off to one hell of a strong start.
Oh, get a nice pick here, though.
If they get this
yeah.
What a fool Mitch Man is! He said nothing to work with, not realizing that Artis has a Blade Storm and has now got 2 kills. If you're a Liquid fan, that is at MitchMan on Twitter, at MitchMan on Twitter.
This guy comes in, honestly, they've got pistols to play with, the Blade Storm, and I'm thinking, okay, this is a clean round for Liquid, 4-1. I see the Blade Storm, like, all right, so there's, you know, better give the caveat. If, and he goes out, drops 2 heads, quick as can be. The word save is probably floating around on Team Liquid if they don't get into a site quickly, but they do. They've got the A site. The retake attempt from FPX, though, with these pistols, it's pretty idyllic.
They've managed to find a couple of weapons. They've still got a Blade Storm. Like, considering what was invested in this round, they've got to go for it. And while Orbital Strike coming out straight away, it leaves Artis somewhat isolated, and he is going to get taken down. The rest of the team now looking to make their move, already trading out effectively, leaving just Soulcast remaining, but he's managing to isolate these fights. Not quite quick enough. The time, though, is ticking quite far gone. They might have actually baited this clock down just enough. It's going to be incredibly close, but they've got it in the end.
It's not incredibly.
A little over a second left.
The thing, like, you know that those casters are not playing well themselves a lot.
Nothing to work with.
What was it you said at the beginning? Sorry, there was something you said about like not really having a chance in this round. I just wanted to caveat back to that.
Yeah.
And again, say to any Liquid fans, it's at MitchMan on Twitter.
It's a good thing about having Tom. You know, he's always got your back. That's the best part. You know, he's the kind of guy, he'd never kick you when you're down.
No,
Tom,
never.
He's always picking people up. That's what I love. Now, that was an unbelievable round out of Artis, and the danger man that we talk about in pretty much every series. You know, seeing this guy back reaching top form is exactly what I missed about the old G2. It's the only thing I missed about the old G2.
Oh my god.
Well, that's going to be Umpicon right away. Fatty G can see through smokes. You heard it here first.
Enemy tag.
Oh. Okay, well, they know that there's someone all the way back. I don't know how much value that information is going to have, at least for now, but after already managing to find the opener, Novera just waiting patiently. Of course, he can get out of there as quickly as he likes, but I don't really see any reason, especially after you've heard the activation of the Tour de Force, for anyone to peek this. You know that there's still a likelihood of someone being there, and I think Batty is actually just jump spotting it from the corner.
Here we go, the blitz to come on through. I mean, he's got to be close to going out of ammo at this point. Batty's been spraying all game long.
Yeah.
Look at Sulcus and Link, man. They're 1 HP on the way back, trying desperately to get their health back up. Get on out of there. Scream's run out of heals at this point. That's how much damage Batty's been doing. I think he's upped his
30 seconds
ACS
oh
by
no,
about
they're gonna
200 in this
PK
one.
and A is held the whole time with no.
Oh, they've managed to at least bypass Ardis, but he's waiting for the remainder of the players, and the turret of Saigetsu still gives them the information that the cross has come in, and he's just going to be waiting.
Yeah.
This 1-2 punch leaving Scream alone, and he doesn't have the time to do anything here. Ardis there to close out the round, and FPX, they strike back. And they strike
that's gonna
back
be a
hard,
long
like winning what
match
was
again.
ultimately an eco round, then getting a flawless off the back of it. Their economy is flying, and I think this is where you have to give credit to Batty, because this is where
depends
the value
if
is definitely still there on Astra.
if FPX dominates now, because
As that player who's basically just left the whole
seems like they
down
can.
he has the
Like,
right
they do
utility.
exactly
It's
what they
all
should
about
do.
timing, though. It's similar, as said, to a Cypher. If you pop your cages early in the round, your value is diminished, and you basically have nothing to play with. So he has to work out the exact moment of where and when to place his utility. This round, he absolutely nailed it.
This call from Team Liquid to pull out a timeout, I don't disagree with the timing whatsoever. You look at how the last couple rounds have gone, especially with Ardis having just so much momentum now. That C-Long play with the ultimate, then the operator this round. It's starting to get scary at this point. If he's able to just feel free to run around the map like that and win duels, no matter where he is, well, that's going to be something that Team Liquid look to shut down right here and now. Don't let that run too far. At 3-3, they come into this one. I don't think they've got a comfortable buy, right?
You're so scared to say anything.
They should be. No, I don't want to say. I don't want to say this round is FPX's. I don't want to say that because the buy is it's not great for Team Liquid.
Because then both teams would hate you.
Yeah, exactly. I've already picked my camp at this point, haven't I? I saw a judge in Sulcus's hands, and it's still there now. That makes me sad, angry, and about every other negative emotion. Let's see if he'll. Well, that's a great shrouded step there. We'll see if he's able to get any value with the judge as times go on. The attack side buy it's pretty rarely seen, so I'll keep my eye.
That's the thing. So Yumpy gets a single kill. He can drop the gun, has a Blade Storm, and this basically turns into a fine buy to play with. So it's definitely got its risks about it, no doubt, but you also have to remember Navera played his ult in the last round, so his rifle is purchased up for the exact reason
for judge as well.
Basically,
that was bad
he's
timing.
still going to have money for the next round, and even then Yumpy going down, okay, he lost the rifle, Blade Storm for the next, so there's no
he's even better
economic risk, really, for the squad in this scenario. The problem is it didn't really do any damage. And now they have to try and work with what they've got.
That's exactly the point for Team Liquid, right? They come in there, they try to play after the pause, they level things out, but they need a value. Here's the judge! Coming through for one. Oh, God, I hate it so much.
Almost.
This attack side judge by FPX got to be scratching their heads about why the hell they've just come up against that. But 4-3, they end up winning out the round, and it's not too much of a headache either. Look at the economy for this defensive side. It is stacked. Yeah, well, exactly. Ult economy and credit economy, both of which being...
Is NA playing today?
Very much...
I didn't even check.
Led by FPX, excuse me.
Yeah, and again, this is not too much of an issue. You're going to see Yumpy use the Blade Storm, operator in play still for Navera, but the last few rounds have been a little bit of a worry. Now, Artist still trying
Tomorrow
to
and
aggress.
Friday,
They've
but I'm
been
not going to
fighting
watch
for
them.
this A-long control,
I
as
want to
you do.
watch V1
Like,
though,
it is
that's
something
annoying.
so common on this map. It's why
I need
a lot
to
of
see
teams
what I'm going to
have
watch.
always been running a Sova just to almost set
Because I can't watch
themselves up.
all
It's
of
something
them.
that is missing
Just too
here
much.
for the opposition side, but you have to remember that likelihood is you're just going to have Navera acting as like a Sova in terms of just running at them and then being able to teleport away.
Okay, Artis has had to give up his position. I thought for a second he might get away with that. And a few players spotted. They're just going to reset. FPX content to play the freeze. Their utility in play from middle is really strong, actually, because they've got garage mid control, but they're not rotating over and committing towards this A play. It's interesting how slowly FPX are giving up these positions. I would have thought that some form of a rotate would have come in, even just Zipan going to A after they lose the control and the pressures there, but no, they take a chill.
I like this setup. In towards the garage, the bait and switch. You've got them playing off of each other. And okay, they're pushing back towards A, but they're still going to be met with Artis and the remainder of this squad. The rotation starting to come through from Zipan, and he's kept his dash online this entire time. The first kill is just free, and they can't actually trade it out. And they've left Shaq in the corner, and it's just gone horribly wrong for Team Liquid and Navira. Well, this turns into just an operator save, trying his best to bring something into this round, and I wouldn't be surprised if they pressured him here. Shot darts, almost trying to bait the shot. It's not looking pretty. I think he's going to get closed down here. He will.
Too many players absolutely everywhere. The second he took that peek out wide, he was gone. But
yeah, Liquid has a bad time right now.
In that scenario. Such a good round out of them. The Artis just baiting it out. Why would you check it afterwards? You know, like, it's so smart and it's so basic at the same time. It's such a simple little play. But those kind of things, they're what win you rounds. They're what win you games, because it's 5-3. Team Liquid.
Who will I spot first?
They got a lot to work with, Tom, have they?
No, I'm surprised that that's what you've said and not mentioned the Odin. your weapon of choice is in play.
Yeah, Artis is so good with your.
You can see why he loves playing this map. Just consistently rotating back around to take these initial opening duels, and he's been dominating in a lot of them. Zipan there to support him, but Artis is just back on track, swinging into these fights, and Yumpy's actually survived in the corner.
Yeah.
I say survived. It really didn't last long.
No. Don't you do this.
Do it.
Okay. He went left.
Is that better, though? Is that better? Having someone bait you in and they're getting headshot by an Odin?
Yeah, it's better. It's better, Tom. It's so much better. My God. If he had dashed in and shorted him there,
they're playing that really well. FPX is just,
have to intervene to do something.
If they keep it up, they're gonna win this here.
I genuinely believe
they like
that screen would have
they play everything
round.
like
it would have just
as they should be.
In a rage you never would have seen before.
Scream just ties his hair back.
And then it'd be like, right, you're dead now.
Like
and they're not misplaying a lot as well.
You see, Scream's hair has just gotten even more glorious. I didn't think it could, but it did.
Not jealous at all.
It's your favorite aspect about it, right? You're gonna sit there like, I don't know, Link's pretty good actually. I like his barber.
Yeah, I love Link's hairstyle. You know,
moisturizer does he use?
How does he get that shot?
FPX chose this map, and they're looking very solid on this defensive side so far. You know, Team Liquid were 3-1 up. They were in a commanding lead. They came up against just a Blade Storm, ultimate.
They're not even using ults. Like, they have all 5. They could use them for a retake if they need it. That is a big entry, though, because they have struggled to get past Batty. It's like Getsu.
Oh.
He's a madman.
Yeah, he misread that timing. Oh, what a great ultimate. Catching them completely. That spray is huge. Shao goes down immediately.
They keep it up like that. Oh, shit.
Flawlessly. Team Liquid bounced right
if they would keep it up like this,
3-1 in the lead.
They would win. But they FPX misplayed that as well, though. Like.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like if you, like, especially if it's not someone like Artis, if you got like Batty going for these challenges, you're gonna have players waiting on the other side. And that was one of those occasions where I feel like maybe he's slightly overfaced. They get that entry, and then everything just falls apart. And I feel like that's how a lot of this composition almost works for Liquid. Is if you're giving them that opener, then you start to see the shuffle. You start to see like piece of utility not quite there to actually hold them back. It's more these just patient plays, obviously excluding Artis, who's basically just dominated on that A site. So
I mean, FPX are still up so much.
Slip up, also just giving Navira
their money is just so insane, anyways.
Those opening kills, as said, he was superb the last time around versus G2. One of the main reasons they won the map. You give him those opportunities, he's going to take them. And as said, the danger still seems to be that defensive side for Liquid. Like that's what they've looked incredibly strong on. I think, again, if that double operator is able to come out, this map becomes a lot smaller than you might think.
Now, one quick thing to mention. Sagetsu. A man has got 1 kill. Now, I think a very important part of this is where he's playing. Because I sort of glanced down at the scoreboard and thought,
Fun plus Phoenix timeout was
the last round
probably taken well for Liquid as well.
He's just been playing in Garage. This guy is literally
I hope at
starved
least,
for action.
because they need
He's
to talk
gotten
about what
pushed
they're doing.
once, and that was when he tried to make a play. Other than that, he's just had to sit there all round. Hey guys, my turret's watching it. Yeah, alarm bot's got mid. Yep, mid's clear. Yep, turret's got it. Yep, that's all he's been able to do. And just listen to his teammates have fun playing the game. This is it's been a pretty, I mean, I would love in games like this to publish a player's perspective, a player POV of the whole game just from Sugetsu, just to see the patience these guys have. It's unreal. It's just the file would be like 4 megabytes large because most of it would just be a screenshot of exactly what he sees right now.
Yeah.
Just him staring at the wall, waiting for something to happen. I think he's going to get contact again this round, and he's dodged the flash to start with, but that was just confirming that he's in here.
And the thing is, this is still almost just a bait and switch. Like, you've got Baddie there, but they are starting to wrap back around towards the A side. Now, I will say, every time they've gone in this direction, they've been absolutely ruined by this man here. And no surprise, it's the same again.
Well, at least to start things out.
No
utility to push on in now. That's going to be tough. KO.
Yeah.
Oh, KO ulti coming up big. You don't have smokes. You don't have flashes. And you got to run right on into that operator. A third for Artis. But he goes down. The trade quickly found. Hunter's Fury seeking to push these players out of position. It almost gets over. Zipan's there to
perfect
save the day. 7 rounds now for FPX. And this is a map that you can often look at as being a little bit more of a level playing field. Considering Team Liquid win the pistol and go up 3-1, I am very worried for them. If they close this out at 5, that said, in the grand scheme of things, it won't be the end of the world. But just the way it started, man, this was looking like it was going to be a great first half. And that's something Team Liquid need, considering where they're at.
Yeah, of course. Like, we know as well that with Mech being
FPX are just playing it well.
Bracket,
you can't really say more. It's
especially
like
what happened last time Team Liquid played them, they got bodied.
It's really insane.
And for FPX, well, there's everything on the line here. Like, we could be seeing Artis on LAN for the first time in Valorant. Like, that would be an exceptional opportunity. The same for the rest of the players. FPX have been so close so many times and they've never quite made it. There's a chance for it here. Liquid, on the other hand, well, they're a regular. Made it 2 of the 3. Xiao, secondary AWP comes up big, already finding them an opener. And, well, if it wasn't worrying enough facing into that A site and meeting an operator, they've now faced into C and had the same fate.
Sagetsu going to jump. He loves this smoke, man. He loves jumping through this smoke, but he's got to reveal. Scream going to be tagged up and not dealt with. They weren't quite expecting him to be seen by that flash out as he swings. This could be a little dangerous. The operator from Varnavera is too quick. Team Liquid are on the site, but they haven't yet spotted Baddie G, who has the perfect timing on the swing around, but Link checks it as well. Sagetsu now has to use the ultimate. This lockdown, not going to stop the plant, and it's just going to make them go towards long. That will be a post plant that they're happy with, Tom, especially having Navera on this operator, on the tour de force.
Smoke is so insane.
Have to try and deal with him.
Yeah, they've got a little one-way as well to try and spot them. Artis holding a pretty dirty angle, but they don't even really need to face off against it. It's another shot actually missed, and now they can actually start getting on this defusal. Link is going to go for the peak, and it's just not covered off. They didn't expect another player to be on the other side. It's already gone to half, but look at this wraparound. It won't even be needed.
Nice.
Link is there to close it out. 7-5 as Liquid recover after what is definitely, I guess, a weaker half than they would have liked. Still, though, there's a couple of caveats. I think, firstly, as said, their defensive side last time was a lot better. The other thing as well is, do you think Artis will have that same impact going into the attack? Because it definitely is going to be a lot tougher with him being that tip of the spear.
My God, some people in this chat, man.
He's taking, being on A long. That position, you're holding it with an operator. They're walking into you. You're taking those fights. A lot of the time, Artis was able to take opening duel, then play the second with his dash as well. Whether it's from up on top of the boxes, playing into short, and then he would dash back and play on the side on top of the boxes or behind default. This guy had like 2 to 3 posts every round if he got pushed. Now you don't have 2 to 3. You've got 0. You've got to push them. That's going to make a big difference in theory, on paper. At least to start things out, this pistol round hasn't gone great, with Navera losing control over long, missing some of those opportunities on the range duels more importantly, and he's left down to 28 HP now.
Yeah, they haven't bought up the heal. It's not overly surprising. You're going to invest that.
Nice shot.
Nice shot from Yumpy. He's had a quiet first half, but I'm not really surprised by that. I think it was the defense last time where he in particular was able to step up. Again, there's going to be this one-way thrown in by Soulcast just to make things more awkward if anybody wants to go in that direction. However, it looks like they're going to try and wrap around towards long, but they'll be met by Scream.
Big recon up top, not catching Scream, so he's at least able to grab the surprise kill on one. Yumpy's still here, and they were not expecting that. The reveal, only gonna bait them in for more headshots. He keeps on going with the Sheriff in hand until it's just Shao.
Go on.
He might have even been spotted in the corner. It certainly looks like it. Clean as can be. 4 kills.
Champion played
and that
so
leaves
well
him
there.
just 3 away from Blade Storm. Coming out of the pistol, pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, he just got more kills then than he did in the entirety of the first half. So if you're worried about Yumpy having a quiet second half, I don't think that's really on the cards for Liquid and not something they can really hope on. I will say some of the supportive utility coming through there from Soulcast is going to be fairly underrated. Like having the one way to almost back him up, but also that paranoia. As I think it was Saigetsu went to run into the site to plant. He was so blind that,
they're mostly winning
even though it only took
rounds,
1
but
bullet
then
from
losing.
Yumpy, he probably could have had 4.
This one's going to be taken much slower by FPX as they attempt to find some of these duels and catch some players off guard, making their way in through the garage for a moment, but okay, yeah, they're going to commit to it. Going to flood out. Yumpy's good for the first. 2 away from Blade Storm. 1 away, and it's
not yet, dude.
He can even die now. It'd be great. Let's send Yumpy forward.
1 HP.
Oh no. They're just going to send him in? No. It seems like they want to share the wealth a little bit. Get a couple of those ults closer to online. Now, of course, again, it's one of those rounds where it's a perfect opportunity for Liquid to really just farm up cash, farm up the ultimates. I wouldn't even mind
now
if
it's
Yumpy
important.
Went
like
for some sort of weapon here just to try and get himself something. Or I imagine just going for an early challenge onto an orb, especially considering that
fucking
for example, he goes for a Blade Storm, uses
Blink
this
fucking
round.
just ran in.
The next he'll have an operator anyway, so it's not like it matters too much. And actually, there's no one on his side of the map. It looks like he's gonna get it for free.
Yes, he is. There you go. Popped
That's
out and grabbed it. Isn't actually got it yet. There we go. Okay, Blade Storm's going to be picked up. But it's a big play from FPX in towards the C site. They've got control. They'll get the plant. Team Liquid, despite, grabbing the Blade Storm and whatnot, they're still going to have a tough enough round retaking in here now. Because FPX can set up on range, and they can play this how they like. The good thing is, Liquid still have pretty much all their utility to play with as they look to go back in.
Yumpy being relied on to try and find something here. I'm surprised at actually some of the angles that are being taken. You'd think that maybe the range battle would work out better. Instead, they're sat up close where these SMGs can do damage. Even still, though, Scream's going to be left alone. And, okay, a few players lost, but it's not really the end of the world for FPX. Now, I feel like they almost did the opposite of what a lot of teams would expect. Because I think if you look at a player about to get a Blade Storm, you go, okay, let's deny that Blade Storm. They looked at it as, well, he ain't going to be C.
Now it's an important round. They need to win this one.
Which, okay, it's the opposite.
It's always that they would lose this one. Losing bonus, that's completely alright.
The call made,
and then losing one afterwards brings you in a bad situation.
I'm going to look at Artis. I'm going to think this guy, he's going to pull out an operator attack side, and I'm going to be impressed. I already know that. He might.
There's 2 on the other side.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunity there. Yumpy and Navera taking ops, it's viable.
He's going again. Same rounds. He's just dived straight into the C site. Just looking to try and brawl with them. Already manages to get one and Artis is going ham. This is disrespectful from FPX. They've gone in with a double operator and you've gone, what double operator?
That was some of the
yeah, exactly what I said.
Valorant we've seen out of these guys all day. It's like they knew they had
That's
double
the problem.
ops. Yeah, they just run it down.
I guess you can look at the credits and just go, well, he's not just
Oh,
saving
exactly.
that up
What's
for
up?
fun. But you
need to run it together.
More
But my
so,
rank
they
is,
did the exact same thing
diamond
2 rounds in a row. He ran straight into garage, just went, well, okay, there's no one going to be here, and just dashed into the site and managed to. I don't know if he survived last round, but he definitely did this round, which that's somewhat absurd. Artis, again, like we talk about him being a difference maker, someone who at the beginning of the game was incredible and then sort of disappeared for a while. Well, at the moment, he's just come back and he's obliterating Liquid.
I do wonder how much of that came from looking at this comp, from some words, whether it's in the halftime or in the pauses, coming through over on the side of FPX. Maybe Doombros had a few ideas, because I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, okay, well, FPX, the play that they just ran, Liquid essentially cannot run that against FPX, because even when you saw them attempt to take garage control, immediately they would run into Banana Swarm. They could not take that pace. You would have an alarm bot or a turret there as well, 1 to 2 players, and that part of the map was constantly fought for. Team Liquid don't have that stopping power. If they're going to do that, they have to do it with duels on that part of the map, at least in the previous round, and they couldn't. They just couldn't deal with the sheer ferocity that came out from FPX. That's a fantastic round, and now they come in against, look, there's like an orbital strike and stuff, but they've only got a few pistols. Nothing to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've also got probably the perfect ultimate for just an anti-eco round, which is the null command, where it's like one of the main things you're going to worry about is getting caught by a cheeky piece of utility and being swarmed by the remainder of the player. Well, a lot of that's not really going to be possible. The only other thing that will be there is if they can find some of these individual jewels. Now, Navera is going to be trying to find some sort of opener, but doesn't really see anything. Actually, will just continue to push, so this part of the map's locked down, and no surprise, after someone goes straight into garage 2 rounds in a row, there's going to be someone waiting.
Yeah, you want to see that kind of adaptation. This is a little bit awkward here. Big flash going in. Scream still alive on the backside. Well, he definitely overstayed his welcome on that one. I hate this so much, and he's almost gotten him. Zipbound left to 1 HP. I hate that worked as well as it did. Shock darts, though. Name of the game for Shao. Look at what he's up against. A lot of these guys are low. Big Shocky coming through.
Yeah.
He's already taken down Soul, because the defuse not even being attempted just yet. They're going to tap it here. That's going to force out a little bit of a spray.
I can't connect it right now.
They know that they can't do it anymore. So they put him out of position. Now they start to panic a little bit. Link is going to find another kill. They're making this costly, but again, you can see that there's no one on it. No chance of actually winning the round, but they have done a lot of damage here. And while Navira is actually going to close it out, and he almost escaped. He almost got away with it.
Yeah, very nice round all in all. I think that
I know why it's not
the
working.
setup that they ended up against, it's just way too strong to come out with the round win. You know, I'm not even used to looking for the grab wells in this meta. Almost desensitized myself to it.
Where's his molly? Oh.
I was just like, no one's peeking this. No one's fighting this. You know, like they could be defusing. They seem very confident. But yeah, that made sense. They put the grab wall down. 3 rounds in the lead, 3 to go for FPX. They'll be booking themselves a slot in their first ever as a team, and for a lot of these players, LAN event. This is unreal. Art has been in the game since day 1. It's unclear whether we'd see Angel playing on that lineup or not, but for someone like him as well, you know, he's put in the time, that's for sure. A lot of fights going the way of Team Liquid here. This operator on Navera gets 3 before it's dealt with.
What the fuck?
I started to believe in Shao for a second, but okay. It's
you should never not believe in Shao. That should be a law written within the game that Shao can win any round at any moment when he decides he wants to.
Yeah, not working.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Navira going huge. And this is the thing. When it comes to this defensive side, he's unbelievable on this agent. The opportunity to reposition, like you have to remember his history not only within this game, but in Counter-Strike, he is a tier 1 level AWPer. So don't get me wrong. If you give this man to any opportunities, he's going to do exactly what Artis was doing in the first half. The thing is, this is something, again, that I feel like FPX could look to avoid. Instead, Artis is like, you know what? I'm going to fight him, and he's going to win.
That he is. You know, sheer confidence is a dangerous thing to face off against, man. Artis has it in bucket loads. This man's going to start to move out towards A long. He hasn't got his dash online, hasn't got a teammate behind him. This is a man, he's just unhinged. Look at him running forward, looking for fights, and it works. He's got the skill to back it up. Let's see if Team Liquid can punish it now, though. Attacker Killjoy lockdown coming into play. Liquid are sticking around. There's two guys here. Do they want to fight for it? Well, they don't.
Oh, they've got to get out of there. The Seekers are going to give them the information, and maybe it can actually give some space for Yumpy. We've seen flanks before not go the best, but he will at least put a little bit of doubt in their mind. Now, an afterplant's still looking likely, but they have to try and deal with this. The operator's going to be watching in that direction, but there's still a possibility that Yumpy will be able to get past. And as I said, they can't really switch their gaze in the other direction until he dies, and, well, a bit of a whiff.
Big miss, but still a Blade Storm to work with here for Artist. Double Nano Swarms to block them as they walk through. Decent damage done. They're separating the players. Oh, Scream! He's gotten away with it eventually. A pistol in the hands of Sugetsu, only good for the one, but Artist is still here, and they're answering up big on the FPX side. With the Blade Storm to close out the round.
Yeah,
that's
that stuff shouldn't happen.
Hands of FPX. Really on the home stretch now. Iceland within their grasp as they look to lock in the first ever LAN for this organization.
I feel like as well, like up until today, we were talking a lot about how the right clicks look like they suck, and then I'm watching artists do it just again and again like it's absolutely nothing. Like it just doesn't. It's just like, oh, right click dead. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my gun now. I don't understand. It just seems absolutely fine for him. Now this really is a crunch round. You got the double operator in once again. One in the form of the Tour de Force, and they expected us to be here, but it doesn't matter. He's got backup. Even gonna go for a little bit of a love tap onto the body as he goes dashing back into the site. They have done the exact same strat every time they think there's a double operator in play, and guess what? They've got C again.
And Link tries to do anything, breathe in towards the spawn. He's taken down. Sugetsu's on fire, and only Navera stands to keep Team Liquid in it, at least in regulation. You can see that he ain't gonna last all too much longer. 4 chances
they got this.
now for FPX to book themselves a slot at Masters. Things are looking better than ever for this roster, and you've really just got to look at Artist 21-12. He's the guy leading the charge in a lot of these rounds, Tom. He's dashing in, taking space, and he should be dying. But
they don't have money, they don't have anything.
I've got mad respect for the fact that there's been 3 times where they've expected a double op, and 3 times they've rushed into garage and taken C. Like, this is disrespect, because they've gone, okay, Liquid know what we're going to do at this point, and we're still just going to continue to do it. Now, we've seen this same double up in utility. The whole point is to try and set up Navera. Now, normally, he has an operator, or at least a rifle. This time, Mitch, he has a judge.
Oh, nice shot.
That's a shot to kick off the round. Xiao down and out. You've got no drone, no recon. Gonna help a lot on the way through. I didn't spot if he has the Hunter's Fury, but well, he certainly doesn't now. It's the opening pick that Liquid wanted. What do they do from here? Well, they flank.
You lose.
Link's on his way behind. He's got them contained. These players have to win every single duel.
Oh,
what a shot.
Holy shit,
Scream with a sheriff, and he's got 3 kills. Okay. That's the round you needed.
Yeah.
Team Liquid, they're not down and out just yet.
It would just had to be, didn't it? Like, you get right to the end, you look at FPX and go, this is their time to shine. They've destroyed the economy. Scream's also had a pretty quiet game for Scream standards. 3 headshots.
Why do they have a timeout?
With a pistol, especially after we've seen him use the sheriff quite a few times and miss like 12 shots, and then he's just like, okay, this.
They have enough money to legit do anything.
Like, great round for him, and more importantly,
and it's such a late round.
Something we always have to talk about.
Even with
Liquid,
650, you should have enough to at least buy.
So many players that can do this. Like every single player
buy
on the
without
roster can
shield.
pull a round out like that. But it's then just how they react off of it. Now again, it's not the prettiest in terms of their economy. They're still not going to be in the greatest spots. They don't have the operators they want. But at this point, I almost feel like the value of them is diminished. Like, okay, Navera, I'm happy for him to continue playing it. But the second it's expected by FPX, that same play comes in and they get decimated. The other problem as well, Mitch, look at the ults currently available right now. Like, a set piece here from FPX. Give Doom Bros the mantle. They'll let him basically tell you
FPX
what
could
you're
shut
gonna
this
do,
down
and
this
I
round
feel
if
like
they want
whatever
to.
it is, Liquid are gonna
They have
struggle.
4 ults, like pretty
yeah,
much.
I mean, you look at the ultimate in play for Team Liquid of Navera. When he uses his ulti, it's taken out of the round completely by that fast push that came down. Like, you're literally counting out that character's ultimate from this entire half so far, more or less. And FPX have been in a position where they can now blitz into site, they can play post plant, they can smoke off sites, they can do whatever they want with ultimates. They've got all the money to work with. Their economy isn't really under threat, not in this round now at least.
Just double you can.
And now they're starting to up the pace, show the confidence yet again, and this is something that it gets me scared every single time I see it. They have slowed it on long, but they're gonna go right on in. And get a Guardian, he had to tap away, and he just couldn't get it done. Scream is gone as well. The man who found 3 kills, holding this site with a Sheriff in just the previous. This time he receives a bullet to the head right away. And Tom, this is starting to look like FPX are going to Iceland. They got 2 players to the good. All the utility to work with. Hunter's Fury post plant, lockdown in play.
Yeah.
And even another kill for Artis.
2v5.
It needs to be a miracle. The remaining players of Liquid, 2
Nah,
of
it
those
doesn't even need to be a
members
miracle. It's just not
looking to
possible.
try and fight back. They want that initial spot. They want to be one of the first 2, but Artis is coming back
GG's.
to haunt them once again.
GG's.
For once, we can finally say that momentum is built, as FPX will be making their way through to Iceland, the first land for this organization, something, Mitch, we have been waiting for well over a year at this point. They made some ballsy roster changes, and it has paid off.
It absolutely has, you know, and you've got to give credit to these guys that through all of the ups and downs that they're experiencing nowadays, to do this without having Angel on the roster as well. Like, I'm sure that he's
that was the
very much
last match for today. Holy fuck. That was long, not gonna lie. That was the other chat background. Ah, that's both chat backgrounds that I don't need anymore, because I have other ones. Okay. I guess I'm gonna play one game of Val myself. I really don't know, because like I didn't expect me to sit here for 6.5 hours to watch 2 matches of EMES. Like, boy, I don't know. Okay, first of all, music going. Don't need to wake up early tomorrow. So I'm just gonna see. Oh, new update. Huh? New big update. Did I miss something? Like, there's not often an update where I need to download like more than 2 minutes. Or maybe a minute, I don't know. Oh yeah, I need to do some changes to this. Exactly. I don't need those buttons here. I don't know. Gonna look for that later. Okay, we're done with the update. Let's see. fuck? Huh. Wow, now they put it out. I don't know if we've seen the screen already. I'm really not sure. I mean, we should. I don't know. We are Diamond 2 35 rank rating. That annoys me. Okay. I'm gonna do a short break though before I go play. Yeah, I'll be right back.
No way. What the fuck is that? Are you fucking flipping the clip of the clip of the clip, dude?
Movie script? Are you?
Just what the fuck? Holy shit. Yeah, nice, dude. Clipception, pug.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A. Cutting their vision.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Still in sight. Barrier created. Blocking sight.
Shock dart. Thank you, that helps me a lot. Thank you.
Your team has 10 frags left.
Fuck.
Nice shot.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, GG,
Holy shit,
guys.
dude.
Let's go.
Wait, are you ready? We're both gonna
10
shoot
seconds left.
now. Okay.
Wait, I'm just shooting randomly, okay?
Okay, me too.
I want someone to clip that, but no one is.
Kill this? Love.
No, mine's 80.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Don't pick, don't pick.
Nice, oh my god.
Never give up.
Dude, I can't. My.
Oh my god, everyone. Get up, dude, this looks either man.
I'm gonna flash. I'm not gonna flash myself. I'm such a figure. Hey, he's fine.
Window. There we go.
Did you see me yeet it away, dude?
Yeah, I like hit the mic and we're like.
Oh, dude, I. Ad time. I'm gonna do ad time when I go into the break then. In an hour or something. Thanks for redeeming that. We'll do that in an hour.
How late is it? Oh, it's 10. Okay. That's alright. 1/5 of 24 before something months. Yeah, then... And
You will not kill my ally.
He's short.
One more short.
One is short race.
Okay, close. Close.
Nice!
oh my god, dude.
Wait,
Holy
shit, bro.
They were all under heaven?
Yeah.
Lol.
What the fuck, we played race.
Defenders
win. Let's go, I'm diamond. Thank you guys.
Oh, that was oof, man. Oof. Oh, they were all so scared.
Okay, how much time do you need?
Oh,
I'm done if he doesn't win.
Okay.
Man, how can you be that bad? Just swing again. He doesn't get it, but what the fuck was that?
I don't know.
He walks into the shots.
Yeah, I don't know. Man,
How's that my hero?
did you see that? Did you watch me?
You watch Cypher's wire again?
Yeah, it's okay.
He placed the wire here.
Cypher. If you place a wire, sneak. Oh my god, dude! I hate this game mode.
Meteor strike.
Oh my god, I'm gonna mute Overwatch. Wait, what? I'm a dick soccer? Oh, dude, fuck off. Fuck off, dude. Okay, what the fuck, man?
Still in sight. Here. Enemy spotted.
She jumped up.
Enemies. Barriers
Fair enough, plan.
Wait, why do I have to... Why do I have to spike?
One enemy remaining.
That's super good.
Nice, good job.
Nice.
Fuck off. Okay, you know what, dude? You know what? I'm done. Wait. Dude, you enjoy that more? It is so fucking annoying. Nah, I'm not gonna play anymore. I'm legit so fucking tilted right now. Like legit, I was team MVP again. It's so stupid.
Nice.
Nice. Oh my god, dude.
It's triggered. I have the spike.
Let's go back.
Ciao.
One enemy remaining.
I don't understand how people can be so blind of creepers. Like,
I
Williams
literally was not blind.
Literally so blind as well.
Dude, it was behind the fucking tree, right? I've went past the tree and then there was a zombie kicking me back into the creeper.
Hello.
my god.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Why you don't?
Oh no, Prime maybe.
You're-
I don't know.
What?
Prime is really good as well, but I just played it too
Oh my
much. I
God.
played it for like 2 seasons straight.
Whiffy boy.
I hear him saying that.
Two people there.
What?
What the
What?
fuck? Did he just get 3 guys?
Report him right now.
Wait, did you just get 3 guys through the smoke?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my
Go
god.
to B. Killjoy was B.
Not bad. Shaders. I hope I can use the old shaders in this watch. Oh my god, Mike's. Everything is lagging. Dude.
Yikes.
Oh my god.
I have a new mission for myself. Okay. How much?
I'm top 3.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the last one's there as well, of course.
He's running.
Ain't going to school tomorrow, Pog. I mean, not Pog, but Pog because I can message you.
What a chat. What a chat.
Like that. Yeah. Dude. Dude, how much is it now? How much?
You're
dude?
sorry, boys. I need to go to my car
To the
real quick.
flamethrower collection to keep the fuckers spitting
So
their
I need
bullshit propaganda and being triggered at everything.
I'm gonna try to
Holy
be back in
shit.
like 5 minutes. As fast as possible. All right.
Dude, thank you, HA. 15 quid.
No, go away. I'm just gonna go to mid to Savlon. To Raptors.
Reloading.
I'll go B. I guess.
Nowhere
to
to
run.
Oh.
One down. Reloading.
No.
Night, Aaron. Good night.
Hey, good night, dude.
Someone just drove in our. What the fuck? With such an old car, dude. What the fuck? Okay, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, plot 3, dude. Let's go.
About there.
Did I? No.
That should work. Right there. That'll work. Let's start this party. Enemy spotted C. Recovering it.
Can you come B? I will go C. Help him. I need a heal. If you can.
Concealment.
in 30
Need that
seconds.
back. Taking that back.
Rotating.
Or 2 in double doors, just so you know.
What happens if I do that?
Assistent ein Problem. Hol dir doch eine anständige Leitung.
Ich stream gerade über mein Handy. Ich hab scheiß Internet. Achso, wieder Panda-Werbung.
Dave, ist Anarchy Road oder schwer?
Was?
Anarchy Road.
Ist schwer. 100 Pro.
Was krieg ich mir jetzt schon vor?
Try and fail. Oh,
you
okay.
don't need the siege, you know. I play
You
the
don't need Sage, okay, I go AFK.
Okay, okay.
Fuck you.
Go FK.
Fuck you, bloody.
Yo, Killjoy. Think you could enhance my knives at some point? Maybe some lasers, homing tech. I'm just spitballing here.
I've never. Yo, what the fuck? You just ported on my end.
Oh, long B.
This dude really shifts on spawn.
Can't stay for too long, but I just want to wish you a good day. Yeah, you too, man. You too. Hope you're doing alright. It's nice that you're still supporting the stream, even though you're not like, you're not on stream that often anymore. It's really nice. Like, I really enjoy that.
Headshot. Trick shot.
Get out of my way!
Defenders win.
Nice.
Wow, what the fuck?
No, I have a triple.
Oh.
Fuck, that was not good. Okay.
Oh, but I'm done. I'm done. Nah, I'm done. Nah. How lucky can you be? And then not. No? Did you just subscribe to some like luck thing? Like. And driven there. Oh my god. That was the luckiest run I've ever seen in fucking Hearthstone. What the fuck was that?
No one can hide from my sight.
On top. Widow left. Huge.
Nice, good job.
Good job. Break the shield. Orisa purple, Orisa one. Huge.
Oh. That's what we call an asshole.
Last round in the half.
Oh my god. It's still possible? Huh? Can you clip that? I didn't know that was possible. Okay. Yeah, I can't aim anymore.
Match found.
They have no idea how heartless I am.
Okay. See what we got.
Hello.
Hello.
Hope you'll carry us right now.
Hope so.
Everyone, what do you wanna play? We need someone to take care of our back. Maybe Chamber. Can you play Chamber? Oh, awesome.
Yeah, bring bot nerf.
Oh. So they go Roman then.
So man, what are you feel comfortable with, man? Oh fuck. Huh? Why did they make the things so small? They're so small now. They were 100% bigger. Oh.
When that Brimstone sees me here, he's gonna be so pissed.
Was the only nerf to brim the fucking stim beacon? Or did anything else get changed?
Yep, I think so.
Oh, okay, and that's alright.
Only have one and it's like 200.
Seriously.
Oh.
You gonna join
back.
backs?
We can just make a remake.
No step B.
1A.
I'm not watching middle. They're going mid. Mid. They're going.
Smoke's down.
Yo, Chamberman, watch out.
Sorry.
It's alright.
They're going back to A.
Yeah.
To A.
Can you go side right now?
No. No, still ramp.
That?
One is ramp.
Chamber heaven ramp.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Oh my god.
Nice, good job.
What
Nice
was
one.
that?
I
Sorry
didn't
for me.
suspect she was there, honestly.
Oh my god, I need to reset my fucking laptop.
I got crushed. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, let's play as slow as possible stage round there.
In front of B.
Mid.
No one on A.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
I'm
Don't
low.
lift them gun
I
with
think it's
blue
B, it's
profile.
B.
Smoke's down.
Sage will come, please.
Reloading.
I can flash out, baby.
Multiple enemies B.
Nice.
Spike down B.
Right there. See ya.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Cutting their vision.
Oh, I was spawn.
Reloading.
Well, she was useful for something.
I flash C.
Nice, well played.
Sorry for the late notice. Reloading.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Just like we practiced.
Yeah, that Steam is still OP.
Mm-hmm.
Baby me steamy.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Launching smoke.
1A.
Oh, sorry.
Alright. Nice, nice.
Nice.
One more.
Down mid.
Pushing tower. Heaven.
Chamber was A.
Like flash heaven.
To the.
One.
To the. Going vents. Yeah.
Ay.
Spike
36
down
on
mid.
race.
Race was slow.
Spike planted.
Chamber's
Oh,
on
they're
race.
together. They're low. Two of them are low.
Last player standing.
Minus 70 chamber. One side, one round.
Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
Last side.
Clearing out.
Nice. Well played,
Well
man.
played.
Nice. Nice round. Good bonus. We played bonus 4 vs 5.
Yeah, we played 4 5 and still won the
It's kinda
bonus.
easy.
It's 4-5. Nice.
They're starting to panic. I can feel their pulse quickening from here.
If you're in slug rainy, you need to play good.
This ain't what they signed up for.
Need one.
B main one.
No one, I mean.
I can stay on a. Go.
I'm gonna
Three
keep
more
moving
middle.
mid. Yeah, smoking up.
I can slow for you.
Wait, what are they doing? They're smoking both
Slow it, slow it.
entrance off.
Right.
Water,
Two
water.
is?
I can stand mid. Wait.
They might come to your chamber.
Water. They're going water. Oh! 10 HP, chamber.
Oh my god.
Right side.
Actually,
Right now.
okay.
Market. One is market.
Inside.
I need heal.
One more market. Chamber.
Spike down mid.
Almost there.
30 seconds left.
Wall raised.
Ten seconds left.
Reloading.
Both there. Ay.
Blasting.
Well played.
Good job.
Seriously? What the fuck?
I want their life, not yours.
Yeah, just fucking run and. Oh my god.
It's right, they saved shotguns.
Two of them have shitty guns.
I'll show that
Yeah.
Brimstone true power.
Brimstone and Rice. And Reina.
B main one. Raise.
Smoke's down.
I come.
One dead.
Nice.
One more, I think it's Rice.
Headshot.
Nice.
Key crossed.
I 120 on Killjoy on A.
I stay here.
threw that
You
one.
can rotate, guys.
Launching smoke.
Kill mid.
There they
One
are.
van.
Run back to mid.
One enemy remaining.
Bomb here.
Spike
Last
down
one's one.
B.
Last one's 1 HP.
On my ping. Go.
Nice.
Just a scratch.
I was looking at Mother and
Take
completely
aim.
fucking brain
Zenfire.
activated.
Let's not complicate it. You want to play? Let's play.
He's a lot.
One B
You
main.
should run.
Killjoy B main.
I'm going mid.
Stim beacon down.
All destroyed.
Open up the sky.
Oh, 2 more. 2 more
I can
men.
flash in main.
Finished.
Chamber.
I can flash you if you want to go.
Spike planted.
Flash.
Oh yeah,
Hey.
planting eye.
Flash. Flash.
Only
Flash.
chamber.
35 on
enemy
table, nice.
remaining.
Last one's, yeah, I mean, keep
I
it.
can ult you, you can wait for me.
Oh, don't waste it. Let's play it together.
Nice.
Easy.
Can I get any kills, guys, please?
No, no, no.
Asian.
No fireworks today, I'm afraid.
My
What
power
is the
does
guy?
not fail.
Well played.
Ask for aid, and you shall receive.
I should have flashed. I'm gonna phone. Oh, hey.
Hi.
Fucking porting into my face, man.
Lol.
The hunt begins.
Main B.
Okay.
Close.
Nice.
Whoa!
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Oh
god.
yeah.
Up on
Reyna
A.
is pushing middle. They're pushing heaven. Careful.
One's
We have
vents.
them.
Lamau.
Two.
Heaven.
Heaven 2v.
Heaven B, heaven B.
God damn.
Spike planted.
All set up.
I can stack.
Last player
And heaven.
standing.
Under heaven. Under.
Oh,
That's fair.
that's right.
Damn.
They fucking
I didn't
raised,
suspect
fucking
that.
one hit me. Oh my god. Oh.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Unlucky, my friend.
Yeah, unlucky.
I think they might try B again.
Wish I could see more info.
They are so dead.
Meet again.
Nice.
There's a gap.
1, 2 meet. Broken wall mid. Mid. Raise on mid. It's what two more.
Park one's close. Oh yo, what the fuck? This rank is so funny.
Go now.
Stim beacon here.
You can try to rest right now.
Yeah, sure.
Spike planted.
Yeah, one mid.
Wait.
Enemy spotted A.
I'm going
What
slow.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Wait.
I'm pushing. Inside.
Yeah, behind that.
Oh, I don't know who.
Cutting their vision.
Well played.
Nice. Can you save out? Oh, can I get it?
Yeah, sure.
Please do not mistake my smile. I take this all very seriously.
Playing so bad. Thought I clicked the wrong button to equip my weapon, but I just didn't have one.
But
Together. Launching smoke.
Mid. Oh, fuck.
nothing on A again.
No worries.
Enjoy, Reyna, mid.
Smoke's down.
AVP main B.
Best for you.
Down you go.
One side.
Taken down.
Nice, bro.
Three. Reloading.
What?
This
One
side.
man. One side, one man. Back side.
Open up the sky.
Garage and back side. Right.
Corner.
One
Ah,
enemy
back-
remaining.
nice.
It is very worth the effort.
I know what
Right
must
here.
be done.
If you want, I have phantom skin free.
I've got mine too.
Wait, okay. They're gonna go A now, right? You play ramps, and they won't expect a second op, and I can just play back here.
Embarrass them.
Mid again. Right.
Nothing again.
Hello.
Always meet. What's wrong?
I know on B as well, though, right?
Only one.
Oh,
Water. They're going now. I think.
oh, now. Heaven one.
Enemy spotted A.
Mid.
Main. Pushing B.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
There.
One door and one garage.
Last player standing.
Oh, I thought he was on side. My bad.
30 seconds left.
Go away now.
Ten seconds left. Spike planted. Cutting their vision.
Dude, what the fuck?
Still in sight. Thrifty.
Should have known.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's send this quickly.
If you want, I have river operator. Wait.
Oh no, it's alright. Oh, thanks.
Wow, this fucking chamber is annoying. Please. Mid again.
You should run.
Pushing, Ray, pushing. One on.
One more here.
Smoke.
Still in sight.
Now we're cooking.
Five mid.
Stim beacon here.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Reloading.
Last round in the half. Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone. No prisoners.
You want to play? Let's play.
Cutting their vision.
They will cover.
I got flash.
Prepare for hellfire.
Look.
Spike down A.
What the fuck is smoke?
Parasite.
He's close there.
One enemy remaining.
Bingo.
Nice chamber.
Well, thank.
Switching
Smoke
sides.
block the enemy's line of sight.
Once they're blind, we move.
Don't get people going against each other the whole fucking time. So useless. Why? What rank are you gonna be?
What?
What rank you gonna be if you get 80?
Diamond 2.
Oh, nice.
Enemy spotted. B.
He's teleporting.
Launching
Fuck,
smoke.
what?
Reloading.
Fuck it.
No here.
One enemy remaining.
Heaven. Heaven.
Yeah, heaven. Holy. I didn't even know.
I saw.
Last player standing.
Nice.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Okay.
Here.
Smoke's down.
Cutting
Stim beacon
them.
down.
One pushing B garage.
Oh, I wasn't expecting a shotgun.
Reloading.
Yeah, bring me for shotgun in heaven. Probably took my
Don't
weapon.
go there with shotgun.
Only one we.
I flash heaven.
Blinding.
Yeah, he took my structure.
Here.
I say we two I.
I flash heaven again. Wait.
Wait.
Wait for me, man.
One enemy remaining.
One more city.
City.
Oh my god, mine was 99.
Right.
They play fourth.
Match point.
Day is almost ours.
What? How many people went offline?
Have a good time out there.
Hey.
Stealing sight.
Launching smoke.
One close.
There.
He pushed out. Nice.
Oh no. I want heaven.
remaining.
Nice. Maybe one more. I don't know.
No.
The last is unknown.
Ah, yes, one more.
No.
Blinding.
Kill everyone.
You flashing me! Oh my god!
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
To go home.
He secured the kill.
Nah, what do you mean?
Those peeps were nice. Ah. Nice. Yeah, I know. I don't know when the game wants to give me fucking immortal lobbies again, but I'm only playing against fucking Reds and Diamonds the whole time. I mean, to be fair to fucking Val, I'm not fucking changing ranks right now. Now I get the Marshal. I like the skin pack, but I only the Marshal's a little E. We're currently experiencing connection issues with voice chat. That's not nice. Okay. I need to play 2 more games. Need to pick up 1 ultimate orb. Okay. Only 3 levels remaining. Then I have everyone.
Match found.
Haven. Saw a lot of Haven today.